Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
It is 11 a.m. Central Standard Time on the 16th day of April, 2013. I am your host, Alex Jones, and we are going to be live here for the next 10, 11 hours or so. And again, in the future, we're going to have even more reporters and crew. We'll be able to easily go 24 hours straight or longer. But this is the big official foundation of our entire media operation to awaken humanity to the globalist peril. This is the big radio show. We also simulcast video at Infowars.com and, of course, PrisonPlanet.tv. Bottom line, you know that I've been saying there'll be false flag, IED, improvised explosive device attacks all over the country because I know the scripting. And the globalists always train police and others for the narrative they're going to carry out, whether it's staged events, provocateur, or organic, which are very rare. These terror attacks are rare, period. The system will use this to roll out TSA in the malls on the streets of America and basically a ratcheting up of the overall martial law type atmosphere. Before I went live, Obama spoke, and we're going to find that clip. It was about 30 minutes ago. And I watched his press conference. It's Obama's new press conference. It's up at whitehouse.gov. He was wearing a really ugly tie, black and white speckled tie, people that want to be able to find which one of the fear-mongering press conferences it was. And he says, listen, I'm telling you it's terror. Like, oh, now it's terror because the president said, like, you go outside, it's a blue sky. I don't know if it's daytime. You go turn on the press conference. Oh, the president says it's daytime. It's daytime. Or if it's nighttime, you've got to have the, tune into the president. The president's like, it is nighttime in the Eastern time zone. You go out and go, okay, it's nighttime. Obviously, this is terrorism. Bombs at a world-famous sporting event, killing people. That is an act of terrorism, I heard some talk shows last night going, well, only if it was a political group. No, terrorism is an individual group, corporation, it doesn't matter, doing something to scare a population into something political or military or financial you want, or it can be if you're just insane. And I'd say there's maybe one chance out of 100, conservatively, that this is some lone nut. Now, I came out as this was announced with Richard Belzer. Within 2 minutes of it happening, our phone system filled up with people saying that they'd seen this. So we were one of the first to report it right as it was only tweeted by the Boston Globe. And I said, look, it's Patriots Day. They're probably going to blame this on right-wing groups or Muslims. But notice how now they're saying right-wing and al-Qaeda. It just goes together. Regardless now, is it right-wingers? There's only one thing as bad, al-Qaeda. So we have seen all of that basically pushed in everyone's face. And so they're mixing and conflating the two. And within 10 minutes, Salon, Mediaite, The Blaze, Glenn Beck came out and said, how dare. So the George Soros groups and then Glenn Beck came out and said, how dare you say this could be staged and that it'll be blamed on the Tea Party. Now, within an hour, and I'm not exaggerating, I have 10 different clips. We're not going to play them all. I'm sure you've seen them. We'll play some where they said, the number one suspect is right-wingers. The White House has come out and said that. Axelrod, Obama thinks bombings could be related to tax day. The Young Turks, same deal. MSNBC, CNN, right-wing extremists, CNN to blame for explosions. And then here's the Blaze. Boston Marathon explosions already being blamed on the right. They were simultaneously attacking us for saying that while they were saying it too. I'm just tired of it. It's bad enough dealing with the globalists, but all right, we're going to break it all down. Here's London Independent saying it's right-wing groups. Stay with us. In the last last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
Devastating events like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, or the threat of martial law have highlighted the need for Americans to prepare for emergencies. As a result, millions are stockpiling food, gold, and weapons. But how will these items help if you or one of your loved ones becomes ill? Supernatural Silver is the ultimate tool to prepare you for a medical emergency. Supernatural Silver is a natural antibiotic that is uniquely effective against bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus, and is remarkable for wound care. Taken internally or used topically, it can help keep you safe from deadly pathogens. Supernatural Silver has over 500 different uses and a long-term shelf life, making it the #1 choice of preppers across the country. To find out how this amazing new technology can help you be prepared, go to supernaturalsilver.com. Use the promo code PREPARED for 20% off your entire order and like us on Facebook.
If you want an American company with American products made by Americans, here is the Cal Ben Soap Company. Alex and his staff have used these pure soap products for years. These all-natural soaps are made from the highest quality vegetable and coconut oils that are earth-friendly and safe. See them on the web at 5starsoap.com or call 800-340-7091 for a free catalog. Buy the 1 to 2 month sample package and enjoy soaps that are twice as good as what you're using now. Or save big with a 1 to 2 year supply of soaps for all your cleaning needs. This is an amazing deal. You can save thousands of dollars and you will love the way real soap makes you feel. See them on the web at 5starsoap.com or call 800-340-7091 for a free catalog.
We are on the march. The empire is on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we are busy analyzing what really happened at the mystery false flag, while we're busy watching the White House surrogates come out and say, oh, it's a right-wing Tea Party person, that was very predictable. I was attacked just minutes after it happened by known White House front groups like Salon and others, and, of course, Media Matters, which isn't actually run by the White House, for saying, hey, they're going to blame it on the Tea Party. And then minutes later, they did in those very publications. I mean, this is the magnitude of, I say, watch, they're going to blame us, or they're going to try to, and then they go, look, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist, but yes, we are going to try to blame you. But you're wrong because you're right, and you're crazy because you're right. It'd be like if I was sitting there fishing in a rowboat, and there was a bridge over it, and I saw a sports car fly off the road at 100 miles an hour off the bridge, and I said to myself, hey, that's going to crash into the side of the bank or into the water. And if I looked at somebody, in those few seconds, they said, you're a conspiracy theorist. As the car is Dukes of Hazzarding out over the river, hey, that thing's going to crash. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You see, none of us are allowed to be involved in the narrative. None of us are allowed to speculate, ask questions like, gee, it's Patriots Day in Boston. Gee, do you think they're going to try to blame a right-wing group? They were only putting out Southern Poverty Law Center and ADL memos last month saying domestic terror attacks are imminent. We warned you right before the Oklahoma City bombing. We warned Bill Clinton. And now we're warning you, Obama. The attacks are imminent. You can look that up. And you've got all these dramas and sitcoms and movies with propaganda placement saying the Tea Party is going to bomb people at public events, and they're the new enemy, not al-Qaeda. And then you have this happen where the country started, where the Revolutionary War, where 1776 started in 1775, Lexington, Concord, Boston. Patriots Day, April 15th in Boston. The real Patriots Day is the 19th. Stewart Rhodes is on his way there, driving right now. He's going to be joining us later in the broadcast of Oath Keepers. And he's like, oh, yeah, false flag all over it. A constitutional lawyer, Army paratrooper, head of Oath Keepers. And look, they may change the script. You know, when their stuff doesn't go well, like the Olympic Park bombing, they'll try to frame a patsy like Richard Jewell. I mean, the World Trade Center was bombed by the FBI in 1993. The New York Times reported they cooked the bomb, trained the drivers, found guys with 75, one out of 75, one at an 80 IQ. They were both on welfare, and their test scores got released. I mean, they were literally mentally retarded Muslims who then the FBI informants like, you're going to give them real bombs now? And he figured out they were going to set him up, so he recorded them saying, go ahead with the bombing, and that's the only reason that Ahmad Salam got paid off $1.4 million and went back to Egypt. He was an Egyptian CIA guy for their CIA. And he figured out, he gave a press conference with his lawyer the day after. He goes, and I figured out they were setting me up. I'm not stupid. They promised you'll build a fake bomb. Now build a real one. Fake detonators. No, now real detonators. Now load the truck. No, I don't want to load the truck. Well, you've got to. Well, now just let them drive it and we're going to stop them. And the day before, he starts recording them because he was not stupid. He's like, oh, my gosh, they're going to set me up. They did set McVeigh up 2 years later. And that's a little lesson for you, folks. Don't take part in a drill. 7/7, they set up local mainline liberal Muslims who were school teachers and stuff to be part of a terror drill. One of them figured it out, and the police killed him at Canary Wharf. That was in the back of the paper. They bombed the same trains, the same bus at the exact same time, and even reported, we're going to play this later, on ITN and BBC, the head of Visor Consultancy hid it in plain view, Peter Power, formerly the head of Scotland Yard PR, public relations, that, they ran a drill with the Metro and with the Metro Police and Scotland Yard of bombing the exact two trains and exact bus at the exact same time. Wait, it gets better. At the exact same location. We had an insurance actuary done on that. It was in the, I think it was 23 plus trictillions. That's billions of times more than all the grains of sand estimated in the world. And then they hit it in plain view, which is something they always do. Now, why do they always run a drill? Madrid stage bombing. It came out in their Spanish papers. The president had to resign on 3/3/3. 2003, had to resign when it came out that the intelligence agencies and the Madrid police did the bombing. And they ended up blowing up a house full of the patsies. Putin's been caught in 99 planting bombs in a fourth building. When they got caught, the FSB, Federal Security Bureau, by local Moscow police, suburb of Moscow, they said, it's part of a drill, let us out of jail. You run the drill on 7/7, you run the drills declassified on 9/11 of the exact same buildings, the Pentagon and the World Trade Centers attacked by hijacked jets. And that's why NORAD tapes got released, and they go, is this real world or part of the exercise? Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is how criminal elements do this. And that's why when you know this and watch this, you've seen it over and over again. And now what came out, which they're freaking out about and having their surrogates come out and demonize. No one in mainstream media is covering this but drudgereport.com. And that's not even really mainstream media. Drudge has a link to this story that is in local news. When I say mainstream, national's not covering it. Local 15 TV out of Boston. We're going to get to this in a little while, the video of it. Document cam, please. coach, bomb-sniffing dogs, spotters on roofs before explosions. Well, now they're not calling them police spotters. Go to Drudge. And now it's the mysterious manhunt for the mysterious man in the hoodie. There were cops all over the roofs in hoodies. We've got the video. We've got the photos. Now, people try to spin that, and they say, well, you know what's happening here. You know, they always have bomb-sniffing dogs now at all these events. Aren't you glad they're keeping us safe? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go further. Ollie Stevenson, the marathon coach, University of Mobile's cross-country coach, who was near the finish line of the Boston Marathon when a series of explosions went off, said he thought it was odd there were bomb-sniffing dogs at the start and the finish lines. They kept making announcements to the participants, don't worry, it's just a training exercise. Now, our own Dan Badandi, said Ollie Stevenson on Local 15, that is nowhere in the national news unless it's the alternative news of Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.com, PrisonPlanet.tv, and DrudgeReport.com. And I did tune in last night to the guest that's joining us, Doug Hagmann of the Northeast Intelligence Network, who was on Monday saying staged attacks to be blamed on Patriots are imminent. Obama is doubling down, according to his federal source, who I was able to talk to yesterday. In the morning before this happened, he said, get ready. They're looking to blame something on the Patriots or the Muslims, probably the Muslims. And he said, that's all I can tell you. And I need to call that guy back. The point is that imminent is the word. Well, it was imminent. And that's why I came on air yesterday, 3 hours before it happened. And I said, we've all got to unify as the liberty movement. If you support the Bill of Rights and Constitution, transcend liberal, conservative, we've got to understand if there are attacks, giving our rights up won't protect us. I can feel it in my bones. Attacks are imminent. And I said, they'll want to have the shot heard around the world. They'll want to pull the trigger because whoever shoots first loses, but blame it on us. I said that 3 times during the show yesterday. Don't even have the crew to go pull it. I just remember it because I said it over and over again. And isn't it funny? Where the shot heard around the world happened in Boston. In the very same few days. And I'm telling you, this is epic what we're seeing happen. Now, when their first story fell apart in the Olympic Park bombing, they went and set up a patsy. They set up 3 people for the anthrax attack. Turned out it was super U.S. weapons grade, Fort Detrick, Maryland. The third patsy they grabbed, they took to a hospital, a doctor, drugged him and killed him. It was a line in the back of the local paper that while in a straitjacket, he was fed prescription Tylenol till he died. Okay? So I would say 99% of people in the military and the police and the bomb squads are not terrorists. Okay? But there isn't really any terrorism or any bomb stuff going on. And usually it's a crazy firefighter or a crazy cop that does it. I mean, look at how many criminology cases it's somebody on the bomb squad who 10 years of never having a real bomb and blowing up shopping bags that blow out of trucks on the side of the highway, they'll go plant a bomb. And it's always back of the paper. So criminology-wise, that's who you look at. And still, it's a very small minority of them that do it. But statistically, it's a much larger minority than the public. But if you look at all of these events, that's the main suspects. And for people to go, how dare Alex Jones, Media Matters, Salon, Mediaite, Len Beck, God bless him, all of them coming out and attacking me for saying, A, they're going to blame the Tea Party or try, which then happened exactly as I said. I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's like, if I stick my hand in a red-hot fire, I'm going to get burned. I mean, it's like, okay, there's been an attack on Patriots Day. It looks staged. Preliminary stuff, there were drills. That's now been confirmed. Okay, bomb-sniffing dogs everywhere. Okay, they're having a drill. Looks like a false flag. I mean, you have groups that have done this over and over again that are saying it's going to happen with every TV show, drama, sitcom at a crescendo that the right-wingers are going to bomb everybody. They had a Family Guy that aired 2 weeks ago where the dad, who's a Tea Party guy, joins the Taliban. Again, that oxymoron, that they're still pushing it until people believe it. West Point says it. Army to crush Tea Party rebellion, Forbes, AP, Reuters. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. Now, it will make sense. Family Guy has him at a subconscious level. It's almost subliminal. We're going to play this coming up. It's up at Infowars.com. Bombing the Boston Marathon at the finish line with 2 bombs with a cell phone detonator.
American gardeners and fellow patriots, make the right choice with your money, time, and your family food supply. Choose 100% pure heirloom seeds in the Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com. Why spend more? The Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com is only $37.95 and includes 20 varieties of pure, hardy, easy-to-grow heirloom seeds. Yes, only $37.95. That's 70% less than our competitors. You could buy 3 Survival Seed Vaults for less than one of theirs. The Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com includes detailed planting and seed-saving instructions and ships same day. Plus, all orders over $49 ship free. MyPatriotSupply.com is American-owned by patriots like you, passionate about freedom and preparedness. Call now, 866-229-0927. That's 866-229-0927. Or discover more emergency preparedness items when you order at MyPatriotSupply.com. Choose the original. Choose the Survival Seed Vault at MyPatriotSupply.com.
In the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
HempUSA.org has a revolutionary wonder food for detoxing the body and rebuilding the immune system. Microplant powder can help unclog arteries and soften heart valves while removing heavy metals, virus, fungus, bacteria, and parasites. Plus, it cleans and purifies the blood, lungs, stomach, and colon. Keep your body clean with Microplant powder. Order today at 888-910-4367 or visit HempUSA.org.
Hi, this is Ted Anderson. Have you ever wondered why banks, stockbrokers, investment advisors won't talk about gold IRAs? They've been available since 1986, yet the financial industry won't recognize the value of gold for your retirement. Gold has outperformed paper investments, yet no word about IRAs. If you would like to have gold for your retirement, call 800-686-2237. Don't get left behind by rising inflation and low returns. Call 800-686-2237. Secure your future and call 1-800-686-2237.
In the U.S., 1 in every 50 homes will have a break-in this year. Burglars call it smash and grab. Police call it robbery. We call it avoidable. We are Fake TV, a simple electronic device that can fool even professional burglars. Fake TV easily plugs into any outlet and simulates the changing colors of a television. To a burglar, it looks like someone must be home watching TV, so they'll likely move on to an easier target. At only $29.95, Fake TV costs less than a month of most alarm monitoring plans and comes with free shipping. Order your Fake TV by calling 877-5-FAKE-TV or go to faketv.com. That's 877-532-5388 or faketv.com. Fake TV, the burglar deterrent.
Chance to hang out with him a few weeks ago. All right, getting back to what I was breaking down here, you can bet that they're now announcing the new security measures, TSA, troops on the streets, checkpoints, you're all suspects, and they're all, America's going to be strong and united in the face of this. And Obama's approval rating is already going up, and he's up there saying, you know, we face down the terror together, and he's the father figure. He's the guy protecting us as the big daddy. And this will be used to, across the board, take our basic liberties and our freedoms. And during the break, I was watching CNN just breathlessly. And we've got victims, and let's cut to this senator, and the senator's all smiling. It's all about the government cult getting to have everybody tune into them. Because the only time dinosaur media gets viewers or attention now is when there's a big event. And so they're all a bunch of narcissists up there and spreading the fear, but don't worry, we'll bring you a third world police state to keep you safe. And while we are distracted, while we are diverted by all of this, they are racing through the Senate now with the gun registration and psychological gun confiscation program that basically overthrows much of the Second Amendment. They're racing through with total open border legalization. And where Homeland Security has its own discretion whether to control the border at any level, which they've already opened up and are doing blanket fiat amnesty anyways. I mean, that's all on record. So we've got that going on. All of this is unfolding right now, right as they're trying to pass their whole globalist North American Union agenda, right as they're trying to get warrantless wiretapping codified into law, right as they're trying to expand all this, just like 9/11 was used to ram through the Patriot Act and all the rest of it. And when 9/11 wasn't enough to get rid of the Bill of Rights and Constitution, oh, then there was the anthrax attack that somebody could have made in a bathtub in their basement. Turned out the most weaponized U.S. government version ever. And they finally killed the third patsy to shut them up. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get to this later in the hour. But if you go up to Infowars.com, you can see all of these different videos, all these different interviews we're going to cover during the next segment, where you've got eyewitnesses openly reporting the fact that they were told it was a drill, never mind, don't mind what was happening right around the area right before the bomb went off. And there's two ways to look at that. You can say they were right on it trying to stop it. They had intel and they tried to save us. Of course, they pulled back right before the bombing happened. Or you can look at it as they were there using the drill as the cover in case some other agency or group stopped them, which is what they use the NSA for, is to make sure their false flags, other things don't get caught. And now that our own Dan Bidandi in two different press conferences with the police chief, the mayor, and the governor, our own East Coast reporter Dan Bidandi made national news just asking real questions about, hey, now there's the Huffington Post, Boston Marathon bombing brings out conspiracy theories. That means people that are willing to go, hey, there was a drill, and the police say, no, there wasn't a drill. The police chief says there was no drill. The governor says there was no drill. And then Bidandi goes up to the police after the press conference and says, was there a drill? And they say, no drill. So they're telling witnesses, there's a whole bunch of witnesses in local news. National news isn't picking it up unless they say it's a conspiracy theory. They just point at us and go, look at these weirdos bringing this up. When we were there, Bidandi was there with the Boston Globe going, they say there was a drill. And other witnesses on News 15 are saying there's a drill. What were the drills for? And they're like, nope, that didn't happen. It's just like with Dorner. We're going to burn this down. Burn that mother effer down. Bring fire. We've got the fire. Place the fire. The fire is lit. The building is burning down. Good job. It's burned down. We killed that mother. They're like, hey, conspiracy theorists, that doesn't mean what you think it said. Burn that mother effer down doesn't mean burn that mother effer down. And now we're like, hey, what were the drills? That's what any real journalist would ask. What happened? They're like, no, there was no drills. There was no drills. So, see, they're covering up. Folks, they're as guilty as a pig and you know what. Okay? They are as guilty as a pig and you know what. We'll be right back.
We're on the march. The empire's on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
Alex Jones here with a message to fellow freedom lovers. The prognosis for the entire planetary economic system runs from bad to worse. The globalist model is to shut down societies and starve patriots out until they acquiesce to the global takeover. That's why we've assembled the most vital and important preparedness items at InfoWarsShop.com. These are items that I did research on, that I personally use. We've got the Life Straw, so you can turn fetid water into safe water anywhere you go. The K-Tor hand crank generator to charge up key equipment during power outages or out in the field. Strategic Relocation, 3rd edition by Joel Skousen. When Disaster Strikes by Matthew Stein. ThyroSafe, used by Homeland Security to protect yourself during any radiological event. Hand crank shortwave AM/FM radios. Everything that we've researched and found to be the best is available at InfoWarsShop.com, and your purchase makes our InfoWar possible. We're getting prepared. Are you? InfoWarsShop.com.
You prepare by purchasing gold, food, and firearms. But if you don't have a home security system, then you're missing a critical weapon in your arsenal for home protection. When you're sleeping or away from home, who's watching out for intruders? Check out Simply Safe. It's a new do-it-yourself home security system that is completely wireless. Go to GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is independent and off the grid. It runs on battery power, so even if the grid goes down, you're protected. It's completely customizable, so you can use it in your home, business, boat, trailer, storage unit, or shed. GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is also ridiculously easy to install yourself in under 20 minutes, so there's no need to let a stranger into your home. If you move or need to relocate, you can take the system with you wherever you go. You aren't always at home, but Simply Safe will stand guard, protecting your property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Again, that's GetSimplySafe.com.
Introducing Pro One. All of your filtration in one system, portable, on the go. No more do you have 2 or 3 filters to just reduce sodium fluoride. You have a system that cuts out the sodium fluoride and up to 95% of hydrofluorosilicic acid. Advanced manufacturing technology combines silver-impregnated white ceramic with new Aquamedics advanced media for removal of fluoride and other heavy metals, all in one filter element. It is the only one that does it, and out of the gate, we have it discounted at 10% off with promo code WATER. This is the only system that in one unit helps reduce or remove pesticides, herbicides, chloramines, ammonia, and chlorine, hydrofluorosilicic acid, the most common form of fluoride not covered by other fluoride filter brands, and sodium hexafluorosilicate. Get your Pro Pure with the new Pro One filter today at InfoWarsStore.com or by calling 888-253-3139.
We now take you live
To the Central Texas Command Center.
in the heart of the resistance. You're listening to The Alex Jones Show.
My friends, we're going to open the phones up in the second hour. And then we've got Joel Skousen popping in. We've got Doug Hagmann coming on. And we've got the head of Oath Keeper, Stewart Rhodes, who's on his way to Boston for the April 19th commemorations there with Oath Keepers. We're going to be getting to all of that today with those guests popping in. And in fact, I'll open the phones up now and get to some of them by the next segment if I'm able to get to all these clips. I want to get your take on what you're witnessing. You know, let me do this. I want to hear from police. Police who've heard me on the air say they'd have these type of events and blame it on Patriot groups. And even if they end up going with a Middle Eastern group, because there's a low probability it could be a real terror group from the Middle East, that some of that does happen. Usually it's provocateured, allowed to happen, sometimes staged. We know they're going to use the crisis to take our liberties. But it could be that. But the media certainly has tried to go with 9 out of 10 times. I mean, I've been immersed in it. I know you have been as well. All the channels, all the news, that it's a Tea Party Patriot on tax day that did this. We're going to play some clips of that in a moment. Now did Salon, Media Matters, all these other White House-connected groups, did they come out and go, wow, Alex Jones is right? No, they said I was wrong to say we'd be blamed, but went on to blame us. And again, that's called Jim Jones level cultism by these authoritarians that like to basically pose as liberals. Now, Rush Limbaugh came out, it turns out, and said that they'd probably blame us after he went off air yesterday. A bunch of Michael Savage talked about it. Others did. One guy came out and immediately said I was wrong, and that was Glenn Beck. While having articles, we're going to show this to TV viewers, and I'm going to mention the headlines to radio listeners, saying they're going to blame the right wing, but I was bad to say it, though. No, I was bad to say it first. You see, I was supposed to sit there all cowardly, and I'm not supposed to speculate. I'm supposed to wait till the known lying federal government who ran Fast and Furious and other false flags they've been caught doing that killed thousands of people. You don't see them personalizing each one of those dead like they're doing these dead. I mean, they are just using this. And that's how you know when they're ready, when they script it, the way the whole thing's scripted, the crescendo of media coverage. And then you've got a drill from the start to the finish. Oh, and I forgot, Rob Dew's brother-in-law, who he argues with on a weekly basis about the New World Order and stuff, who is in military intelligence, pretty high level. You know, he's married to the guy's sister. He runs for the Team Army, for the team. I mean, he was in the official Team Army marathon truck, you know, that sometimes wins. I mean, Dew's been on vacation with him. He runs, he gets up at 3 a.m., runs 20 miles, and is, back in the, early afternoon ready for lunch. I mean, and the point is that what he heard from his wife who talked to him was, yeah, it's weird. I'm going to the hospital now. They pulled me out and said I was showing signs of dehydration right before the end of the marathon. Oh, let's get Team Army. By the way, we're going to find out because now they won't talk to us. I'm sure the word went out. I should have waited later. I just got in the heat of the moment. Was like blabbing about it on air. I should have before they figured it out and shut it down. If he never talks to Rob again, Rob Dew, we'll really know the fix was in. But if they pulled more members of Team Army, because there was a whole, quote, large truck of Army runners. You've seen them on the news, wearing the Army shirt. Hey, we're the Army. We win the marathon. And it's just bizarre. Absolutely bizarre, small world. Because Rob Dew was also part-time in a band that Joe Stack was in, who reportedly flew his plane to the IRS building in Austin. That's why the footage we released ended up being on the national news of Joe Stack, playing the guitar. And he was not even into Patriot right-wing stuff when Dew knew him a decade ago. He was just a real quiet guy, a really good guitar player who never talked, didn't talk very much. Just always showed up on time, always did a great job. And IRS took his house, ruined his life. Joe Stack might have been a real deal. You never know. And that's why there are some real deals. I mean, there is a chance, and I said this yesterday, that this could be a real deal. But you look at the media buildup, you look at the timing, you look at the demonization, the news saying right-wingers will attack sports stadiums and malls and mass shootings and bombings and police. There will be improvised explosive devices. Ex-military will bomb every department in America. They've been saying that for 4 years. We're like, that's ridiculous, unless they know something's going to happen. If somebody kept saying, somebody's going to burn down the church, and everybody's in the church of like 200. These have been real cases. Going, why do you keep saying that, Bob? I don't know. Somebody's going to burn it down. We should have insurance. Then the church burns down the next week. Who's the first person the cops go and talk to? Bob, who said somebody might burn down the church. I mean, this is 101 criminology that you've got the White House going, right-winger libertarians, anti-Obama, pro-gun people are going to blow stuff up any minute. Get ready. They're going to hurt our children. They're the new terror threat, bigger threat than al-Qaeda, who the government's giving Libya and Syria and giving heat-seeking missiles in Benghazi. I mean, this is no-brainer stuff, ladies and gentlemen. No-brainer. So here's the number for police. I want to get your take on this. 800, police only, or military, who are currently active duty. 800-259-9231, 1-800-259-9231. But as God is my witness, dude turned white. We were in the war room in there, and he goes, he's talking to his wife, who talked to her brother, who's in Army intelligence, who dude has arguments with. He's like an officer. And he goes, oh, my God. my brother-in-law was running the marathon and was there at the end when the bombing happened, but they pulled him out right before. And I go, you got to come on air right now. So literally, the break-ins from a video we were playing, I walk him in and I go, your brother was running security with the 400 troops? He goes, no. He was running it. And then you heard the story. I mean, that was like, he hung the phone up, turned white, said, I can't handle this anymore, walks in here on air. And I mean, this is like a movie, folks. This is like a movie, what's going on. And then, of course, there's a drill. And then we send Dan Bidandi to 2 different press conferences to ask about drills. And they say there are no drills. There is nothing happening. And then we're conspiracy theorists for saying it when it's in 2 local newspapers, Boston Globe, one other here in my stack, and Local 15 TV. What is that, an NBC affiliate? So, and we're going to play that clip for you. The full newscast is up on Infowars.com. It's also up on DrudgeReport.com. But do you understand the frustration of this? I mean, I study. This is what I do. I'm a leading expert. They've had university books written in England and the United States. They have university classes on what I cover. They've got top, I'm not bragging. I mean, no one else seems to study this except the people that are doing it. And I sit here like a private detective watching this, studying this, interviewing, former Italian presidents and former, number 3 in the Japanese government and former, European Union officials who are in the former head of the former German defense minister, Andres von Bülow. I want to get him back on. Wrote the book, CIA Stage 9/11. And he was in the meetings. I mean, he's high level. It's a fact they were involved. I mean, I'm fully immersed in this, okay? And sure, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But I don't go with that mindset. I'm actually looking at this, hoping this, I'm sad it happened, but hoping it's a real grassroots deal, because then it's not the government doing it, because that's 100 times worse, folks. We try to prove that it's an organic operation. Joe Stack, 60% chance he probably did it, because they just ruined his life, took everything he had, and he just flipped out and said, you're getting nothing, I'm burning down the house, and I'm coming after you. Now, there was a lot of bizarre Defense Department connections to where he had his plane and stuff, but look, all I know is they use this to get our liberties. So there was a drill from start to finish, and they don't want to talk about it, and they're calling it a conspiracy theory. Just like they said the first day they ignored it. I mean, we're there watching it. As they start surrounding him, I shoot a YouTube video, upload it, time-stamped, and say they're going to probably burn him down, that standard operating procedure. An hour later, they burn him down. Then the audio all gets recorded of 6 different groups saying we're going to burn him down. And then they say you're a conspiracy theorist. How dare you, Alex Jones? They said that, but it doesn't mean that. Some media said they just didn't say that, talking to you like you're stupid. 800-259-9231. We're going to go to phone calls after I play these clips. But let's first go to Dan Bidandi. There's 2 different press conferences in the evening and then late at night. This became national news. They shut the press conference down with the governor when he got the first question in and wouldn't shut up about false flags. And he says, no, there was no false flag. And in the other press conference, he says, were there drills? What was happening with the exercise? And they just said, we had no prior knowledge. There was no exercise. So there was an exercise. That's in the Boston Globe. That's in the other local paper. And it's in News 15, but buried. And there's witnesses all over the place. And Rob Dew's brother-in-law, they come up and go, oh, you need to go to the hospital. And he's like, why? Well, we just think you're sick. They let you urinate on yourself, vomit, crawl across the finish line, but they pull him out, and then minutes later there's a bombing at the finish line, okay? And there's 400 troops there. The image of troops and the wreckage. We're being acclimated to all this. And now they're saying troops are going to be everywhere. I've always told you, don't be part of drills, because most of the time it isn't a staged attack. But when there is an attack, it's a drill. It's always a drill. Because when they get caught with the bombs, this happened before, they always say, in Gladio, the Russians have been caught, NATO's been caught, they say, oh, I'm part of a drill. Because 99% of the police aren't part of it. It was a drill. on 7/7, where they told the young Muslims, be part of a drill for the UK, your good liberal school teacher Muslims, and they blew them up, folks, on the train and on the bus. And one guy figured it out and was running, and they executed him in Canary Wharf. And then that was taken out of the newspaper with a D notice. A federal emergency notice had that removed. Witnesses saw them, they gunned down several guys, chased them down and gunned them down, you know, right there in front of a tourist district because they figured out what happened. And I'm telling you, do not be part of a drill. If you're police, if you're military, they're getting ready to say military are terrorists. All they do is tell military intelligence has been sheep-dipped into domestic operations. Hey, you're now going to go be part of this drill, carry this and simulate being a terrorist. And most of the time, they're not going to do it. But let me tell you, 1 out of 100 drills or so, they're going to blow it up. Or they're going to tell you leave it, and then you're going to get arrested. You're going to get drugged up. You're going to get tortured. You're going to get electroshock therapy until you go before the military tribunal and say that you bombed the Sears Tower, or you bombed the mall, or you bombed the school. I'm going to tell you, it's just like Arlington Road. The professor's trying to stop it, and they trick him to run, you know, to be on the news and then run into the parking garage when it goes off. I mean, they're telling you how they do it right there, okay? I'm getting chills. And I told you this was going to happen yesterday before it happened. Let's go to Dan Bidandi at one of the press conferences. This is confronting the governor. Here it is.
Have you taken any questions?
Oh, sir, why are the loudspeakers telling people in New York to be calm moments before the bomb went off? Is this another false flag-stage attack to take our civil liberties, for homeland security, or sticking a hand down on the kids on the streets?
No. Next question.
You have said that there's no suspect.
In the morning, the medical people are compiling that as we speak.
Again, why are we speaking telling people to be calm?
Characterizing the act of terrorism, extent of the injuries.
Main point of focus right now.
Again, why are we talking about speakers telling people to be calm before the bomb went off? I want to answer that question.
Currently in your search for additional devices, are you searching the entire room?
The investigation is in the area that the governor mentioned.
Why was it bomb going off?
Are there any unaccounted for people? If so, how is it?
We're actually working very closely with the families right now. We're going through those right now.
Why was people being told prior?
9:30 tomorrow morning will be the next briefing. Thank you.
The bombs going off the same
Go right there.
That's a false flag, gentlemen.
All right.
This is Piers Morgan Live.
And that was the initial video we got off Fox News. I actually, driving home last night, heard local news playing clips of the press conference. It was crystal clear. And Bidandi was there with his mic, flagged InfoWars, up on the podium. As soon as he can get that uploaded to YouTube, we'll have better quality for you. But that totally flipped out the media, and it's called conspiracy theory. Now, here's Bidandi earlier talking to the governor and commissioner as well, asking about the bombing and drills. Here's that clip.
Hey guys, Leanne McAdoo here at the Austin, Texas InfoWars News Center. Our East Coast reporter Dan Bidandi is on the scene, and he was able to get in this question at the news conference.
We are looking at all of that right now. That's one of the investigative steps that we're taking.
They said they were doing drills this morning for the same exact thing that happened on BostonGlobe.com. Now, were you guys given any warning ahead of time of this taking place?
As I said earlier, there was no specific intelligence. We certainly increase posture around a big event like this. All of those things happened in preparation for this event, but there was no specific intelligence that anything was going to happen.
Now, we've got that story on our
All right, that's good. The full clip's up on Infowars.com right now. And again, Bidandi was able to talk to police again, and they said, no drills, no nothing. But you noticed there was no specific intelligence. Oh, really? You didn't know that satchel the guys placed had real explosives in it? You didn't know that? So we're going to be going over all of this now. Now, here's the coach. This is the shorter clip. The full clip's up on Infowars.com. DrudgeReport.com also has it. Coach, bomb-sniffing dogs, spotters on roofs before explosions. And then in the very area, they kept making announcements to the participants, do not worry, it's just a training exercise, kind of like 9/11. Stay at your desk, everything's fine. Or just over and over again, the Aurora shooting, it's fine, it's just a drill. Let's go ahead and now go to that clip.
At the start line this morning, they had bomb spotters on the roofs of the building, and they had bomb-sniffing dogs coming up and down at the start line. And Melanie said there was bomb-sniffing dogs at the finish line. But they kept making announcements saying to the participants, do not worry, this is just a training exercise. Well, evidently, I don't believe they were just having a training exercise. I think they must have known, they must have had some kind of threats or suspicions called in.
No kidding. And again, they're lying about that. That is undoubted. And again, we're breaking the real news. We're forcing the real issues out in the open. We're engaged in real journalism. So I salute Dan Badandi. At both press conferences, he got the first questions down and out, and they just shut the press conferences down. I mean, they were going to grandstand for an hour. You know they were. And the press still had more questions. But Badandi was there going, you were running a drill. You were running a drill. Boston Globe, you were running a drill. You were running a drill. And the governor looked like he was about to have a heart attack and looked so angry. And the media's like, the governor was angry that such stupid questions would be asked. Of course there was no drill. In fact, it's the media that denies it for them. There was no drill. There were no police dogs. There were nothing. It was, everything's fine. Now, up on Infowars.com, the Family Guy, and this aired Sunday, first aired back in March, where the Boston Marathon is bombed with not one but two bombs by the Family Guy, the Tea Party guy, at the Boston Marathon at the finish with two bombs.
Is this the year you finally get serious about your family's drinking water? If so, keep listening for a special offer from Big Berkey Water Filters. Did you know that over 60% of municipal water is fluoridated? Berkey Water Filters distinguish themselves from many other filtration systems with the capability to significantly reduce dangerous chlorine, fluoride, arsenic, and disinfection byproducts from municipal water via the Black Berkey and PF line of filters. Then there's affordability. At only 1.7 cents per gallon, Berkey Water Filters purify treated and untreated water, even stagnant pond water. Stop and think how much money you could save by simply reducing buying bottled water and using water filtered by your Berkey water filter. No need to be constantly replacing expensive filters with a Berkey. A single set of filters can last for 5 to 10 years. Choose the best size Berkey for your needs at BigBerkeyWaterFilters.com. And right now, all GCN listeners get 5% off all ceramic filter systems. Just call 1-877-99-BERKEY. That's 877-99-BERKEY or visit BigBerkeyWaterFilters.com. Free shipping on every order over $50. Big Berkey Water Filters, for the love of clean water.
Devastating events like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, or the threat of martial law have highlighted the need for Americans to prepare for emergencies. As a result, millions are stockpiling food, gold, and weapons. But how will these items help if you or one of your loved ones becomes ill? Supernatural Silver is the ultimate tool to prepare you for a medical emergency. Supernatural Silver is a natural antibiotic that is uniquely effective against bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus, and is remarkable for wound care. Taken internally or used topically, it can help keep you safe from deadly pathogens. Supernatural Silver has over 500 different uses and a long-term shelf life, making it the #1 choice of preppers across the country. To find out how this amazing new technology can help you be prepared, go to supernaturalsilver.com. Use the promo code PREPARED for 20% off your entire order and like us on Facebook.
Gardeners, here comes another growing season, but don't use last year's soil. Maximize yields in your survival garden with EM1 from Terraganics. EM1 is an organic soil conditioner, fertilizer amendment, and compost accelerant that provides a broad spectrum of beneficial microorganisms, enzymes, trace minerals, vitamins, and various organic acids. EM1 helps regulate the soil's pH level and its soil microbes, improving moisture retention and drought tolerance. Remember last year's dry conditions? EM1 from Terraganics is safe, chemical-free, and certified for use on all organic farms. It improves plant quality, size, color, flavor, and gives up to 20% more nutrient value in fruits and vegetables and greatly increases shelf life. And EM1 is so simple to use, just mix with water and apply. This year, prepare your crisis garden for maximum yields with EM1 from Terraganics.com. Order now at TerraGanix.com or call toll-free 866-369-3678. That's 866-369-3678. Terraganics, life's getting better.
All right, folks, Alex Jones here, back live. The toll-free number to join us is 800-259-9231. We have Tom, who's a police officer, he says, in Iowa. Ben, who says he was IDF counterterror. That's Israeli Defense Force. And Anthony, Oregon, who is the Army. And I want to get your take into the bottom of the next hour. Then Joel Skousen, who is a real terrorism expert, in my view. He's going to be joining us. Doug Hagmann as well, who was telling me off air and on air Monday. It's imminent. And then I got to talk to one of his federal sources. And by the way, I have federal sources. A lot of people find that hard to believe. I know the federal government's full of people that don't like what's happening, and there's really no discipline up there right now. That's why so much of this can come out, because the rest of the Secret Service and people are off with hookers doing drugs, and then the good guys are sitting there just not knowing what to do. That's why they're prosecuting whistleblowers, trying to scare people now. And then Stewart Rhodes of Oath Keepers is going to be popping in. It's a jam-packed transmission. We have free video feeds and audio feeds at Infowars.com/listen. And even if you're watching right now, post it to your Facebook, your Twitter. We'll retweet out there. But Family Guy, to be specific, and I'm going to your calls. In one episode, he runs over people at the finish line of the Boston Marathon, and then he detonates 2 bombs. So that's the clip that's up on Infowars.com. And my issue is, Doug Hagmann of the X-Files came to me, and he said, you know that episode where the government flies a hijacked jet in the World Trade Center, a criminal element, to basically set up a police state? The CIA planted that story on us and asked us to put that in 6 months before 9/11. And I mean, it's just incredible where they're going to blame Afghanistan for it and stuff. Why? I mean, is it coincidence? That's up on Infowars.com right now. But let's go to, who's up first here? Who's been holding the longest? Let's go to Ben in Mass, who says he's been with the IDF counterterror. Then we'll go to Tom and Anthony. Ben, what do you think about what's going on?
Okay, I'm a longtime listener. Enjoy the show very much. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, a few quick points, and I'll just let you run with it. Number one, false flag subversion can be used to undermine faith in the government. There are many factions in competition with each other. Not all roads lead to the White House. The right hand does not necessarily know what the left hand is doing. This reminds me of Benghazi in many ways. Sometimes cops are not cops. There are units that can wear any kind of uniform to do the operation.
Absolutely, yep.
This may be an attack on Obama. There will be additional suspects at large. That will bring the information to really know what's up. Also, the Hawk Survive to Thrive broadcast from Thursday, April 11th may have some significance. There's a lot of information in that show, and I think we should all listen to it.
What did they say? Shadows of this, or?
Yes. He said it's about to go wild weasel. He was talking about OTMs crossing the border, the Mexican border, talking about Ahmed Rodriguez and Ahmed,
Oh, you're talking about a real right-wing triple false flag, letting real Muslims in to do a terror attack to point out that Obama's turning the whole world over to Muslims?
Right, like Benghazi, to destroy his credibility.
But why would Obama order the stand-down of the Joint Chiefs and CENTCOM if it was a setup of Obama on Benghazi?
Could be that the Joint Chiefs are just incompetent and they're partying like everyone else. I mean, the security forces are just sucking up money. They don't seem to be doing anything, really, and we're not safe. So that may be another message we're supposed to receive from this event.
Yeah, I will say that most of the giant spy network that's in the U.S. now go around bragging that they're spies and driving around in black SUVs. I mean, it's ridiculous. It is totally ridiculous. But, I mean, do you have any specifics on this, or is this your gut from watching this event?
I don't have intel as far as people.
Are you currently in counterterrorism in the Israeli Defense Force?
No, sir. I'm out of the game. It's all so corrupt and rotten.
I would imagine. Listen, thanks for calling in. We're going to come back with police officers.
This is GCN, the Genesis Communications Radio Network.
You may be arrested and/or subject to other police action.
Tyranny is here. The grim future foretold in 1984 has become reality.
It really says that the state is God.
The United States is now recognized globally as one of the most oppressive police states on Earth. This film conclusively proves the existence of a secret network of FEMA camps, now being expanded nationwide. This documentary exposes how the continuity of government program has established an all-powerful shadow state. Police State 4 chronicles the sickening depths to which our republic has fallen. Prepare to enter the secretive world of emergency dictatorship, body scanners, sound cannons, citizen spies, stage terror, and cameras on every street corner. It's only the beginning of the New World Order's hellish plan. The police state isn't coming. It's here. Secure your copy today at Infowars.com or see it online in the highest quality at PrisonPlanet.tv.
Waging war on corruption. Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
All right, we're into hour number 2. I want to go quickly to Army and police. That Army guy I was going to next, he just hung up. 800-259-9231. I want to get your take on what you've seen. Coming up, I'm going to play clips. They're openly trying to say the Tea Party did it, as I told you they would do. Now, that doesn't mean that's not who they won't ultimately blame, but we called it first, and it's not hard to call it. Let's go ahead and go to Tom, who is a police officer in Iowa. What is your take on all this, Tom?
God bless you, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
God bless you and the crew for risking your lives, breaking the real news. I salute you. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years. This was absolutely a false flag. I'm just wondering when they're going to bring their Adam Lanza or James Holmes out and try their truth serum that is totally fake drug. I'm just wondering when they're going to bring out their next patsy that is DARPA program, all drugged up on Prozac, Zoloft. But I have a hint that this patsy's probably going to be a patriot extremist. Never know what kind of characters they have in their programs. So I'm thinking they will find them, take them to jail, frame them like the Batman shooter. White House is pissed.
You know what, Tom? Your phone broke up there. Are you on a hands-free or go ahead and try again? You were talking about, their DARPA programs. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm just wondering when they bring out their next patsy that is in the DARPA program, all drugged up on Prozac, Zoloft. But I have a hint that this patsy's probably going to be a patriot extremist. Never know what kind of character they have in their programs. So I'm thinking they will find him, take him to jail, frame him like the Batman shooter or the Sandy Hook's hoax.
Yeah, all they do is keep you on Halcyon, one pill they use to extract wisdom teeth to drug you up. You don't even know who you are when they're ripping your teeth out. They just give you a couple of those every day and give you a couple extra when you go before the trial, and you'll say that you're a monkey's uncle. You'll say that you're King Kong. You'll say that you're, Popeye. I mean, and now they're saying that they're drugging Holmes for the trial, and he's obviously bombed out of his brain. They could grab me and put me on it and roll me out to say I did whatever they want. I mean, you're absolutely right. But, hey, what about every TV show saying right-wingers are going to blow stuff up, building up? It's so obvious that's when they're about to do it, is when they run 6 months of that. That's the biggest thing right there, is the entire propaganda operation. What do you say to that?
Absolutely. They got Pillsbury Doughboy getting pat-downs. Pretty soon, they're just trying to get us our mindset for having the Army right here out on the roads.
That's it. Now, when you talk to other police that you know, are they starting to wake up?
Yes, sir.
What do you think of the state police? That's a feedback there. What do you think of the state police coming out and saying, hey, we're in meetings with the feds asking if we'll arrest Christians en masse? I mean, how creepy is this getting?
It's terrible. Pretty soon, we're just all going to be in FEMA camps.
Well, I hope that's not the case. God bless you. By the way, I talked to Eric Muller, Mancow, this morning. I was on via phone on his #1 TV show, simulcast radio show in Chicago. And he said, listen, yesterday I got photos of this. By the way, ask Rob Dew about it. I told him to send them there. I talked to his producer. He's driving along and sees an Army truck with blonde-haired, blue-eyed dummies, bags, with bullet holes in them and dirt falling out. So he follows it to a gas station when they pull off, and he goes over and talks to the Army troops, and they go, yeah, no, we were at an exercise preparing for civil unrest. And, of course, you have the targets of 5-year-olds they're shooting. You have the admission of those drills. But he said reportedly they sent him to Rob Dew, guys. I forgot to tell you about that. He's got photos of a truck full of the dummies. with like, you know, wigs on them of like blonde-haired women. And again, my issue is it's always, quote, white Al-Qaeda. And now the state police have come out going, yeah, we're being asked, will we go to take only the Christians' guns? I mean, it's like, will you arrest only the Jews? I mean, it's just pure tyranny. We're going to come back with Dave, Brian, Craig, and others.
In the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
Now that we have moved into the winter season, there is an increased need to support our immunity and health. At Silver Lungs, we are committed to meeting your needs by providing a full selection of silver-based products. Our most popular silver-based products are the 32-ounce Nano Silver Solutions, our 2-ounce Nano Silver Nasal Applicators, as well as our all-natural silver soaps. Just released is our 100% natural silver gel. Our new silver gel is not based on synthetic gelling agents, which quickly evaporate and leave the silver at the surface. But rather, we have formulated our silver gel using the natural skin-nourishing chemistry of aloe vera to quickly penetrate and nourish the skin, while delivering the silver more effectively. Visit www.silverlungs.com and click on our store page to find what silver-based products are best for you. That's www.silverlungs.com.
Devastating events like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, or the threat of martial law have highlighted the need for Americans to prepare for emergencies. As a result, millions are stockpiling food, gold, and weapons. But how will these items help if you or one of your loved ones becomes ill? Supernatural Silver is the ultimate tool to prepare you for a medical emergency. Supernatural Silver is a natural antibiotic that is uniquely effective against bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus, and is remarkable for wound care. Taken internally or used topically, it can help keep you safe from deadly pathogens. Supernatural Silver has over 500 different uses and a long-term shelf life, making it the #1 choice of preppers across the country. To find out how this amazing new technology can help you be prepared, go to supernaturalsilver.com. Use the promo code PREPARED for 20% off your entire order and like us on Facebook.
Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now into hour number 2 on this 16th day of April 2013. Coming up, popping in, Joel Skousen, a World Affairs Brief, really an expert on terrorism. Doug Hagmann, also an expert on terrorism, Northeast Intelligence Network, joining us. And then Stewart Rhodes, who's actually driving on his way to Boston right now for the Oath Keepers event on the 19th, the law enforcement and police military organization that swears to uphold the Bill of Rights and Constitution that they swore an oath to. How incredibly evil that the media has been demonizing and claiming might be involved in terrorism with no evidence. He's going to be joining us as well. So a jam-packed 2 hours coming up. If your station just joined us, if you go to Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com, we have local witnesses on local TV saying they were running a drill, saying, don't worry, it's only part of a drill, with bomb-sniffing dogs. My reporter, Rob Dew, his brother-in-law, who's in Army intelligence and part of the official Army marathon team, was pulled out, quote, for dehydration and sent to the hospital. They came and pulled him out. He thought it was weird. They pulled him out. He was up near the front at the end of the race when the bomb went off. They pulled him out right before. Very, very bizarre. And they're trying to deny that even went on. They're trying to deny that there was a drill or that their guys were on the roofs. So very suspicious. And I've told you, I've seen troops on the streets, TSA checkpoints where I live. They're saying, get ready for the Tea Party to bomb America, which is the last thing the Tea Party would ever do. We know the globalists staged Oklahoma City. I'm in the film A Noble Lie that we sell. That has police officers there talking about the feds planning the bombs. Eyewitnesses to the fact that this very attorney general, who was deputy attorney general at the time, was involved in a cover-up. This is the same attorney general that ran Fast and Furious that's killed thousands of people. Some numbers are 400. That's the most conservative. The most numbers are over 2,000. They run false flags. They've given 10,000 heat-seeking missiles to al-Qaeda. Saudi Arabia has been given control of Libya and Syria. Our government and NATO are backing them. So they're saying on one hand it could be al-Qaeda, and then saying Iran could be involved when Iran and al-Qaeda are at each other's throats, one Shiite, one Sunni. And then on the other hand, I'm about to play a bunch of clips and then go to your phone calls here. David, Brian, Craig, all of you, John, Eddie, we're going to get to all of you. Police, military, I want to hear from you on this. We have people that were at the marathon. Brian was at the marathon. We'll go to him first. Eddie, friend is a Fed, has intel. We're going to get to all of you. Just have your point quickly ready. But here's the deal. They want to use this to turn America into a police state. Okay, and that's who stands to gain. It's bigger than Obama. And they've been gearing up for this to happen. And that's why they're the prime suspects. That is somebody inside the shadow government. Because they've been caught doing it before. They stand to gain from it. And we've been predicting it. And you've seen the incredible buildup and propaganda in every drama, every sitcom, every police show that the Tea Party is going to blow up public events. Just every show. I turn on TV, you see it. Shows about remaking houses inject it somehow into nonfiction shows. I mean, it's just everywhere. Everywhere. It's the full demonization. And the police are being told, prepare to mass arrest Christians. That's in mainstream news, Fox News. And it seems crazy. That's all coming out now. Okay, are they getting ready? You know, piquing everybody's entrance like a whodunit, Agatha Christie, whodunit. Oh, is it the Muslims? And notice it's Muslims, right-wing. There's only two groups. It's right-wingers and Muslims. It's right-wingers and al-Qaeda. See, now they're flipping the script from al-Qaeda to right-wingers. They may go ahead and say it's al-Qaeda. But the point is they're already introducing right-winger Tea Party is the same as al-Qaeda. Gun owner, same as al-Qaeda. Regardless, this is the psych warfare event. And I said it and was demonized. I said it within 2 minutes of it being announced yesterday in Overdrive with Richard Belzer, right at 3 o'clock Central when all this stuff happened, right at 4 Eastern. I said it, and within minutes, Salon, document cam shot, please. Within minutes. For TV viewers, you can watch us right now. Free streams at Infowars.com/listen. Okay, so here's the document cam right here. Alex Jones, Boston explosion, a government conspiracy. And I said it will be a false flag to be blamed on the Tea Party and expand TSA reach. Now, that was my tweets. That's what I said on air. And they love the fact that one of the people tweeting for me did a typo, so it's real funny for them. You try doing a radio show and tweeting. Here's the blaze. With absolutely no evidence, Alex Jones calls Boston Marathon a false flag. Okay, they actually have my tweet. I said, our hearts go out to all those that have been hurt or killed, but the FBI has been behind virtually every domestic event, and I linked to the New York Times actually saying that. Doesn't matter. Then later, the Blaze came out an hour later and said they're going to blame right wing. So instead of saying I'm right, and I'm not at odds with the Blaze. They're always doing this to me, okay? Now, look who he's with, the George Soros media-ite. Alex Jones declares Boston a false flag operation, FBI behind every terror plot. No, I linked to the New York Times saying that, and I'm about to show you. So, again, act like only I said it and find a picture of me wearing camo that I wear maybe once a month to make it look like I'm in the militia, which there's nothing wrong with that. Here you go. CNN national security analyst. Now, see, I'm a kook for saying this, but 1 hour later, CNN national security analyst warns of right-wing extremists behind Boston bombings. Boom. And we have a video clip of that we're going to in a minute. Axelrod, top White House minion, operative in the media. Obama thinks Boston bombings could be related to tax day, a Patriot group. Oh, I thought I was a kook. I thought I was wrong. Salon, Media-ite, Media Matters, Glenn Beck. Look at this. Real Clear Politics. sink saying, you know, it could be a right-wing guy. The Young Turks. CNN, right-wing extremists to blame for explosions. WorldNet Daily. Boston Marathon explosions already being blamed on the right from the blaze. Well, wait a minute. I thought without any proof I said that was going to happen. I mean, I thought I'm a bad guy. But then right there, you again, just come on, man. We're in the same trench. Stop doing this to me. Boston Marathon, the initial theories. London Independent, they predict it's right-wing extremists. Boom, I'm right again. Irish Examiner, right-wing. Expert says right-wing terrorists most likely have bombed Boston. That's how you demonize your political opposition. You bomb stuff, blame it on them. Can't beat them fair and square, stage a bombing, blame them. Without facts, pundits spread rumors and blame Boston bombing on the government. CBS News. What do you mean without facts? There's a drill, but you claim I claim there's a drill. CNN national security analyst warns of right-wing extremists behind Boston bombings. Town Hall. Boom. Breitbart. Same headline. Wolf Blitzer. Okay, so let's get it established. I said they would do this, not because I have a big brain. It's a no-brainer. Then I'm going to your phone calls. And then I'm wrong when it all comes true. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they are setting up to have these all over the country. If we accept this, get into the fear, the media's hyping it, this is the whole paradigm shift to go into total martial law to stop the Tea Party bombing everybody and to get Republicans to apologize for what the Tea Party's done. If they blame it on the Tea Party and Republicans apologize, it's over. Total communist takeover run by foreign offshore banks. We've got to understand they stand to gain from this. They have the history. They did Fast and Furious. Now, let's play a few of these clips and then go to your calls. Here's Bill O'Reilly last night saying, hey, Patriots Day, just saying. Here it is.
So far, no one has claimed responsibility for the attack. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but this week marks the anniversary of attacks in Oklahoma City, Columbine, Colorado, and Virginia Tech. Also, the Waco assault in 1993.
Okay, so there's O'Reilly doing his job. BBC, here's BBC saying it 1 hour after the attacks, minutes after I said it, saying they blame us. Here's BBC.
And the other thing I think I'd say is that if this does turn out to be terrorism, don't immediately jump to conclusions about who's responsible. There's some... It's more than rumour, it's chatter from within the intelligence services that suggests that it might not be what one's mind perhaps leaps to of Islamic radicals, but that it could be homegrown extremists who, of course, have attacked in the past within America.
Indeed, one recalls the Oklahoma bomb, of course, which was attributed initially to Islamic terrorists and turned out to be homegrown. Yes, exactly, and there's reports that happened on the night, and I'm saying reports because I just haven't had time to check it out, that happened also on Patriot Day, which is today, the first Monday in April. So that might have a special significance. And we know that the Homeland Security have...
Oh, thank God for Homeland Security. Let's never look at Homeland Security. I mean, security services for hundreds of years have been famous for staging their own bombings and shootings to take control. They're always the #1 culprit taught in mainline criminology and history books. But Alex Jones said, hey, they're running a drill and told people be calm before it happened, and we're pulling members of the Army running team out to protect them right before it happened. Oh, Alex Jones says they're going to blame the right wing, which they're doing. He's bad. Let's go to the Young Turks talking about it, and then we'll go to break and come back with your calls. Here's the Young Turks.
Some who believe it might be right-wing terrorists. That suspicion is also understandable. Let me give you a sense of why. First of all, it was tax day. Second of all... All
right, let's move on from him. I want to get to Chris Matthews. Let's go to Chris Matthews here trying to blame us. Again, I said they do this.
It's Patriots Day. It's the Marathon Day. It's the Kennedy Library always up there. And also, as you pointed out, I just forgot because I filed already that it's filing day for the federal income tax, which does cause some emotions around the country, sometimes in the wrong parts of the brain. Anyway, thank you, Congressman Keating, for joining us from Massachusetts. Well, Michael, tax day today. That came
that's
up.
Enough. Get it off there. And I've got more and more clips, and then I've got Glenn Beck saying, how dare I say they'd blame the right wing. I mean, obviously that was going to happen. And again, I expect it from George Soros groups. And I still, Olive Branch, God bless you, fine. If you think you're going to be safe with these people, because they're guaranteed going to do stuff and blame it on you, Glenn. They're guaranteed. They've already done it to me before. They're going to, in mass shootings, you name it, they're going to go look on a computer. If the person ever visited your website, they're going to blame you. And I'll be there protecting you when it happens, because I'm not a scumbag. We're going to come back with police and military. Then we've got Joel Scalzo. Stay there. David, John, Brian, Eddie, Craig. We're going to Brian, who was at the marathon when we come back. Stay with us. Caller, straight ahead.
You've heard about our MRE smorgasbord. Now, Long Life Food Depot introduces the most unique, safe, and longest-lasting way to stash emergency food, the Eat Pod. Most survival food products recommend an ideal storage environment, including low temps, low moisture, and low oxygen. If you're storing in a basement, too humid, garages and attics, too hot. But the waterproof, double-walled, high-density polyethylene patent-pending Eat Pod is a unique rollaway food bunker that creates the perfect conditions, can be buried up to 30 feet, and can keep your survival food supply safe, secure, dry, and virtually undetectable for 25 years or more. Get full details on the Eat Pod at eatpod.com, spelled EATPOD.com, or call 800-601-2833. That's 800-601-2833. The Eat Pod from Long Life Food Depot. Since 1983, sending real food to your real future.
For those who know the benefits of silver, for those who know the healing history of silver, and for those who want to be prepared, now there's Silver Gauze, a nylon elastic wrap with silver bonded to each individual fiber. Silver Gauze is a long-lasting, washable, and reusable must-have for any emergency kit. Get yours today at silvergauze.com, spelled silver, Gauze.com. Silver Gauze is what your emergency kit is missing.
Hi, this is Ted Anderson. Have you ever wondered why banks, stockbrokers, investment advisors won't talk about gold IRAs? They've been available since 1986, yet the financial industry won't recognize the value of gold for your retirement. Gold has outperformed paper investments, yet no word about IRAs. If you would like to have gold for your retirement, call 800-686-2237. Don't get left behind by rising inflation and low returns. Call 800-686-2237. Secure your future and call 1-800-686-2237.
Introducing Pro One. All of your filtration in one system, portable, on the go. No more do you have 2 or 3 filters to just reduce sodium fluoride. You have a system that cuts out the sodium fluoride and up to 95% of hydrofluorosilicic acid. Advanced manufacturing technology combines silver-impregnated white ceramic with new Aquamedics advanced media for removal of fluoride and other heavy metals, all in one filter element. It is the only one that does it, and out of the gate, we have it discounted at 10% off with promo code WATER. This is the only system that in one unit helps reduce or remove pesticides, herbicides, chloramines, ammonia, and chlorine, hydrofluorosilicic acid, the most common form of fluoride not covered by other fluoride filter brands, and sodium hexafluorosilicate. Get your Pro Pure with the new Pro One filter today at InfoWarsStore.com or by calling 888-253-3139.
Hello, this is Ty Bollinger, author of the best-selling book, Cancer, Step Outside the Box. I want you to know some very important information. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan requested that Carnivora be sent directly to the White House at a time when only the president could obtain this world-class healer. Now, 27 years later, Carnivora capsules are used around the world to keep people healthy. Now you can protect yourself and your loved ones in this age of superbugs with 17 naturally occurring compounds that instinctively respond to abnormal cells only without harming a single normal cell. If you want to stay healthy, now's your chance to literally wake up your critical immune cells to attack harmful invaders that don't belong in your body. Call 1-866-VENUS-FLY or order from carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. That's 1-866-836-8735, 1-866-VENUS-FLY, or visit carnivora.com. Protect your immune system. It's the only one you've got.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we know they're going to exploit this crisis either way. I have predicted it up one side, down the other. I believe they're going to try to blame it on domestic groups, maybe even claim domestic groups are working with Al-Qaeda, because that's been in this bizarre new script they've been putting out. This is all scripted, designed to target low-grade morons that are the general public, unfortunately. Now, I'm going to go to your phone calls now. And then I've got a big data dump of info coming up in the next segment. We'll continue with calls. Dan Badani's going to be popping in. So is Joel Scalzo. So is the head of Oath Keepers, Stewart Rhodes, today. But without further ado, Brian in Mass says you were at the marathon. Thank you for calling in today. Glad you're okay, or hope you're okay. What can you tell us, sir?
Well, thanks, Alex, for putting me on the show here today. I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I want to do is, I don't know if I have bad luck or not. I'm actually originally from Connecticut. I actually work at Newtown High School. I'm a coach there, but my girlfriend lives up here, and she goes to BU, and I decided to do the 5K run before, the day before the Boston Marathon they do, and it was the same exact, pretty much run down there by the finals. So I kind of ran down there the day before, running by all that stuff, which was kind of pretty eerie. But where it happened, where I was about 1.5 miles from where it ended on Beacon, and I didn't hear the bombs where I were, but my girlfriend's roommate was down there a little bit closer, and she heard everything, and it was just incredible. And just to relate back to the Sandy Hook thing, and I've been doing a lot of research there, been listening to YouTube for a while, and everything is just going, everything's just twisted, and everything's kind of just bringing itself together. All these false flag events are really, the same feeling from Sandy Hook I'm getting here now, and it was hard to sleep last night.
Well, look, I mean, this is a global corporate empire. It's got to have events to keep control of the people, and I'm just glad they didn't kill more people to sell their police state. But it's not going well for them, just like the underwear bomber. The government got the guy on the plane. We broke that here, and later it came out in Congress that, indeed, they ordered him to be allowed on the plane, and that everybody said he was drugged up. So I'm glad you're okay. Good to hear from you. And let's go to the next caller here. Let's go to Eddie in Texas. Says his friend is a Fed, has intel. Eddie, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, I was just sitting here, and a buddy of mine, he has a federal job, and he told me, I got to stop by your shop. And I said, sure, why not? So he comes over here, and he tells me, we talk about the bombing and whatnot, and then he tells me, okay, there's reasons I can't give you, but I feel bad if I didn't give you a warning. Buy as much ammo as you can. The only thing I can tell you is buy as much ammo as you can. His friend in the Pentagon he will not give me any critical information as to why, but he just told me buy as much ammo as you can, double it. I don't care if you have 21 shotguns or whatever, you double that by the end of the month.
Wow, so you talked to your source, and he said his friend at the Pentagon just said get as much ammo as you can.
That's exactly what he said, and I told him, did they declare martial law in Boston? He said, no, they declared a state of emergency. It's different. And I said, well, I heard different things, and he said, all I'm going to tell you and all I'm authorized to tell you is the same thing I've been telling you. Buy more ammo. And he told me,
I mean, absolutely. Look, the state police came out in Colorado last week and said, we've been told to prepare to confiscate the guns of Christians only. I mean, right there, the whole government should be arrested. I mean, and then Fox News reports, yeah, the Army's being told evangelicals and Catholics and other Christians are in with Al-Qaeda, and they're listed as extremists. I mean, it's an authoritarian takeover. And we're going to get Joel Scalzon's take on this. He's always thinking it's more down the road, but they can always move timetables up when they're behind. I mean, you've got all the North Korea craziness going on, the Iran craziness, and maybe they're testing us right now, but we're going to find out. Thank you, Eddie. Let's talk to Dave, who's in the Marine Corps. Dave, what is your take on all this?
How you doing, Alex?
I'm not doing too good. I mean, have I not been saying? I mean, when every show says the Tea Party's going to blow up public events, I mean, that's pre-programming. I mean, I've seen them do this before. This looks bad. Go ahead. What do you think's happening?
I'm going to tell you exactly what's happening. Martial law is coming in a couple of days. The next thing is, in the video, 2 seconds before the blast, in intel, the lady with the black shirt, black shorts, she's the last one to cross the finish line before the bombs goes off. The four first letters are 1979. That is very important. Every historical event in 1979 leads up to what has started in January and leads up to December. Margaret Thatcher, she became Prime Minister in 79. Iran with the hostages in 1979. Also, you have in 1979.
Hold on, stay there. Joel Scalzon's coming up. I want you to be able to finish.
We're on the march. The empire's on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
You prepare by purchasing gold, food, and firearms. But if you don't have a home security system, then you're missing a critical weapon in your arsenal for home protection. When you're sleeping or away from home, who's watching out for intruders? Check out Simply Safe. It's a new do-it-yourself home security system that is completely wireless. Go to GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is independent and off the grid. It runs on battery power, so even if the grid goes down, you're protected. It's completely customizable, so you can use it in your home, business, boat, trailer, storage unit, or shed. GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is also ridiculously easy to install yourself in under 20 minutes, so there's no need to let a stranger into your home. If you move or need to relocate, you can take the system with you wherever you go. You aren't always at home, but Simply Safe will stand guard, protecting your property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Again, that's GetSimplySafe.com.
In the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
If you want an American company with American products made by Americans, here is the Cal Ben Soap Company. Alex and his staff have used these pure soap products for years. These all-natural soaps are made from the highest quality vegetable and coconut oils that are earth-friendly and safe. See them on the web at 5starsoap.com or call 800-340-7091 for a free catalog. Buy the 1 to 2 month sample package and enjoy soaps that are twice as good as what you're using now. Or save big with a 1 to 2 year supply of soaps for all your cleaning needs. This is an amazing deal. You can save thousands of dollars and you will love the way real soap makes you feel. See them on the web at 5starsoap.com or call 800-340-7091 for a free catalog.
Crashing through the lies and disinformation, it's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network.
Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're here live. We're now into the middle of the show, into the middle of the second hour. Joel Scalzon, who heads up World Affairs Brief and, of course, was a Marine Corps fighter pilot during the Vietnam era and is really an expert on geopolitical actions and activities, is going to be joining us here in just a moment. Obviously, I get so focused on big news events like this that I don't even talk about our sponsors or the different things that I'm doing. Remember to support Infowars.com. Remember to buy the books, the T-shirts, the films, the information at InfoWarsStore.com. We have the Seed Center up there where you can get all the very best non-GMO, non-hybrid seed varieties at the lowest cost out there. We're very, very extremely competitive. The InfoWars Seed Center at InfoWarsStore.com. InfoWarsHealth.com. The Pro Pure water filters, you can call or order them online with promo code WATER and save 10% off any of the Pro Pure, any of the water filtration systems. Again, that's InfoWarsStore.com, the best system out there at the lowest price, hands down. Look at the side-by-side comparisons with the competition. And also, don't forget, we're sending out video feeds right now, as well as the free audio feeds during this new escalation false flag event. The fingerprints are very clear. We don't just jump to those conclusions. There were drills as usual, stand downs. Now they're saying there weren't drills, even though they're admitted. Army personnel being pulled out who were in the marathon, people we know, and told, no, you're going to for a wellness check. I'm fine. No, come with us. We've got all that going on. You've got the immediate right-wingers are behind it, but then not ever, actually finding the patsy yet, letting it grow. You've got all that happening. So we're going to get Joel Skousen's take on that in just one moment. But don't forget, you can go to Infowars.com/listen and find the video feed, the free video feed. And please send that out on your email list, your Twitter, your Facebook, to your friends and family so they can get an alternative of what's happening. I am being demonized. How dare Alex Jones say that the Tea Party would be blamed? When, of course, they did. How dare Alex Jones say that there was a drill when there was a drill? And they had loudspeakers saying, be calm, it's no big deal. Never mind, we're placing, these pressure cooker bags next to you. It's just, they do these false flags so ham-fistedly, always the same MO with the drill. It looks like there weren't even probably patsies, though they'll probably present a drugged-up patsy very, very soon, bombed out of their mind on Halcyon and 5 other drugs. So real briefly, cut to the chase there, Dave. Is this something you speculate on the messages they like to leave calling cards like the Ace of Spades, or is this intel you're getting from your sources in the Marine Corps?
This is intel that we get from the Marine Corps. This is a domestic false flag. It's not international. The building did not blow up. That was that would have been international. This is all domestic. This is the false flag. There is one more event that's going to take place. It's domestic, and I'll send you an email, but I can't talk more.
What you're being told by what area of the Marine Corps are you in?
I can't tell you.
Well, I mean, specifically, though, sometimes they tell you guys stuff that is going to happen, but it really doesn't. But you're being told that within days there's going to be an event that triggers martial law?
Yeah. I just watched the price of oil. Also, a certain embassy.
Well, I noticed that gold imploded yesterday. The stock market went down big time, and then all this started. Big things afoot with Iran, big things afoot with North Korea. A very bizarre time. Thank you so much for the call, sir. God bless you. That caller sounds very credible. Government people, as I've met with them and talked to them in private, get very, very, very nervous about talking about anything they're being told. But a lot of times they're in their own echo chamber with even more propaganda. Now, somebody I really respect and who's got his finger on the pulse at a lot of levels is Joel Skousen, who I just introduced to World Affairs Brief. And I don't know his take on this yet. We're going to get his full take on it right now. But again, I'll tell you, when every drama, every cop show, every sitcom, I mean, I randomly in a hotel room turn it on, and I've asked listeners about it, and they say, yeah, everything they see, every show, whether it's drama, fiction, nonfiction, news, cop shows, the Tea Party is killing children and burying them in their backyard. They're bombing the football game. They're shooting police officers. They're mass murdering. It is greater demonization, which he deserved, that I saw of Hitler in 41, 42, 43, 44, 45 in Disney cartoons and stuff. It's to the power of 10. That we are being demonized as the enemy. And if you know military basic propaganda, this tells you, okay, we're about to be set up. It's an absolute no-brainer. You turn on MTV, anything. Joel Skousen, that right there is why I said 'tis the season. You were on 2 weeks ago, and I said, I feel a false flag is imminent. And I said that yesterday before it happened. Imminent. I mean, you have the ADL sending letters to Obama saying, we warned you, we warned Clinton right before the last bombing in '95. We're telling you it's imminent. And that's so they can grandstand and say, see, we told you it's imminent when they were in Elohim City running the compound McVeigh was in. And feds that blew the whistle got arrested like Hal. So, I mean, just the way they grandstand publicly, red alert, and I believe, just like I said on 9/11, I believe there'll be a bio attack now. I don't know how I knew that. That was the anthrax. And thank God the media attacked me. That's on record. Joel, I'm ranting here. What is your take on all this? I mean, not just my intel, my intellect, my spirit, my gut is just reeling off the chart and was before the show yesterday. Joel Skousen, I think this is just the beginning of something bigger.
Well, Alex, it has all of the hallmarks of a government false flag operation. The first and foremost one is they always pick high-profile events to have the maximum press coverage, the maximum impact on people, whether it's attacking a federal building in the Murrah building, which was clearly a government operation. There were other explosive devices found around that building, and the local television station took pictures of them. They were told to shut down those pictures and not show any of that. They wanted to especially point that to a right-wing terrorist, which they did. There were many other things about that, including eliminating the earthquake seismographs, which showing 2 explosions. They edited out the films of the various convenience stores which went off during the explosion. The films would have showed shaking twice inside the building. They removed those.
Sure, and FBI agents came out in the LA Times and said they'd seen the footage. It was McVeigh with 6 other guys.
That's right. And so, you know, whether it's the McMurrah building or whether it's a Murrah building or whether it's 9/11 or even the first World Trade Center building, these were clearly false flag operations involved with terrorists hired by the United States. And there was also a drill going on with airliners crashing into buildings going on the very day that 9/11 happened.
Explain why they do drills.
Well, drills, first of all, have 2 purposes. One, in case there's a problem, you know, they've got cover in the sense that if they want to back out, they've got cover. But more importantly, they tie up resources. They diminish the ability of first responders in aircraft or fighter aircraft during 9/11 to respond because it was just a drill. And so it stopped everyone from being locked into the position of immediately responding because they were conflicted with the fact that, is this a drill or is this real?
Yeah, that way they didn't respond to the first 2, but then from what I have, refused orders by the 3rd one and went ahead and it was recorded 2 AIM-9s, which I guess are Sidewinders. And then, of course, then they wanted to cover that up, that basically Air Force people refused to follow orders to stand down.
Well, I had a call as editor of the World Affairs Brief from a tower operator at McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey, and he said, you know, I personally got the order from the base commander to shut down the tower and not let any fighter aircraft take off. So there really were stand-down orders in this case. There's a couple of other things that are telltale signs about this Boston bombing, and one of those is that it's a low-grade explosive. If you see the pictures of that, you see red and orange fire associated with the explosives. You don't see that with high explosives. It's either 0 light emission or it's white, pure white. There is no orange or red unless it's a low-grade explosive. And that indicates that this is something that can be easily blamed on an amateur, somebody domestic. It's very difficult to get high explosives unless you're government. I think that they have a reason to use low-grade explosives so they can more easily pin this on amateurs or someone who would appear to be involved in the American right wing. I don't know how they're going to do it yet. They certainly haven't had anyone claim responsibility. And if it's a normal terrorist attack, almost always you have an organization claim the purpose. I mean, what's the purpose of killing a lot of innocent people if you aren't going to dramatize your cause
and make a demand
and make your demands? And so
the demand is we're going to put TSA on the streets, sticking their hands down your pants, and army everywhere. And I've already seen this in Austin the last month. That's why I said they're getting close. I can't go to the kite festival. I can't go to a sporting event. Oh, here's the National Guard to search my bags and grab my wife. Now, Joel, expanding on this, I'm getting chatter, not just on air, but off air from military sources, that they were already told, get ready for something this week, and that bigger stuff's coming. Now they may just be testing them, but all the buildup, where do you expect this to go? I know you don't like to speculate, but I mean, just looking at how they're already saying Al-Qaeda right wing, Al-Qaeda right wing, even if they don't blame it on right wing later, they're already conflating the two terms.
Well, first of all, I don't think there's any way that you're going to hold a major mass marathon again without extreme security measures. In other words, it's going to justify TSA getting bigger and bodier in your face all of the time. And this is part of the reason for the shoe bombers and the various other bombers, which were fake bombers. There's no way that a trained terrorist would not know that you can't set off a plastic explosive in a shoe by a match. You cannot do it. Everybody knows that. Even Marine Corps corporals know that.
Well, that guy was completely drugged out of his mind, just like the other guy who we know got on the plane when the government got him on the plane.
That is right. But I do not believe, Alex, that this necessarily portends a major martial law event within a couple of days. I personally discount what this person who claimed to be low level in the Marine Corps was getting from so-called intel. Look, I'm an officer in the Marine Corps. I can tell you that even at higher officer, you don't get any leaks because the Marine Corps doesn't get this kind of intel. It just never happens, especially down at the lower levels. So I really think that there's a lot of people taking advantage to try to, pretend like they know something. I'll bet you any amount of money you won't see anything in 2 days in terms of martial law.
No, I tend to agree with you because they want to roll things. They want to roll things out slowly. That's the way they're going to get us for sure. If they move too quick, it wakes people up. But
exactly.
But they've got state police coming out going, we're being told to prepare to have war with Christians. So the brainwashing is starting to get down to the lower levels. So I would imagine, they're in a briefing going, big stuff could happen in the next few days, get ready. Then there's a bunch of speculation. I mean, I think
you got to remember, Alex, that a lot of this is to bait the right wing, to leak these things out. There is no way, I can tell you, that they will openly come out and say or tell these people we're going after because they're Christians. There's too many Christians in the state police. They would leak that, which they have. And what I'm saying, they're, I think, trying to bait Christians into some big uprising to make us look more radical than we really are. There is just no way that they would tell that because it isn't just Christians. That would raise too many questions. They can get away with saying it's the right-wing militia or it's the, and not even the Tea Party can they get away with particularly.
Well, no, I mean, I agree with you that it's energizing libertarians and conservatives and constitutionalists, but you're looking at it from the psychological perspective of why is it so over the top? This is debate. They've shifted into some other psych warfare systems where they do outrageous things to create a bigger normalcy bias so down the road we accept it. But I agree, they're not ready now.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying, is that we've got to be very careful of these leaks of imminency. I mean, there was one, this so-called North Carolina trooper who got on various internet shows and says that martial law was going to be in March and everything, and it never happened. And I'm just saying we really got to be careful. These guys are very smart what we're dealing with. They're not going to do anything that's going to prove that there's a conspiracy.
I agree with you. Now, let me expand on this. They're not happy that our reporter, Dan Badandi, who's coming up, got into not one but two of the press conferences and took them over. And we got them to basically deny that there was even a drill, even though there were drills with them announcing everything's fine, relax, stay calm, this is just a drill. I mean, they're certainly not in control of the narrative, and they're hopping mad right now that we've injected the term false flag into the national narrative.
Well, let me tell you that here's a mainstream television news station in the Boston area, Local 15, interviewing the University of Mobile, Alabama's cross-country coach. His name is Ollie Stevenson, and he says he was at it near the finish line of Boston Marathon. There were serious explosions went off, and he thought there was odd there were bomb-sniffing dogs at the start and finish lines. They kept making announcements to the participants not to worry, it's just a training exercise, just like you just said. Here is written and television confirmation with an interview that this is all true. In fact, he says, I don't believe it was just a training exercise. He says, I think they must have had some sort of threat suspicion called in. And that's why they were there.
So their denial that they didn't have any idea is a pure lie. Well, have you heard Rob Dew, whose brother-in-law is in Army intelligence, pretty high level, and he's a champion marathon guy. He's on the marathon team for the Army. He was there because his family's from New Jersey. He was there, and they pulled him out right towards the end and said, you need to go to the hospital. You're dehydrated. And he's like, what? And that's an order. Now, is that not pretty important?
Yeah, that's an indication that somebody had advance notice of that, and I'm convinced there was. So we're gonna wait and see what happens. I'm convinced they won't overplay this, other than to induce a lot more TSA scrutiny of every major event. And this will certainly justify it. I certainly would feel nervous about running a marathon.
So it's part of the incremental rollout of just soft martial law. We don't get there overnight. We just slowly cook.
And it does accustom people to increased scrutiny of the government. I'm just covering in the World Affairs Brief for Friday this almost $4 billion Homeland Security building that several congressmen are trying to stop because of the cost overruns and all of the budget sequestration, et cetera. But, one comment that one of the congressmen says, if we don't stop this now before they can get everybody under one roof, he says, we'll never be able to dismantle Department of Homeland Security. And I think he's absolutely right.
Yeah, and again, all those votes are happening right now. So this is a great diversion for the gun bills, the open border bills, and the Homeland Security takeover bill. And that's what I said at the start of the show, folks. Come back and tell me what you think about geopolitical movements. One more segment, then Dan Badani's coming on, and then a bunch of other guests. But in the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
We all know that Berkey water purification systems are the most trusted name in water filtration. As an authorized Berkey dealer for over 6 years and serving thousands of satisfied customers, the Berkey Guy offers amazing specials for Berkey water filtration systems. The Berkey Light systems include a set of self-sterilizing and recleanable black purification elements that purify water by removing chlorine, pathogenic bacteria, cysts, and parasites to non-detectable levels and remove harmful chemicals such as herbicides and pesticides. Order the Berkey Light system today, complete with 2 black Berkey elements for only $231, and the Berkey Guy will ship your order free of charge. With the purchase of a Berkey Light, the Berkey Guy is also offering a set of fluoride and arsenic filters for only $39.99. That's over 30% off the retail price. Call the Berkey Guy at 1-877-886-3653. That's 1-877-886-3653. Or order online at goberkey.com. That's goberkey.com today.
Imagine waking one morning only to find your family shivering in the dark because you couldn't afford to pay your electric bill. That's closer than you think. You probably haven't heard about this yet because the liberal media has been suppressing what is fast becoming the most shocking news story of 2012. Obama's secret war on coal that could increase your already high power bill as much as 400% in coming months. As shocking as it sounds, it may well be just a matter of time before the lights start going out across America. But here's some good news. There's an underground video at exposed123.com that thousands of smart patriots have used to end their slavery to the corrupt electricity monopoly. The video at exposed123.com has already been banned by Google, and the liberal media is doing everything in its power to take it down and keep America in the dark. So watch it now at exposed123.com before it's too late. Again, that's exposed123.com.
I hear the train coming, it's rolling around the bend.
All right, I'm kind of hyperventilating as usual just because I'm immersed in this stuff. But you look at videos where Californians sign petitions to confiscate firearms and arrest constitutionalists, and it really shows how much trouble this country's in. But talking to Joel Skousen, who studies false flags, and then I want to look at Iran and North Korea briefly. Just everything is obviously heating up. I'm not saying it's all going to blow up tomorrow, but there are big events. There are big expansions. There are event horizons, and I think we've clearly entered one with a crescendo of propaganda. But how many police would they have involved? Obviously, they'd have an interagency secret unit within, so the other cops didn't know. They'd be right next to guys that were part of the drill, and then they think the cops are so dumb and so compartmentalized that they blow stuff up right in front of them, and then they don't even get it. Or if a cop does get it, like the police at Oklahoma City, they just kill them. I mean, how do they get away with stuff like this when it's so obvious?
Well, you've got to remember that there's a lot of questions. Police aren't dumb. They do see these same anomalies we do, but there's a tremendous amount of pressure inside. Don't say anything, and all of a sudden, you're stepping on national security issues. They use that all the time within local police forces to control what's going on. But they do keep it very compartmentalized so that there's only a handful that know that there's a false flag operation going on. A lot of people given assignments that are part of it that don't understand until it goes off, and then they're told a different story that this is actually, a terrorist attack.
What is the main motive? Get the agenda passed, divert everybody to this story while they get all the gun stuff, immigration stuff, Homeland Security stuff rafted through?
Well, in general, it does increase the amount of tension about terrorism. This will, to some extent, probably change a few votes on the gun bill. They're really close to not getting anything. If it weren't for taking Toomey, a supposed Republican, pro-gun person, and Joe Manchin, supposedly pro-gun, to bring out and carry water for the establishment, they wouldn't even got anything. But they're probably going to get some form of background checks, and there's a lot of false language and fine print in that Toomey Manchin bill that's very, very dangerous, that it's going to, end up registering a lot more weapons and bringing a lot more people under the guise of background checks, not just internet and gun show sales. But I think ultimately they are moving slowly enough that they're increasing the pressure. We won't know until they actually try to blame somebody for this Boston bombing, but I suspect it's going to be to insert a whole nother level of homeland security into the nation. I think that's what they're aiming for. And it's going to be at major sporting events. It's going to be at marathons. You're going to see homeland security and lots of...
they're already announcing that, we've had Army and TSA at Kentucky Derby, but now there'll be 3 times more, and it'll be in your town. Right. Everywhere. The idea that government... There were 400 troops there. There were checkpoints there. Didn't protect people. I mean, this is the takeover of society. Here's the article from Infowars.com. It links to a Washington Post and others. Homeland Security Chief threatens terror attacks if budget cuts go through. Remember, that was back, Aaron Dykes wrote that back in February 26th, a few months ago. And she said, if you cut funding, there will be more terror attacks. This is really pretty elementary, what's happening.
That's a very good point. Great piece on your website there. They predicted it, and sure enough, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay, we're going to break here in 1 minute. Give people the best website, because I know there's Joel Skousen, but there's also World Affairs Brief. What's the best one for folks to go to?
Well, it is worldaffairsbrief.com, and people can get a free sample issue of the North Korea analysis I'm giving by emailing me at editor@worldaffairsbrief.com.
And you think that's going to blow over?
It is, Alex, and I'll tell you the special reason why I think that that China allowed this to go through and what they're going to gain from these future missile tests that are going to come through.
What is it?
Well, basically, they're going to launch a salvo of missiles to test our ballistic missile systems to see how many we can track and how many we can respond to. That's something that Russia and China have been waiting to test for a long time, and this gives them the excuse.
Wow. We'll talk to you again very, very soon.
You are listening to GCN. Visit GCNlive.com today.
Devastating events like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, or the threat of martial law have highlighted the need for Americans to prepare for emergencies. As a result, millions are stockpiling food, gold, and weapons. But how will these items help if you or one of your loved ones becomes ill? Supernatural Silver is the ultimate tool to prepare you for a medical emergency. Supernatural Silver is a natural antibiotic that is uniquely effective against bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus, and is remarkable for wound care. Taken internally or used topically, it can help keep you safe from deadly pathogens. Supernatural Silver has over 500 different uses and a long-term shelf life, making it the #1 choice of preppers across the country. To find out how this amazing new technology can help you be prepared, go to supernaturalsilver.com. Use the promo code PREPARED for 20% off your entire order and like us on Facebook.
Waging war on corruption. Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
Hey, I know we've got Army folks and police and Marines holding. I want to get your quick take on this after the break, and then we're going to have another guest joining us, Doug Hagmann, who predicted all this on Monday. Talked about how it was imminent. Obama was about to double down. I mean, this is a false flag, no doubt. Now they're talking about how the duffel bag, the bombs, were just sitting there for a while, and the police are like, "Never mind, drill, move on." I mean, normally a donut pastry box falls in the ground. They bring in dogs and robots and only we protect you from the non-existent bombs. All the cities in the U.S. have been getting Homeland Security funds for giant anti-bomb robots. This is a military-industrial complex PR rollout. How do we sell $50 billion worth of robots? I mean, Austin spent like $3 million. They spent like $3 million. Look it up. I forget. I think it was more on some robots for the non-existent bombs. But the government said there will be bombs in every city routinely. Get ready. And I guess they'll get the cops out with the bomb truck and they'll go find a little kid and just go over to the hold this for me, Sonny. A big black bomb with a fuse on it. Psst. Bye-bye, Sonny Pie. Oh, man, this is too incredible. Also, you guys can sit around all day and be on the imaginary bomb squad. You got to blow us up here and there. I mean, there is just no end to this government. But, of course, it's their whole business. It's a human sacrifice. Our ancestors used to sacrifice people, believing it made the harvest be better. And now they just blow stuff up. And, I would imagine they're like, "Here, Sonny, sit on my duffel bag for me." "Okay, mister," so they can kill the little kid and use them all over the news. I mean, of course, they want to kill you with vaccines anyways. Why not kill you now? So we'll get everybody's take on that. And again, I've been trying to get Dan Badandi on, but his Skype's been up and down. So we'll get Oh, he's back. Dan, we're going to break here in a minute, but I'll bring you back and then take calls and then go to Mr. Hagmann ahead of Stewart Rhodes popping in, Oath Keepers, to get his take on this. But Joel Skousen says false flag. I mean, how could it not be? This is so ridiculous now. And we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop, the right-wing patsy they're going to try to blame. They're already trying to mix the term right-wing in with Al-Qaeda, the group that's completely Islamophobic. Dan, good job getting your question into the governors and others. No doubt you shut down their press conferences. What can you tell us about behind the scenes, Dan Badandi?
As soon as I asked a question, and I asked it again, and they would not answer the question, and I got the look of death from every federal agency that was there, the government officials, everything. And I knew right away I had to grab my camera quick, as soon as the press conference is over, because the woman gets right on the stage. "Oh, this is the end of the press conference," and everybody's, gives me the look of death. So I grabbed my equipment and I jetted right out of there. But I mean, it was crazy. I mean, it's like the first question out, and all of a sudden they call the press conference. It's because you put them on the stand, you pose them with real questions, and all of a sudden the mainstream media don't like it because...
Well, that's why I hired you, is because you are fearless. And I know you get homesick with, go see your son and your family, everybody back in Rhode Island. But as an East Coast reporter, the reports you file every week are just phenomenal. And we're hiring more editors, so soon we can get more of your reports out. You send us the raw footage. But great job, Dan. Tell us about more behind the scenes.
When I got there, right away, I seen armored vehicles driving by. I got pictures I sent to do, and I got video I'm going to be posting soon. I was found actually the military and the police. They were going from in the alleyways, from looking at people's cars, into the garages with automatic assault weapons and just looking for bombs and everything.
Oh yeah, the bombs they planted. The military is now taking over the area, and the news is they are in control and they are running the investigation. So we're just learning the military's here. Totally illegal, but they'll keep us safe from those bombs. Dan, tell us more of what you've witnessed there in Boston, where you've been reporting since yesterday afternoon. Dan Badandi, Infowars.com reporter, and again, look at Infowars on the cutting edge of the reporting. We'll also give you an update on some of the latest breaking news that's up at drudgereport.com. We're going to get to your phone calls, and then Doug Hagmann, and then at about 40 after, via phone, we're going to have Stewart Rhodes of Oath Keepers on. Jam-packed third hour right now. A little over a year ago, I began to do a lot of research into why, even though I had a pretty good-sized meal, that I was still starving. And my research led me to a well-known fact that most of the soils that we grow our crops on here in the United States and across the industrialized world are almost completely depleted of almost all of the key minerals and trace elements that our bodies need to rebuild themselves, fight off cancer, and be healthy. I then searched out the best vitamin and mineral company out there and discovered Youngevity. The Youngevity products are designed to give you the real nutrition you need, and once you've got that, you don't have to eat as much to be satisfied. I've lost 37 pounds in 2 months, simply getting the vitamins and minerals I need. Check it out for yourself. It's incredible. Go to InfoWarsTeam.com today and order your first canister of Beyond Tangy Tangerine Complete Multivitamin Mineral Complex Dietary Supplement. That's InfoWarsTeam.com. Introducing Pro One. All of your filtration in one system, portable, on the go. No more do you have 2 or 3 filters to just reduce sodium fluoride. You have a system that cuts out the sodium fluoride and up to 95% of hydrofluorosilicic acid. Advanced manufacturing technology combines silver-impregnated white ceramic with new Aquamedics advanced media for removal of fluoride and other heavy metals, all in one filter element. It is the only one that does it, and out of the gate, we have it discounted at 10% off with promo code WATER. This is the only system that in one unit helps reduce or remove pesticides, herbicides, chloramines, ammonia, and chlorine, hydrofluorosilicic acid, the most common form of fluoride not covered by other fluoride filter brands, and sodium hexafluorosilicate. Get your Pro Pure with the new Pro One filter today at InfoWarsStore.com or by calling 888-253-3139. Alex Jones here with a message to fellow freedom lovers. The prognosis for the entire planetary economic system runs from bad to worse. The globalist model is to shut down societies and starve patriots out until they acquiesce to the global takeover. That's why we've assembled the most vital and important preparedness items at InfoWarsShop.com. These are items that I did research on, that I personally use. We've got the Life Straw, so you can turn fetid water into safe water anywhere you go. The K-Tor hand crank generator to charge up key equipment during power outages or out in the field. Strategic Relocation, 3rd edition by Joel Skousen. When Disaster Strikes by Matthew Stein. ThyroSafe, used by Homeland Security to protect yourself during any radiological event. Hand crank shortwave AM/FM radios. Everything that we've researched and found to be the best is available at InfoWarsShop.com, and your purchase makes our InfoWar possible. We're getting prepared. Are you? InfoWarsShop.com.
There's a need for a new world order, but it has different characteristics in different parts of the world.
Live from Austin, Texas, broadcasting worldwide, it's Alex Jones.
We are now 8 minutes into the third hour here today, and we are tracking the tragic 100-plus dead, 100 injured, 3 dead there at the Boston Marathon. But my only point is, and I have a clip of this coming up in a few minutes, is Obama says if it's a bomb and it kills civilians, it's terrorism, which I tend to agree. But when, our military, working for the globalist, goes in and kills 1 million-plus Iraqis with sanctions and bombs and weapons in the last 15 years, Madeleine Albright doesn't deny it. She says it's a good price to pay. And I've seen cases where they've killed over 200 people with a Predator drone a wedding, a 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound bomb to get one bad guy who hasn't been convicted, and there's really no proof. And look, our government runs al-Qaeda in Libya and Syria and gives them 10,000 heat-seeking missiles. They run al-Qaeda. And then they'll kill a whole family. And I'll see the video on Pakistani TV, blood everywhere, arms, legs. You try to show that, they will kick you off YouTube. You cover that, you're a traitor. Because you're not supposed to personalize those people. Back in the day of Walter Cronkite, they'd show a naked 8-year-old Vietnamese girl running down a path, a rice paddy, with her skin hanging off from napalm. But now they won't show it. They'll show all the fake violence, zombies, murder, death, most horrific up-close stuff. But that's simulated killing, which conditions you to not care. But if it's the real thing, you're not supposed to see it. You're not supposed to even see the flag-draped coffins of our dead troops. You're supposed to just say you're patriotic, but then, once they actually get back, treat them like garbage. There are troops all over Boston and other major cities, not just here, but worldwide, all part of the security theater. And again, 400 troops, checkpoints, a drill, and it didn't protect anybody. It didn't protect anybody. So now they're saying we're going to have TSA and troops everywhere in America. Will that protect you? And again, they sold billions of dollars of robots to local. Austin's bought a couple multi-million-dollar robots for the coming bombing. We will be bombed, they said. I guess if they hype it enough, mentally ill people might actually try to do it. And then they pull you over and say, this tannerite you had for your shooting show is a bomb. I bought it at the local store. Well, you're going to jail anyways. Or you've got black powder for black powder hunting. We're going to take you to jail. Or, look, you have jumper cables, pipe bombs. I mean, this is the new hysteria of bombs, when you got 3 people dead. What's the latest? Over 100 injured, and how many have died? It's 3, right? I'm going from memory. Real quick, Dan Badandi, our reporter that took over both press conferences, and they canceled the press conferences because he was asking real questions about, hey, what about the drill? And they're like, there was no drill, Sonny, even though the drills are admitted. That's a big deal. Then we're going to your phone calls and then to Doug Hagmann. Go ahead and make your points there, Dan, on what else you saw while you're there in Boston.
Well, I talked to a lot of the athletes who participated in the event, and they had the same scenario if they heard or seen the bomb. They said the first thing the first one they thought was just a fire wreck or something. Then when the second one went off, that's when they knew there was something wrong. And you had the massive police state that was already there. That's going to make you question one thing. I know it's a big event. People say there has to be heightened security, no doubt. But for them to be having drills, then Local 15 reported that there was announcements being made moments before the bombs went off to tell people to remain calm. But you didn't hear that, you didn't hear that, you didn't see that, you didn't build that, And you didn't hear that stuff because, the government knows what's best for you. And, this is showing true signs of a false flag. I mean, I'm calling false flag all over this.
Yeah, because people noticed them placing the big duffel bag bombs to be homemade to whoever drugged up Patsy. They've got to blame it on them. And it's like, never mind this. Ma'am, can your son sit on the duffel bag? This is only a drill. Hug the bag. Yeah, Marines are trained to jump on the hand grenade. And absolutely, this thing, they ran the anthrax attack. That later came out. They ran 7-7. That was drills. It's the same thing, Dan. Other points that you'd like to add?
One of the points, too, I want to make real quick. It's in kind of relation to this. There's the first U.S. nuclear power plant to be formally tested for a terrorist attack plan. This is reported by the Patriot News, Central PA, Central Pennsylvania News, as saying today.
Yeah, it's NBC News. 3 Mile Island to conduct hostile action drill. Yes, everyone's. But who stands to gain? Who wants the funding for the police state takeover? Who stands to gain? Who has the motive? Who's been caught doing this before?
Well, absolutely, the FBI. I mean, how many times do they have their hand in a plot? They actually giving bombs to the so-called terrorists, coaching them, being in relations to them for a couple of years just to get them. Give them the firearms or whatever they needed. Then last minute they come in as the saviors, even though they gave them the gun.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I have the New York Times article from April 28th last year. Terrorist plots hatched by the FBI. Document cam on this. Thank you, guys. And it goes through the fact that they create completely fake terror groups and try to let them then carry out the bombings, like the first World Trade Center bombing was a FBI operation. New York Times. But the media says Alex claims the FBI has hatched plots. No, it's been admitted in court. Here it is, your precious New York Times. Go ahead, sir.
And right away, they made the announcement that the FBI is taking over the investigation. And like I knew that was going to happen in the first place. And it was just like they were already there. I mean, it was just like all the pawns were already set, just like 9/11, just like Oklahoma City, just like Waco. It's just like one after another. I mean, how many times, Alex, have you told people, show government documents, Army field manuals about staging false flag terror, but yet people still denying it and say, oh, there's no such thing as false flag terror when it's right in their faces by their own government.
By the way, I saw the footage of you asking the governor, could this be a false flag? Notice he knew what that was, to take our liberties. And he looked like a bad guy, a Dr. Evil, a black Dr. Evil, totally freaking out and staring at you. And then they shut the conference down because the question freaked him out so bad. You had the first question, and they had hundreds of press there ready to fawn on these people, and they shut it down and looked completely panicked. They looked completely guilty as sin that they've been told to shut up.
Well, absolutely, and ignorance shows guilt right there. When you're ignorant, you're showing guilt. I mean, I got the look of death, and all the way till they left the room, I'm pounding them. What about the drills? What about is this a false flag terror? And I called it how I seen it, and just the look on the FBI's face. I mean, I wish I could put the camera in that guy's face. I mean, had the FBI agent at the time there just gave me this look like if looks could kill, I would have been annihilated. And it was crazy.
Well, you're right. And again, we're rolling some video here of the governor at the press conference after you asked your question, and there's more footage of it. In fact, I was seeing a widescreen of it earlier. He looked so upset and so shifty-eyed in the close-up shots of this. Dan, I tell you, you're doing a great job, and God bless you. We'll keep reporting, upload them to your InfoWars YouTube channel, and we'll air them here on the main radio show. God bless you. Great job. Be safe.
God bless, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to get to some calls ahead of Doug Hagmann and his intel on this, and then Stewart Rhodes just got off an airplane, is getting to a position to be able to call in for Oath Keepers. He's on his way to Boston right now. But, yeah, there's the close-up footage of the governor acting completely shifty-eyed whenever Badandi asked his question. We're going to go ahead now and go to some of the calls that have been holding so long. I appreciate people holding. Craig and Mass, former police, what is your take on this whole thing, sir?
Hi, Alex. How are you? Great job. I think you're right with the false flag theory. Yesterday, they unveiled the Homeland Security vehicles with millions, all black. And what were the Sandy Hook parents sitting in the grandstands across about 50 yards up from the explosion? Why did they have to bring them into it? I think you're right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they went too far. They got greedy on this, how they choreographed it. I mean, did they have Steven Spielberg running this? We know they had Jerry Bruckheimer running the fake private lynch rescue. That actually came out. I mean, yeah, this is just over. I mean, anybody who's got a brain can see the scripting. Go ahead.
On immediately and says if it's a group, and he sort of had a look in his eyes like, there's something, he's going to make something else of it. Another thing, Alex, in Massachusetts, all the police vehicles are black and they're becoming standardized. When you see them now, you don't even know what town you're in. There's a badge, a grayish badge on the door of each of these vehicles, and they're worth tons, millions of dollars.
No, that's Homeland Security. They tell you what it has to look like, and it's a secret police. And they're making local police federalized. I mean, we're in a lot of trouble. And the training manuals, the stuff that they give the police now is like a joke. I mean, it's so over the top that obviously the feds are the bad guys. But hey, they're saying Christian gun owners are the new enemy. Worse than Al-Qaeda. What's worse than Al-Qaeda? Christians.
You're right. But one quick thing. As far as the police takeover, I was law enforcement for years. I'm retired, but there are brothers, sisters, sons, aunts, daughters. When the day comes when they're supposed to turn on us, most of them are going to lay down their weapons, and they're not going to do it. And I'm just praying that day comes, when it comes, I hope it doesn't, that they lay down their weapons and support their brothers and sisters, Americans like you, me, and millions of other people who listen to you. And I want to tell you, I stick Infowar.com stickers on poles in my town. I make them up with magic marker. And I'm spreading the word out here in Massachusetts. It's a communist state. And I'm ready to move out to can I tell you a quick story real quick?
Sure.
I was out in the Southwest. I don't want to say the state visiting my son out near you. I was coming back with my wife. I was at Sky Harbor Airport. It was 10:30 at night. I saw a guy with a yellow FAA vest taking pictures of a license plate illegally parked. So I had my camera, which I like taking pictures. I took a picture near him. He come over to me and said, "Why did you take that picture?" And I said, "You know why I took the picture? Because I wanted to, and this is still America." And then he says, "Well, why were you taking the picture up there?" I says, "Because I like architecture." I took a picture of the overbridge, like the walkway. And I thought that was, my wife said, "What the heck was that?"
Oh, no. Everything is about how we're guilty, but they never are, when most of the perpetrators are the false flag insiders. And that's just a historical fact. They're like, "How dare you look at me?" Well, you have the motive. You have the history. You've done it over and over again. Absolutely. It's incredible. God bless you, sir. More calls coming up, and we've got special guests joining us.
Don't throw away leftovers. Instead, throw all your leftovers, vegetable peels, eggshells, coffee grounds, pizza crusts, and more into the bokashi. If you love to garden and compost but don't like the hassle of turning a compost bin or the smell, then check out the EM Bokashi Food Waste Recycling System from Terraganics. Finally, a way to recycle all your food and plant waste safely and effectively and stop using fertilizers. The EM Bokashi Food Waste Recycling System. Rather than decomposition, the Bokashi system uses fermentation to break down waste, so it takes less time to create nutrient-dense humus for crops or gardens with no turning and no obnoxious odors. To learn more and order your Bokashi online, visit Terraganics.com and click on the orange button. That's Terraganics.com, spelled Terraganix.com, or call 866-369-3678. That's 866-369-3678. Recycle all your food wastes in about 6 weeks with the Bokashi Food Waste Recycling System from Terraganics.com. Terraganics. Life's getting better.
In the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
On the average, Americans work between 45 to 50 years, hoping to build up enough wealth to retire and live out their golden years. Unfortunately, with taxation, the rising cost of food, energy, housing, and medical, many retirees are forced to live below the poverty line. Is this a flaw free enterprise, or is our monetary unit we call the Federal Reserve Note forcing us into perpetual debt, ensuring inflation and higher taxes? These questions and more can be answered by reading G. Edward Griffin's book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. Congressman Ron Paul states it's what every American needs to know about central bank power. A gripping adventure into the secret world of international banking cartel. Hi, this is Ted Anderson. I will give a silver dollar from the early 1900s to anyone who purchases this book. Call 1-800-686-2237 and order a copy today. It's critical that the public be made aware of the system. Call and order your copy today at 1-800-686-2237. That's 1-800-686-2237.
Do you suffer from low-functioning adrenal or thyroid gland? Did you know that mercury from your dental fillings comes off your teeth both as a vapor and as metal particles into your body? Wherever mercury deposits in your body, it stops cells from functioning normally. Animal studies show that mercury causes kidney function to drop by 60%. Mercury deposited into your adrenals or thyroid will cause a corresponding drop in function. The number one method by which your body detoxifies itself of mercury is glutathione. The number one superfood that helps turn on all 75 trillion cells of your body to produce glutathione is non-denatured whey protein from grass-fed cows. After investigating most high-end whey proteins on the market, only one is the most non-denatured, the most active, the most complete, and in our opinion, the most powerful in what nature originally put into the fresh raw whey. It is One World Whey. Call 888-988-3325. That's 888-988-3325. Or visit oneworldwhey.com. That's oneworldwhey.com.
Jones here, back live, and when the official radio show ends here in about 35 minutes, I'm going into overdrive that some stations carry with Oath Keepers founder Stewart Rhodes, constitutional lawyer, veteran. He's on his way to Boston for the 19th event. They're trying to blame it on domestic groups, as you know, right now. Regardless, they're mixing the term Al-Qaeda with conservative now, or libertarian, because we oppose the unconstitutional things that are happening. We're going to go to Doug Hagmann of the Northeast Intelligence Network, who did a great job on Coast to Coast AM last night breaking all this down. I'll be on for the full show tonight. I know I don't work hard enough. We did 11 hours yesterday, and I got about 5 hours sleep, and I'm doing this, and then I'm doing Coast to Coast. But wild horses couldn't drag me away. If I'm going to risk my life for liberty, I'm going to go 110%. That doesn't mean sometimes I'm not going to be making mistakes or stumbling around, in the great exertion. But I'm on the field here. Now, you just heard Joel Skousen, who I really respect, saying clear false flag. They are breathlessly on the news trying to tie it into Sandy Hook and domestic stuff. Terror in Boston. Hagel, SecDef, says Pentagon ready to violate Posse Comitatus. They already are. So that rollout's happening. They're saying it's a positive to get the gun bills passed because this diverts the political heat off of them. And Homeland Security being given autonomous total takeover power. That's happening right now. This is perfect timing. Big Sis said, give me money or there'll be a terror attack and give us more power. I mean, this is 101. Every time they're about to pass, more power. This happens. Obama insider admits to attempts to link Boston bombing to tax day. Boston massacre, Obama looks to tax day for right-wing terror explanation. Family Guy episode predicts Boston Marathon attack. Boston Marathon bombing, who do they plan to blame? Eyewitness authorities must have known about bombing. Official story unraveling from Boston Marathon bombing. That's all at prisonplanet.com, our backup auxiliary site, and Infowars.com. And we have the free video feeds and audio feeds at Infowars.com/Twitter. And please follow us at Real Alex Jones on Twitter. I'm going to tweet right now. Guys, I was charging my phone. Will somebody bring it in, please? I'm going to tweet right now that video link for your friends and family so you can send it out to folks so they can tune in. Because we're going to be live now right till about 8 or 9 tonight. We're going to run a rebroadcast for an hour or so we can take a break here. But we're going to be live continually here. So Infowars.com/listen. And when Sha'Carri Jackson and them are in here, they'll cover news for 30 minutes, then take an hour or two of your calls. So heavy calls coming up. We're going to break here in a moment for the rest of the hour. Doug Hagmann will be with us. Sorry I've gone to my guests a little late today. You start going a little late to each guest, and it builds up by the end. But, Doug, the most devastating evidence is that Rob Dew, my news director, constantly argues with his defense intelligence brother-in-law, who is actually pretty high up in it, and he's on the Army marathon team, and he can run 24 miles in his sleep. He was running. He was pretty much fine, and they came over and said, you're dehydrated. We're pulling you out, because he was up towards the front, coming up to the finish line right before all this happened. They're running drills, all of this. Hagmann, what is your latest intel from the Northeast Intelligence Network? You're up there. You have the best sources on the East Coast. You said Monday Obama's about to double down, imminent terror attack, and you were right, so here you are.
Well, thanks, Alex. And I got to tell you this. According to my sources, there's just so much to this that we're not hearing that we may never hear about. But I think you've done a great job in breaking things down here. You've got various situations that mirror historical terrorist attacks here in this country. And one thing that I was really concerned about is, with all of the accusations of saying, well, you can't really say this is a false flag attack, or you can't really conclude anything, while that might be a true statement today, are we wrong to be a little bit jaded or a little bit gun shy about what we're seeing here with respect to this incident? The fact that this appears to fit a certain template that we've seen in the past, with the training drills, with the even the prior warnings, with the with the dogs, explosive sniffing dogs, the extreme police presence, the drills, so on and so forth. I don't think we're wrong to question the facts at all, or to question the motives at all, especially in the over the last 24 hours, when you have, as you've pointed out, the Axelrods and the others coming out and saying, hey, wait a minute, this could very well be a Patriot-related attack.
They were saying it within 1 hour.
Exactly. So everything's the agenda on that side.
There's no real Tea Party person that would blow up people at that. They'd attack the UN or something. We'll be right back. Why does nobody ever do that, by the way? We'll be right back.
We're on the march. The Empire's on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
If you want an American company with American products made by Americans, here is the Cal Ben Soap Company. Alex and his staff have used these pure soap products for years. These all-natural soaps are made from the highest quality vegetable and coconut oils that are earth-friendly and safe. See them on the web at 5starsoap.com or call 800-340-7091 for a free catalog. Buy the 1 to 2 month sample package and enjoy soaps that are twice as good as what you're using now. Or save big with a 1 to 2 year supply of soaps for all your cleaning needs. This is an amazing deal. You can save thousands of dollars and you will love the way real soap makes you feel. See them on the web at 5starsoap.com or call 800-340-7091 for a free catalog.
You prepare by purchasing gold, food, and firearms. But if you don't have a home security system, then you're missing a critical weapon in your arsenal for home protection. When you're sleeping or away from home, who's watching out for intruders? Check out Simply Safe. It's a new do-it-yourself home security system that is completely wireless. Go to GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is independent and off the grid. It runs on battery power, so even if the grid goes down, you're protected. It's completely customizable, so you can use it in your home, business, boat, trailer, storage unit, or shed. GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is also ridiculously easy to install yourself in under 20 minutes. So there's no need to let a stranger into your home. If you move or need to relocate, you can take the system with you wherever you go. You aren't always at home, but Simply Safe will stand guard, protecting your property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Again, that's GetSimplySafe.com.
In the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
Crashing through the lies and disinformation. It's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network.
We're going back to our guest, Doug Hagmann of the Northeast Intelligence Network, here in just a moment. Chuck in Boston. And you're noticing the FBI saying, give us all your footage, just like Oklahoma City. Don't give it to the media. But he's saying he saw cops with backpacks, and that's exactly what the bombs were in. And again, they were running a drill. People saw stuff that was making them suspicious, and they'd say, it's just a drill, never mind. I would imagine, by the way, Sonny, can you sit on this bag for me? I'm an officer. Here's a lollipop. I mean, I'm telling you, that's how sick this is, and they could be firing who knows what. And it could be Islamic, could be fake, could be real. I mean, they're trying to blame it on the Tea Party. We're going back to Hagmann in a minute. with his connections out there on the East Coast. But Chuck, what did you see?
Hi, Alex.
Yes, sir. Tell us what you saw.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're doing. I can't talk too long. I got out of Boston as quick as I could. I was at the 13-mile marker for the race. I was walking from a restaurant over, about to meet my friend, and what I saw was, it caught my eye. It was a cop, and I sent the video to the UN. Forget the press, forget the FBI. I sent it to the UN. Whoever they are, the world military, whatever the hell they are. And I put it on YouTube. I disguised it, and the name is 9/11 Liars Club. I disguised it as a 9/11 video because it's all connected as conspiracies. But
okay. Tell me the name of the video on YouTube, and we'll pull it up. Say it again clearly.
9/11 Liars Club. I disguised it as that, but what I saw was a state trooper in his car, unmarked. He had his gun exposed, so he's obviously a cop, and pulling a knapsack, a backpack, and put it into the baby carriage. And I said, "What? This ain't right." I recorded him. I zoomed in on a license plate and everything, and I caught him on video putting the second one in the baby carriage. Hey, I gotta go. I don't trust this.
All right, that caller sounded a little bit sarcastic, and maybe I'm wrong reading the voice, but you open the phones up, you're going to get some of that stuff. A lot of people that are working for the globalists also think it's funny to make all this a joke. It's going to be funny when they take your private pension fund and go ahead and drink that fluoride and give your kid all the shots. Oh, you don't do that. It's just for the rest of us. It's all a big joke. And maybe that guy wasn't bad, but that sounded like somebody reading a script. That's what Skousen said he thought was going on earlier, too. And if the guy's wrong, I'm wrong. But if that sounded like it was just designed to be paranoid. You know, you hear these ads that I don't condone going, you better go to this site or you're, basically dead. I'm saying we need to get informed and involved or the evil will take over and then we're enslaved. I'm not like we're screwed, get ready. It's like we can turn this around. But a lot of callers coming in. We've got Trish in New York, families, military, John in Washington, Army, Bill in Indiana, bombings related, Dean, Army, Billy. We'll get to all of you. But let me just shut up so Doug Hagmann of the Northeast Intelligence Network can get his points out. What are you hearing? What are you seeing out of this? The police saying there wasn't a drill, but the drill's on record. What's your take on this? What are you hearing?
A couple of things. The training drill did happen as it was initially reported. And by the way, I talked to my source from the DHS this morning, and his reply to that training drill was, how safe does that make you feel, even if things went off exactly as the government stated, where you had a real live training drill or a real live security force there with dogs checking for explosives, finding none? How safe do you feel now? How well did that work out for you? That was number one. But more disconcerting than that, Alex, as of this morning when I talked to my source, he did say that this was an opening salvo of additional attacks of this nature that he classified in his terminology as diversionary attacks, meaning false flag attacks. At least that's what I got out of that statement. So I think what we're seeing here, based on the most current information I've got, is this is not the end of anything. This is the beginning of a more deadly, perhaps, a series of attacks. We're seeing the beginning of it could even be a wag the dog scenario, but a beginning of a campaign to further demonize the conservative base, to further demonize the people that are patriots. And the fact that this happened on Patriots Day should be lost on no one. The fact that there are other issues related to Boston and freedom should be lost on no one. Clearly, and again, based on my source, I think the most important, if I can say nothing else today for today's broadcast, is expect more and look at these as diversions. And that's pretty frightening as far as I'm concerned.
Well said. And I did confirm that last caller was a disinfo operative, who's doing a pathetic job, by the way. What he's promoting has 421 views after a few years. But it shows how desperate they are, that we're being swarmed by trolls online at an unprecedented level and on the videos and on air right now. They're very upset about the message we're putting out. And I know you don't like to jump the gun, Doug, but, I mean, come on. Every TV show demonizes patriots. Every channel, even Fox is saying it's probably right-wingers. Whether it turns out to be that or not, they're now mixing Al-Qaeda and right-wingers like it's one thing. And it's just pure demonization when the globalists run Al-Qaeda now. I mean that's not debated. So right. What does your gut tell you this is? And, if your source, who I've talked to, one of your sources, if your source, says he has this information, because I have my sources as well, I mean, if we don't know who's behind it, then how do we know there's more? This is an opening salvo.
Oh, no, I totally agree with you on this. And even if someone, for example, even if a member of Al-Qaeda, as you rightfully point out, that it's a creation of our intelligence agencies, even if that turns out to be true, well, number one, how do we know there's going to be more? I agree with that. Number two, the fact that it could be Al-Qaeda for the very reasons that they would state their religious reasons. However, it's going to be exploited to demonize the Patriots, constitutional, loving people, and Christians. So it's
exactly.
Almost,
it might be real. It might be real terrorists that came over from Mexico. They would cover it up and find some patriot to blame.
Oh, exactly. It's almost as if the facts don't matter. It's almost as if everyone is saying, well, it's the Patriots. It's because of this extreme, ideology by the conservative base in America that's causing the division in America, when in fact it is the progressive, communist, globalist, one world order people that are causing this, that are creating and exacerbating situations like this. Everything we've seen since, even before the last piece of glass hit the pavement in Boston, everything we've seen is an attempt to demonize the very message of ours, the patriotic, constitutional, loving, Christian, conservative base in this country. So expect more of this, and if this doesn't work, they'll do something else. But we have to remember too, we're also involved in a three-dimensional chess game here. We cannot look at this just merely in the context of one event. This happened in the context of other fights, constitutional rights being eroded, the gun grab, confiscation taking place, our economic just devastation that we have here.
That's right. So it's a smokescreen from everything else they're doing. And meanwhile, Axelrod says it's probably the Tea Party doing it. Weekly Standard, Young Turks, O'Reilly, Slimeball Matthews, all of them. This just goes on and on. Here's my point. This is why I said this was imminent. Again, every show says that patriots are going to murder you and your family and bomb public events with no evidence or history. Clearly, they're gearing up to do it themselves and blame it on us. That's 101. That's right. 101. And if they do try to say it's Al-Qaeda, everybody's going to point out, well, why is NATO arming Al-Qaeda then? So I don't see them going with that narrative. But, I mean, maybe the public's so stupid. Maybe they let Al-Qaeda in with a bunch of heat-seeking missiles. They shoot down airplanes, and then they go, oh, well, they got them in Libya, and everybody's too dumb to get to know that our government gave them to them. I mean, it's so simple. I mean, I guess the government just stage a bunch of bombings, take over. I mean, it's real simple.
Well, I think, Alex, we're in the fight of our lives here. This is the end game. This is for all the marbles. Our liberties are at stake. Our very way of life is at stake. We're seeing the bankers rape, pillage, and plunder our bank accounts.
That's why you're seeing hyperventilating by all of the establishment authoritarians that say they're leftist, going after the guns and everything and saying your kids belong to the state. It's like they know something huge is coming, and they're licking their chops with arrogance. I mean, they are on real power trips, and I hope they know we got hundreds of millions of guns. We got the jump on you. We know you're a terrorist. We know who you are. We know you're scum. We know you hate us. I mean, I hope they understand that we know who they are.
And I think they do, which is why I think we're seeing the reactions that we're seeing. I think that in their mind, they are not leaving anything to chance. There's no single point failure for them. And so we may see in this multi-dimensional chess game, we may see a terrorist attack like we saw yesterday, or an attack or a bombing like we saw yesterday, and then something else take place over in another part of the world. I mean, look, it's just like what we're seeing in North Korea. What's that all about? Well, that's to divert our assets, military assets over there. Well, things can happen in the Middle East. You know, everything is connected here.
I was about to say oil, gold, Russia, Europe, China, Japan getting in fights now, North Korea, Iran, putting Al-Qaeda in charge of all these countries with Homeland Security and NATO. Everything is going like somebody hit the dominoes. You know, basically, somebody tripped the dominoes, and the game is in play now. What is it building towards?
Well, ultimately, I mean, we are a captured operation. When we can't even have an intelligent conversation about current events, whether it's about the pedigree of our current occupant of the White House, or about what happened in Benghazi, for example, we still haven't gotten any answers to Benghazi. How can the average American expect to get the truth on something like what happened yesterday? We can't. What's this all building to? This is all building to the ultimate things that you talk about, this global domination. It's going to be a situation where they're going to collapse our economy. I mean, this is how it's been told to me. Our economy is going to be collapsed. It's a deliberate economic collapse of the dollar. We are going to be essentially slaves, subjugated to a one world global governance. And I know this is hard to really fathom for some people. It was for me for a long time. But when you see the evidence here, so the bottom line is this: everything that we're seeing is one step closer to the further erosion of our liberties, to the further enslavement of not only us, but our children and our grandchildren. And this is for all of the marbles. This is for the entire power structure of the globe. Something happens here in the United States that further erodes our freedom. Something happens in North Korea. Something happens in Syria. All of this is to a means to an end. And the end is our total and complete subjugation and enslavement to a one world global system of governance, which is why they've got to get rid of. We can't have a police state and an armed citizenry. It just doesn't work out well. So what we're seeing here are methods, are events that will result in a further gun confiscation, further erosion of liberties, and if for example Sandy Hook didn't do it, something else will. No single point failure on the part of those coming after us.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they stage Fast and Furious. They do stage false flags. Even CBS reported they got the memos. They were planning to blame the Second Amendment and say, hey, your guns are causing Mexico's problems when it wasn't our guns. And even when they got caught, they still went forward with it. And I mean, you look at Aurora, I mean, that is open and shut, classic MK Ultra, staged, drugged, you know, DARPA program, Pentagon psychiatrist over him. He's in a brain-man interface, machine interface program, just like Theodore Kaczynski was in MK Ultra. That's declassified. But no one ever goes, gee, why was the guy from MK Ultra the reported Unabomber? Because the truth is they just set up these drugged-out mind control guys to be their cutouts, you know, to tell their radical anti-human story. I mean, it's just incredible how the globalists...
Hey, look, the CIA for 30 years, I believe it was 87 different universities, millions upon millions of dollars. How many subjects were affected by this trauma-based mind control? We've seen this. It's documented. You've pointed this out. So, you know, we do have these Aurora shooters and other people. People think that this is conspiracy nonsense. I used to laugh at it and think, oh my gosh, no, it can't be. But the documentation is out there for anyone to look at. But I think the important point right now is this: we have to realize that we're in the fight of our lives, that there are people who want to take control of us. This is part of their operation. You've got David Axelrod, and that was a great article too by Steve Watson. David Axelrod coming out and saying, well, you know, it could very well be a dispute over tax day, referring to the bombing of yesterday. This is, so at the end of the day, when it does come down to the motive, it's going to be so watered down that people, all they're going to remember is Patriots Day, tax day, bombing, that type of thing. And it's a trauma-based, this is where the trauma-based mind control comes in, and the use of the press to
No, that's it. They're the ones engaged in the trauma-based mind control, milking Sandy Hook, milking Aurora, milking this to divert us from the $85 billion a month that's transferred to offshore banks. And if you look at all the thousands of declassified tests, some of which had thousands of programs within them, or incidences where they would kill foster kids, veterans, troops, towns, white people, black people, they don't care. Of course they would stage something like this. Criminal globalist elements, because they like doing this as well. And now images of troops with machine guns everywhere bugging their eyes out at people as if 400 troops, checkpoints didn't stop this. In fact, it's probably the people running the checkpoints that brought this to you. I mean, it's so elementary, and I think more and more people are... Do you think it shook them up that we had a reporter take over both press conferences?
You know what? I don't know anymore. I defer to you on that. I really don't know, but all I know is this: I think that we are the intended recipients of the shock and awe campaign, this military psyops campaign, this campaign of extreme disinformation, and disinformation is the key here. You've got people that are in the media that are working for the globalists. You've got the people that are performing these press conferences that are obviously working for the globalists.
Absolutely. We are so infiltrated. That's why they shut down both press conferences. HomelandSecurityUS.com is the website, HomelandSecurityUS.com. Doug Hagmann, thank you so much for the time. We'll talk to you and get updates very, very soon. All right, stay with us. We're going to get the head of Oath Keepers on straight ahead.
You prepare by purchasing gold, food, and firearms. But if you don't have a home security system, then you're missing a critical weapon in your arsenal for home protection. When you're sleeping or away from home, who's watching out for intruders? Check out Simply Safe. It's a new do-it-yourself home security system that is completely wireless. Go to GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is independent and off the grid. It runs on battery power, so even if the grid goes down, you're protected. It's completely customizable, so you can use it in your home, business, boat, trailer, storage unit, or shed. GetSimplySafe.com. Simply Safe is also ridiculously easy to install yourself in under 20 minutes, so there's no need to let a stranger into your home. If you move or need to relocate, you can take the system with you wherever you go. You aren't always at home, but Simply Safe will stand guard, protecting your property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Again, that's GetSimplySafe.com.
Hello, this is Ty Bollinger, author of the best-selling book, Cancer, Step Outside the Box. I want you to know some very important information. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan requested that Carnivora be sent directly to the White House at a time when only the president could obtain this world-class healer. Now, 27 years later, Carnivora capsules are used around the world to keep people healthy. Now you can protect yourself and your loved ones in this age of superbugs with 17 naturally occurring compounds that instinctively respond to abnormal cells only without harming a single normal cell. If you want to stay healthy, now's your chance to literally wake up your critical immune cells to attack harmful invaders that don't belong in your body. Call 1-866-VENUS-FLY or order from carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. That's 1-866-836-8735, 1-866-VENUS-FLY, or visit carnivora.com. Protect your immune system. It's the only one you've got.
Introducing a 30-day emergency food supply for only $99. At 30dayfoodsupply.com, you can purchase Oregon Trail Foods' 1 month supply of high-quality, nutritious, and healthy emergency meals for less than $100. These vegetarian meals are natural, high in carbs and protein, and are packed with oxygen absorbers in Mylar pouches. They take up to 70% less space than number 10 cans, have a 20-year shelf life, and huge portions, over twice the serving size of some competitors' meals. Oregon Trail Foods and 30dayfoodsupply.com keep prices low by buying direct from producers in Oregon and then pass the savings on to you. Purchase a 30-day 90-serving emergency food supply for only $99 this month, and $10 ships your entire order to the lower 48. Call 541-673-6666 or visit 30dayfoodsupply.com, where they make preparedness affordable. 30dayfoodsupply.com. Got it? Get it. Go to 30dayfoodsupply.com.
Midwest farmer, I make a living off the land. I ride a John Deere tractor.
I'm a liberated man. The rain hasn't fallen.
It hasn't fallen since the middle of July. And if it don't come soon, my crops will die.
Bankman says he likes me.
The bankman says he likes me, but there's nothing he can do. He tells me that he's coming, but the clouds are coming too.
He ain't my friend.
He ain't my friend.
And I'll ride again.
And I'll ride again.
All right, that's enough of that great highway music. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. is the official transmission. But when this hour ends, we will go to video and audio streams that are already up and running, free for everybody at Infowars.com/listen. And then the nightly news at 7 o'clock will be regrouped and ready. Then I'll do Coast to Coast AM tonight for 3 hours on the Globalist Master Takeover plan. But undoubtedly, I'm going to be able to spend some time on this, and we'll have more tonight. So that's, I don't know, 560-something radio stations across the country. So that'll certainly be a powerful 1-2 punch at coasttocoastam.com. I want to take some phone calls right now. I've got some other special reports I'm going to play and a recap of all this before I throw it at 20 after to Jakari Jackson and David Knight. And then it'll be Rob Dude, Jakari Jackson, and David Knight, but Rob Dude leading it on the nightly news, 7 o'clock Central. And that's all available free at Infowars.com/listen with our continued 24-hour coverage. And by the way, our AM and FM affiliates are welcome. Any of the shows out there that come on after us to take any clips from the shows or any of the feeds tonight that you feel like carrying, that will be available at the free streams and even high quality. We also have low res as well for people that don't have good internet connections at Infowars.com/listen. And again, if you follow us on Twitter, you can find all that information right there. But I'm going to punch out for a few hours just to save my voice so I can do Coast to Coast AM tonight, because by the time I was into 11th hour of transmission yesterday and barking orders behind the scenes, I had no voice by 9 o'clock last night. But a rest will always, I start to feel it even now, starting to get a little bit even. Again, I don't do a Clint Eastwood voice on purpose. Go ahead, punk. Make my day. My name's Bill Clinton. I didn't have sex with that lady. I always tell you the truth. Hand in your firearms. It's not that I want to enslave you or anything. It's just we're buying a lot more guns. We like to be the only ones that have them over at Mina at the airport where we fly the narcotics in. So that's basically all I wanted to say to you. How's that sound? Okay. Again, I know we got a bunch of callers. I'll get to you, and then I will get to these video clips. But John, and then others that are patiently holding, Trish, Bill, Dean, and Billy. I'll get to all of you. And again, I get a little dingy sometimes on air and make jokes because I'm tired. And I start singing along with Willie Nelson, and then, everything else goes out the window. And we'll also review the latest up at drudgereport.com. I say that because I want to go over and see what's being covered. Yeah, explosives made of pressure cookers. Roommate speaks out about Saudi national being questioned by FBI. Well, if the Saudis did it, we have to spin the globe and then just randomly pick a country like Iraq and attack it. Like maybe the Pentagon could nuke Canada. If Saudi Arabia is involved in this again, we'll just attack another random country like Luxembourg or something, or maybe Mexico, or lawmakers question trusted status for Saudi travelers. After Boston, Congressman urges caution on immigration. Muslim Brotherhood leader points to conspiracy behind bombing. 2 men speaking Arabic escorted off plane. It just goes on and on. Witness recount war zone at Marathon, warning graphic content. That's some of the stuff there. We're covering it all at Infowars.com.
Thank you for listening.
Infowars.com/listen. Send that to your friends and family, please.
today.
I believe the bankers are our friends. I had tried everything. I'd cut back the amount of food I was eating. I was lifting weights and jogging, but nothing was working. My body was literally starving for minerals and trace elements as well as key vitamins. And as soon as I had that, I immediately could eat half of what I was eating previously and be satisfied. Now, there are hundreds of great products at InfoWarsTeam.com, but I want to point out the 3 that have helped me lose 37 pounds in just 2 months. Products like Beyond Tangy Tangerine, Pollen Burst, and Rebound. When I started taking the Tangy Tangerine and other products every day, I lost more than 37 pounds in just 2 months. Now that's results. I want to challenge my listeners to go to InfoWarsTeam.com and to order just 3 of their products, and you will see the changes in the way you look, feel, and in your appetite almost immediately. Start your journey to health and wellness today. InfoWarsTeam.com.
Coast to coast, direct from Austin. You're listening to the Alex Jones Broadcasting Network.
Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers?
Oh, boy.
Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones.
Welcome back.
On the GCN Radio Network.
It's 2 o'clock Central.
Live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
Part of our continual coverage. Look at DrudgeReport.com. We need more cameras. I remember a couple of years ago, like 8-9 years ago, they got a $2 billion Homeland Security grant to put cameras up all over Boston. I mean, it's the finishing line of one of the biggest sporting events in the world, and they're saying they don't have enough cameras. You know what we need is if you're watching us on TV, we do not need more cameras on Representative Peter King, who looks like the Bride of Frankenstein. He looks like a pasty, like something out of Hellraiser. Like you put him in a leather outfit with like a big zipper. Down the front of him. And that's a Hellraiser creature right there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm sorry. It looks like he's been to hell, too. Look at those eyes. Shark eyes. One-way eyes. Like there's nothing behind it. Peter King, who, by the way, wants your guns. But he's a good Republican. He gets to keep his bodyguards. Hey, buddy, why don't you move to North Korea? How's that sound? And there's all sorts of jitters. LaGuardia Terminal evacuated over suspicious package. But meanwhile, the borders are wide open. and the reporters all just, oh, my God, the terrorists are going to get us. Oh, no. Homeland, take me away, save me. Never thinking it could be Homeland that's doing it. John in Washington, and then we're going to go to everybody else. John, thanks for holding her on the air.
Hey, how's it going, Alex? First-time caller. I've been listening to your show for a little while now. And you got a great show, man.
Well, thank you, sir.
I've served in the Army for over 20 years, and I could tell you that from my experience, go back to 1995 to 97 is the first time I served in Saudi Arabia, and we were doing anti-terrorism training then, counterterrorism training. And since then, I've been to a few more courses throughout the world, a couple places that, I really can't talk about, but when Iraq broke off, and the first time I saw a suicide bomber, I was like, man, I've seen these vests before, and I couldn't really place it, but I remember, going through training back in 95, 96 in Saudi Arabia, and, it was right around the Khobar Tower bombing, because there was a bombing in November 2003, November of 95 in Riyadh. It was a car bomb, and then it was unsuccessful, and then in 96 is when, the Khobar Towers blew up and it, skyrocketed. All of the anti-terrorism training just went up from there. But I can tell you that everything that we do, it leads up to a training event. And these training events culminate with some kind of joint task force training. And if you look right now, I think that's what's happening. I think you put your finger right on it. You got joint exercises going on all around the world.
Yeah, so they integrate the military in with the police. They start federalizing the police, the special event police, then the general police. You standardize the codes, the cars, the equipment, the training, and you have total federalization. And the feds themselves are globalist, and so it's full globalization. It's UN, UNESCO policy right through the federal government into a new hyper-afraid nanny state, surveilling everyone and disappearing people off into government spider holes. Ultra creepy. Homeland Security, though, has a new website. Learn how DHS helps keep our nation safe by putting al-Qaeda in charge in Libya and Syria. And GOP moves to prop up Obamacare. Of course, the big banks wrote it. I mean, of course, GOP fast-tracks bill to fortify Obamacare. I mean, this is so sick. And I told you, that's why we're in so much trouble. It's not just the Democrats are pure evil. The Republicans are just a fake loyal opposition. How do we get around something like that, a whole synthetic reality?
Well, there's a lot of people in the military that I know, friends of mine, that, they don't buy into all of the, the BS that goes on. I mean, you see it every day. I mean, you've been through numerous joint training exercises. And, I mean, we even train ourselves to act like the terrorists. So, like, you got opposing forces. You got your Op 4 that acts just like the terrorist element, along with,
Well, stay there. I want to hear more about this. We'll go to other callers. Introducing Pro One. All of your filtration in one system, portable, on the go. No more do you have 2 or 3 filters to just reduce sodium fluoride. You have a system that cuts out the sodium fluoride and up to 95% of hydrofluorosilicic acid. Advanced manufacturing technology combines silver-impregnated white ceramic with new Aquamedics advanced media for removal of fluoride and other heavy metals, all in one filter element. It is the only one that does it, and out of the gates, we have it discounted at 10% off with promo code WATER. This is the only system that in one unit helps reduce or remove pesticides, herbicides, chloramines, ammonia, and chlorine, hydrofluorosilicic acid, the most common form of fluoride not covered by other fluoride filter brands, and sodium hexafluorosilicate. Get your Pro Pure with the new Pro One filters today at InfoWarsStore.com or by calling 888-253-3139.
American gardeners and fellow patriots, make the right choice with your money, time, and your family food supply. Choose 100% pure heirloom seeds in the Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com. Why spend more? The Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com is only $37.95 and includes 20 varieties of pure, hardy, easy-to-grow heirloom seeds. Yes, only $37.95. That's 70% less than our competitors. You could buy 3 Survival Seed Vaults for less than one of theirs. The Survival Seed Vault from MyPatriotSupply.com includes detailed planting and seed-saving instructions and ships same day. Plus, all orders over $49 ship free. MyPatriotSupply.com is American-owned by patriots like you, passionate about freedom and preparedness. Call now, 866-229-0927. That's 866-229-0927. Or discover more emergency preparedness items when you order at MyPatriotSupply.com. Choose the original. Choose the Survival Seed Vault at MyPatriotSupply.com.
Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins. Amino acids have to be delivered to your body in the shape that nature gave them if they are to be used to create new proteins in your body. Just like a bricklayer cannot use bent or twisted bricks to build a brick wall, so too your body cannot use bent or twisted amino acids to build new proteins. Giving your body an undamaged amino acid food can make a huge difference in your health. One World Whey is an undamaged amino acid food unlike any other. You see, heating bends and twists amino acids, and all whey protein powders we've investigated and most proteins you consume are heated. With our True Cool process, you now have a choice with One World Whey.
My name is Daniel. I'm 34 years old. When I started using One World Whey, I weighed 228 pounds. Now, after 2.5 months, I weigh 182 pounds. This is my ideal weight. I've noticed an increase in stamina, rate of recovery from workouts, and an increase in my potency.
Call 888-988-3325 or visit oneworldwhey.com.
Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the reporters coming in, and I was just talking to Leanne McAdoo, who's going to be in here with Jakari Jackson and David Knight. She was talking about trolls and the standard deal they do in the YouTube videos, going, don't you care about the people? Yeah, I care about the million dead Iraqis. I care about the hundreds of thousands that die from bad drug interactions every year and flesh-eating bacteria. I care about the kids dying from deadly vaccines by the thousands and hundreds of thousands being injured. Autism going from 1 in 25,000 to 1 in 50-something. That's a troll thing they do. That, oh, give this time with the tragedy for us to find out what really happened. Don't talk about the drill. Hey, the police are mourning what Dorner did to them. Don't talk about how they claim they burned him down. Don't look at that. They don't want us up front addressing the information. I've never seen trolls going this wild on this many fronts. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And this is the type of stuff getting posted up to Reddit. And whether it's real or not, this is exactly what you could expect to see. So if this is real, I'll read this now before we go back to the calls, John and others, so that if it unfolds. I work on a security commission, and I've just received word to start campaigning on a campaign we've been working on the last 2 months, and now it all makes sense. I'll keep it as short as I can. They're going to pin this event on a male, late teens to early 20s, and I'd say he did it because he's unstable. And say he did it. He wouldn't say that. And they say he did it because he's unstable. They're going to find firearms and an NRA book in his home. They're going to say he used reloading powder. Yeah, I was thinking that too, to then ban that for the explosion, and that reloading powder shouldn't be for sale to the public. Absolutely, that shuts down reloading. It's about going after the bullets. They're going to use this to say that because the powder in ammunition can be used for explosions, the number of rounds you can buy should be limited and taxed to help pay for these events. I can't do anything or I'll lose my job, possibly face criminal charges. Please don't let them get away with it. They won't find the suspect till later this week, and the raid is to occur on Friday. This was a staged event. The people hurt are real, but the event was planned. Don't let them hurt our rights. I'm going to use a copy of a picture from another thread, so please don't mention me. It will seriously hurt me. Now, again, is that somebody trying to warn folks, or is that fake? Folks, all I know is every show said prepare for veterans to attack, prepare for Christians to attack. The Tea Party's going to blow you up. The Tea Party's going to shoot you, blah, blah, blah. And now this happens. I mean, this is incredible. And now they try to deny this drill was happening. John, in the Army, Washington, what is your take on this, sir? In closing, what is your take on this?
Well, I just see this as it's a joint terrorism task force training exercise. It kind of looks that way to me. All of these guys are in place, the commonalities behind it. And I know they're there because it's a big event, but I mean, with the excess amount of people that they have on the ground, and immediately they jump into this task force and have everybody ready to go. It just seemed to me, it seemed kind of staged. That's all I know. It seems like a real tragedy, terrorist attack, but where exactly it's coming from, I mean, I don't know for sure.
Well, I mean, the Southern Poverty Law Center that was deeply involved in Oklahoma City, at Elohim City, they come out and say, there's going to be attacks, they're imminent, and we're your savior. I mean, this is so old. I mean, have you seen the TV shows out there where every bad guy's a patriot? I mean, I've never seen such a buildup. I mean, this is all scripted. The bomb robots delivered everywhere the last year, the body scanners delivered right as the underwear bombing happens. I mean, it's all scripted. And we'll see who they blame it on, but they're already saying right-wing Al-Qaeda, right-wing, who will it be, right-wing or Al-Qaeda? Not, hey, are the weathermen back to something? No, it's none of that. It's just this thing to hang it out there so they can project it onto whoever they want. I appreciate your call, John. Dean in Pennsylvania, Army, thanks for holding her on the air.
Hey, Alex. I'm not in the Army now. I served from 1989 to 1993. My unit was Alpha Company, 313th Military Intelligence Battalion of the 82nd Airborne. And I wanted to back up what Mr. Skousen was saying about lower-level people knowing intelligence and what's going on. You do not know. We had what was called CW, warrant officers, that were specialists in their field. which would be interrogation and things like that. My battalion was what was called a Seaweed Battalion. It was a combat electronic warfare intelligence. And like you described very well, it is compartmentalized. There are certain positions, like I'll give you an example, our S3, which was our S3 Air. The person sitting behind that desk had to be an E7 or above. Just to be in that battalion, you had to have a top secret clearance. For God's sake, I had an underage drinking when I was like 19 years old. I was held in limbo for 2 weeks just to get into that battalion so the FBI could run checks on you. It is not, you are not privy to that information. And I can't see it being changed that much. As a matter of fact, I would think it would be more stringent nowadays with, everything else going on, especially like with Manning and things like that. It just don't happen. And I'll tell you what, in a battalion or anything like that, it's just like high school. I mean, rumor mills roll. You do
absolutely no. That's what's going on. Troops when they're out there with role players, screaming, "I'm an American! Please don't put me in the camp. Don't take my guns." I'll talk to the Marines and they go, "We don't know who we're training to fight." And I'm like, "You're training to fight Americans," and they don't even know that. Well, they don't tell us. It's just the Green Force. We're the Red Force. And absolutely, people inside, it's not like James Bond who knows everything. It's the complete opposite. And then you'll have like 2 guys inserted, that's why they do the drill, who are deep cover in there. They plant the bombs, then they get out. They bring the patsy with them who's part of the drill so they can later set him up. We just know from past operations. Good to hear from you, Dean. Let's go ahead and talk to Logan. No. Logan's just got on. Let me go to whoever's been on the longest. Bill in Indiana. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Yes. Hello?
I'm good. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Yes, I was just calling to talk to you about what's going on.
Go ahead, sir.
Has anybody thought of any kind of... is this on the radio?
Yeah, we're on the radio. You called in. We don't screen calls. So you're on the air right now, Bill.
Okay, I want you to look at a 47-year pattern that they're running on us. And if you do that, you'll go back to 66, to 1919, to 1872. Every 47 years. Look at the history of them years and see what happened yesterday. In 1919, they had the Red Scare riots. Hello?
Man, I'm trying to let you talk, yeah.
I'm not a good talker.
No, you're doing good, bro. I just want you to be able to make your points.
Okay, I think they're running 2 patterns on us, a 47-year pattern and a 33. A 33 will bring us back to 80, and then the 47. Look at those magic years. And then 1914 before that.
I hear you. Very, very interesting. Send me an email with more information. Let's talk to Trish in New York, who's got a family in the military. What's your take on all this, Trish?
Well, I'm just curious about what you said earlier, because it seems like there needs to be more awareness of how interrelated what's going on in the Middle East is with what's going on here, and you brought that to the program. I'm really grateful for that. But I don't know if you're aware, but Huffington Post is now running a story about the Al-Qaeda in Saudi Arabia that has made a comment praising the bombings. And he's a guy from a Salafi group in Jordan now.
It's just, which, by the way, we're fully funding, or the globalists are, to invade all these countries. So, I mean, if they go with that route, again, they've already tried to tie right-wing to it. Is it right-wing or is it Al-Qaeda, implying right-wing is the new Al-Qaeda? So we don't know. They're going to build up the crescendo before they roll out, but it just has all the signs. I mean, does everybody get my point about how every TV show says the Patriots are going to blow everything up now, and Green Lantern fights the militia, and the militia is going to blow up the football game? I mean, they do this before they stage it and blame it on us.
If they're going to be able to get away with that just on its own, but if they tie together a right-winger to Al-Qaeda, that might make the dimension big enough. I mean, what you mentioned before about the Oklahoma City bombing, I've been working also as a freelance journalist for the last decade, and I don't know if you're familiar with what went on in Lebanon, their version of 9/11 when that prime minister was killed over there.
Yes.
And I was over there during that time, and what was very odd during the time I was over there before the bombing happened was all the FBI that were all over the place in Lebanon and in Beirut. And I know that the CIA and various intelligence agencies are over there a lot. But what happened was I got hooked up to a guy who he made the claim and, gave various substantiating evidence that he was having this mad affair with this woman, and had I ever heard of her, and at the time I didn't until later I researched, and it turned out he gave me the name and the photo, and it didn't mean anything to me at the time, and it turns out it was Carol Howe from the Oklahoma City bombing, and that she had been over in Beirut, he claimed, for the 9 months up until Hariri was killed, and like a few days before the car bombing there, she disappeared, like he never heard.
And it was Carol Howe who exposed Southern Poverty Law Center was involved in Oklahoma City, and they tried to put her in prison. Very interesting. I think I remember reading about these connections before. You ought to write an article up about that. Okay, we got the other crew coming in here. We got Nightly News Tonight.
In the last 2 years alone, the U.S. has seen huge losses to our food supply. In 2011, storms and floods raged across the U.S., costing us $20 billion in lost crops alone. In 2012, we saw the largest drought in the country in more than 50 years. You may think out of sight, out of mind, and so you don't think you will be affected. The fact is you are. We all are. Food shortages drive prices up for everyone. You might not be able to control Mother Nature, but you can control your food prices by freezing the cost and availability of your food supply with eFoods Direct. Be prepared before you need it. With nutrient-dense food you can store for up to 25 years. You can hope for the best, but hope won't feed you. Do what I've done and get your own supply of the best storable foods out there from eFoods Direct. Call 800-409-5633 or visit them on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex and check out their spring specials. Again, that number is 800-409-5633 or on the web at efoodsdirect.com/Alex. You can bet your life on eFoods Direct.
What's safer and cheaper than prescription drugs?
Glad you asked. The answer is Renovation Teas. Herbal remedies are much safer and much cheaper than prescription drugs. Taste great, and most importantly, herbal teas are effective and non-addictive. Renovation Tea is especially unique, and here's why. We spent years researching herbs and their beneficial properties. Renovation Teas uses only 100% organic, fair trade herbs. Our teas are blended towards specific ailments and health conditions, such as diabetes, blood pressure, anxiety, libido, detox, and much more. All Renovation Teas are formulated and hand-filled in Arkansas. Take care of yourself naturally, the way Mother Nature intended. Order Renovation Teas at renovationtea.com or call 870-784-3121. That's 870-784-3121. Renovation Teas. Renovate your health one bag at a time.
That's the sound of your door being kicked in by an intruder with a single kick. That's the sound of the same door now protected by the Door Sentinel at mysafedoor.com. Go to mysafedoor.com right now and watch the amazing video. At mysafedoor.com, you'll learn how to turn your home into a fortress with the Door Sentinel. 16 kicks later, and the Door Sentinel is still holding strong. mysafedoor.com. That's mysafedoor.com.
Hi, this is Ted Anderson. Have you ever wondered why banks, stockbrokers, investment advisors won't talk about gold IRAs? They've been available since 1986, yet the financial industry won't recognize the value of gold for your retirement. Gold has outperformed paper investments, yet no word about IRAs. If you would like to have gold for your retirement, call 800-686-2237. Don't get left behind by rising inflation and low returns. Call 800-686-2237. Secure your future and call 1-800-686-2237.
We travel so much, and having a fake TV, well, it gives added peace of mind.
Burglars look for houses that appear to be easy targets, but fake TV can fool even professional burglars into thinking someone is home watching television.
As a recent widow living alone, it gives me great peace of mind to set my fake TV near a window
and know that passing motorists and pedestrians will think someone is home watching TV when I'm actually away from home.
Fake TV easily plugs into any outlet, just like a light on a timer.
And they're so easy to use. You just plug them in and they're ready to go. Plus, they're so affordable that we have one upstairs and downstairs.
Fake TV is only $29.95 with free shipping. Order your fake TV by calling 877-5-FAKE-TV or go to faketv.com. That's 877-532-5388 or faketv.com. Fake TV, the burglar deterrent.
And welcome back to the Alex Jones Radio Show. We are in the Overdrive segment. I'm not Alex Jones. I'm Jakari Jackson for the InfoWars Nightly News. Alex is taking a break. And in this Overdrive segment, we will be joined by David Knight and Leanne McAdoo, one of our new reporters here in the InfoWar. But first, I just want to recap some of our new viewers who just may be joining us. One of our reporters, Dan Badandi, up in the Northeast, had a chance to go to a couple conferences, news conferences concerning the bombings in Boston. And I do believe we have a couple of those clips. You guys let me know when you're ready. In this first clip, I believe the one that's a minute 06, Dan confronts the mayor or governor, should I say, to ask about some of the things that's going on in the city, asking about drills, or excuse me, the police commissioner to ask about the things that are going on in the city. Are there bomb drills? Were there bomb-sniffing dogs? And if there were bomb-sniffing dogs, why weren't any bombs recovered? And I do believe we have that clip, so let's go ahead with that.
Have to take any questions?
Oh, sir, why the white speakers telling people in the audience to be calm moments before the bomb went off? Is this another false flag stage attack to take our civil liberties and promote homeland security while sticking a hand down against on the streets?
No. Next question.
You have said that there's no suspect.
In the morning, the medical people are compiling that as we speak.
Again, why do we speak these little people to be characterizing active terrorism?
Extent of the injuries.
Main point of focus right now.
Okay, why don't you do something that speakers telling people to be calm before the bomb went off? I want to answer that question.
Currently in your search for additional devices, are you searching the entire room?
So the investigation is in the area that the governor mentioned.
Why was there any bomb going off?
Are there any unaccounted for people? If so, how is it?
We're actually working very closely with the families right now. We're going through those right now.
Why was people being told prior?
9:30 tomorrow morning will be the next briefing. Thank you.
The bombs went off the same
Go right there.
That's a false flag, gentlemen.
This is Piers Morgan Live. I want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to CNN's
Okay, and that's goes into the Piers Morgan clip after that. But some very real general questions. Were there bomb-sniffing dogs? Were there bomb drills? We've heard a coach of one of the runners say that he was told that they were running drills and actually saw them himself. We've heard people say that they saw some other fishy things going on. We've seen the cherry picker photo, the man that's on the roof. And I'll talk for a second about the man on the roof. The thing that really surprised me was this lone individual on the roof. I know many times there are sporting events and people who live in the local area live around the track or the football field or whatever it may be, just watch from their homes. If they have an apartment complex or something that they can get on top of, they'll often go to the top of the roof and watch the event. So I thought it was very suspect that there was only one person up on the roof, as if maybe the roofs were off limit for some reason. I thought that was very suspicious, and we'll have David Knight in a little bit just to talk about that. But in the meantime, I'll go through some of the news in Alex's stack. Person briefed on pro-bombs and pressure cookers. Now, this is from the AP. A person briefed on the Boston Marathon investigation says that the explosives were a 6-liter pressure cooker placed in black duffel bags. The person says the explosives were placed on the ground and contained shards of metal, nails, and ball bearings. The person spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the investigation is ongoing. So we saw the FBI earlier this morning hold a press conference, and in the press conference they said they were very confident that they had secured all the explosives. The investigation is obviously still ongoing for suspect or suspects. The earlier reports we heard about a Saudi national being the suspect was later overturned, saying, I'm not exactly sure why they chose to single out that individual, but he has been cleared of the charges from what I am told. So it's a very, very hard thing for for us in this country at this time. We see, just recently Sandy Hook, and now we have this new tragedy in Boston. And regardless if it was a false flag or, lone gunman or group with their particular interest, it's always going to be used not to let a good crisis go to waste. They're going to find some way to push their new agenda, to push out the new TSA rollouts, to push out the whatever, the XYZ, the new thing that they want to test. And I think it's definitely forthcoming. We already see the TSA Viper teams. We see the TSA at football games, at whatever else. I think they were at a Romney event last year. I don't know why they would be at a Romney event, but they were there checking people's bags. They were at the Obama inauguration, testing people, checking people's bags, patting people down. And it's definitely more of the police state that we've been warning about here on the InfoWar for a good time. And you can see the quote right there if you're watching on Infowars.com/listen. No crisis should go to waste. That is from Rahm Emanuel. And I do believe we have a break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break with Leanne McAdoo. And after that, David Knight.
We're on the march. The empire's on the run. Alex Jones and the GCN Radio Network.
Hello, I'm Alex Jones. Myself, my family, the Infowars.com team want to relay to you and your families that we are intensifying our efforts against the globalist on every front. Infowars.com is leading the fight against the technocrats. But we can't do that without your help. By getting the films, bumper stickers, and T-shirts at Infowars.com, you will wake up people in your area and support our operation as we move to the next level. We need your help to spread the word like never before. They wish to hide themselves during this tectonic battle between the forces of freedom and darkness. You are the response to the globalist technocrats and their program of global eugenics, dehumanization, and ultimate extermination. The war is here. It's an info war. The spirit of 1776 versus the mindset of 1984.
Are you still a traditional smoker? Now experience a new lifestyle and try vaping with e-cigarettes by LeSig. Imagine no ashes, stains, nasty smell, or coughing and hacking. With LeSig e-cigarettes' revolutionary microelectronic technology, rechargeable battery, and unique replaceable cartridge, you'll get all the benefits and satisfaction of smoking without the hazards. Choose your taste from a wide variety of our new American-made vape-free e-liquids at LeSig.com. And LeSig smokes the competition by serving thousands of worldwide customers with real people customer service, fast, free, same-day shipping, and a 30-day warranty and satisfaction guarantee. So are you ready for a new vaping lifestyle? Then call 870-518-4307. That's 870-518-4307. Or visit LeSig.com, spelled LECIG.com. LeSig e-cigarettes for today's modern smoker.
Hello, this is Ty Bollinger, author of the best-selling book, Cancer, Step Outside the Box. I want you to know some very important information. In 1985, President Ronald Reagan requested that Carnivora be sent directly to the White House at a time when only the president could obtain this world-class healer. Now, 27 years later, Carnivora capsules are used around the world to keep people healthy. Now you can protect yourself and your loved ones in this age of superbugs with 17 naturally occurring compounds that instinctively respond to abnormal cells only without harming a single normal cell. If you want to stay healthy, now's your chance to literally wake up your critical immune cells to attack harmful invaders that don't belong in your body. Call 1-866-VENUS-FLY or order from carnivora.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. That's 1-866-836-8735, 1-866-VENUS-FLY, or visit carnivora.com. Protect your immune system. It's the only one you've got.
And welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm Jakari Jackson filling in for Alex. I'm joined here with David Knight. How you doing, David?
Doing good, Jakar.
All right, now there's a article on Infowars.com. It was just on a second ago, if you guys can put that back on. The Paul Joseph Watson article concerning an episode of Family Guy. And we get people who comment and say, why do you guys reference a cartoon or a video game or whatever else? Now, this particular episode of Family Guy, I believe it's called, what was it, Cowboys?
Turban Cowboy.
Turban Cowboys. And in this episode of Family Guy, the father, Peter Griffin, is a participant in the Boston Marathon. And it just so happens that 2 bombs go off in the marathon. So I do believe we have that clip ready to roll with.
I'm Bob Costas, here with Boston Marathon winner Peter Griffin. Peter, how did you do it?
Damn phone's busted. Maybe I dialed wrong.
So you just saw the clip right there. Now, Paul Joseph Watson, I did an article and even a video accompanying that. His video has been taken down. You can see it right there on the screen if you're watching on Infowars.com/listen. The video has been removed, as you saw just a second ago. It is a very short clip. So I'm not sure what type of copyright infringements may be on that, but it has been taken down. And
that was only about 14 seconds, and Watson was talking for about, it was over 4 minutes long, the video. So that's not a copyright violation.
Right.
So that's pretty strange. And one of the things that's there is that the guy, the father, they talk about Turban Cowboy, he gets aligned in that episode with an Islamic terrorist.
Right.
He's a Tea Party guy. Okay. So that all feeds into the narrative that they've been building.
They've been trying to get you on because they keep saying that it's going to be your right-wing extremist even yesterday. And they keep saying, well, Infowars is making all these claims without any evidence. I mean, how many people made claims yesterday that it's going to be some right-winger without any type of evidence?
They say Hollywood, they say politics makes strange bedfellows, but there aren't any stranger bedfellows than the Tea Party and Islamic terrorists. I mean,
exactly.
You can't get any more polar opposites together, and yet they keep putting them together as bosom buddies throughout all these Hollywood shows. They keep
exactly. It's not just that. It was the following the Fox TV show. I even saw episode of Green Lantern, and I mean it goes way down the rabbit hole. It's not any one-time deal, one-off deal. It's something that has happened and continues to happen because I believe that it was a recent episode.
Yeah.
So it's nothing new, and why would they play that right before? And some people say, well, you're grasping at straws, but then you look at the Batman film. Alex did a video on that, and people are like, how do you know before it happens? Because he sees these triggers, and more recently, I don't believe the film has come out yet, but World War Z. It's all about the dehumanization, and the UN is here to save us heroically. What are your thoughts on that, David?
Well, it's just we're criticized by people like Glenn Beck and Salon, but we see this, like you said, we see it from a Hollywood narrative. We see it from papers that are being put out by West Point Military Academy, other terrorist organizations. We've seen a steady stream of this narrative about how the enemies of this country are people who are looking for limited government, people who think there ought to be limits on the government, people who want to adhere to the Constitution, people that they like to characterize, therefore, as right-wing. We keep seeing this over and over and over again, and that's why when we saw this happen, we were suspicious of it, because there's not anything about, we were criticized for jumping on it saying, well, this might be a false flag. Let's take a look at this. We said that right away, that we should examine this. Why? Because when you have a crime in an area, you want to look at the MO of the people that are there. In other words, if you've got somebody that's a known rapist and he's in the area, or a child molester, and you have a crime of that type, you're going to take a look at the person that's there. And we have documented over and over again. There's been declassified documents going back for decades talking about false flag attacks that the government has done, or false flag attacks that they planned, like Operation Northwoods. And so when we see things like that, and we believe that there were similar things that happened in 9/11 and in the 7/7 bombings and in the Oslo, Norway bombings, we see that they have a drill that's operating alongside. So as we were already suspicious because the government had that kind of MO, there was nothing there that anybody would really gain from except the government, because they're going to be able to ramp up the security state. And then when we saw the drill being reported happening alongside, that was the thing that's when we said, we
were calling BS. Now, we'll talk about that drill in just 1 second, but we have some news the producer just handed me a second ago. This is from the Mail Online. He's a witness, not a suspect. Burnside, a student, had his apartment raided after the police ruled him out. before the police ruled him out. And the bomb squad, among 20 officers, combining flat bags and evidence removed. Police also hunting dark-skinned man with hooded, dark-colored sweatshirt and backpack seen trying to get into restricted area. So I guess that's what the new suspect is supposed to be, the dark-skinned man, the man with the hoodie. I'm not exactly sure if that's the person we saw on the rooftops or not.
Well, in terms of the Saudi, I saw one article, and I have only seen it in one place, so I don't know if this is valid or not, but I saw a report that he was apprehended because he was running after the bomb. Mm-hmm. Somebody pointed at him and said, "Get him." Now, I don't know if they pointed at him because he was an Arab-looking guy doing what most people will probably be doing after a bomb goes off, and that is running in some direction. So I think that was basically what was going on with it. I think he was basically just,
singled out because a bomb goes off and you can see in the videos there are people of all races from, I'm sure, all number of countries, and they just scatter, just trying to get away from the blast. But it seems like this guy was singled out.
There have been a lot of bombings that have been done by Muslim people. But, interestingly enough, there haven't been any bombings that have been done by Patriot people. Certainly, not urban bombings. I can't think of any offhand. I mean, they've tried to pin it on Richard Jewell and stuff like that, but that was fake. I mean, when you're looking at something like this, again, going back to what we said, we've seen the government operate this way many times. So when something like this happens, that's the first thing we want to look at and look and see if there's any other telltale signs like a simultaneous drill.
Exactly. Now, because we got a lot of criticism saying that this is a possibility, possibly a false flag. But so many other people were quick to say that it's not a false flag. And I'm like, well, how is their credibility more than ours when they're just with no evidence that it's not a false flag? No, it's not a false flag. And we say, well, there's a possibility. Nobody said it was definite, at least we didn't hear at InfoWars.
Like Peter Bergen, who immediately says, it's conservative right-wing terrorists.
What evidence do you have of that?
Narrative, he'd already been building that narrative for 10 days prior to that. Okay, an article said he'd put out, and then he immediately does that. And exactly, he doesn't have any basis to say it any more than we said, well, we need to look at this and see if it is a false flag. Why? Because we've seen a lot of false flags.
Exactly, and we have reason to suspect that it may be, just like you said, the drills. Why are they running drills? I mean, if they have bomb-sniffing dogs, shouldn't they sniff a bomb that's right over there? I mean, just basic common sense questions that, thus far have not been really asked. Nobody at the press conferences, at least that we've seen, besides Dan Badandi, has dared to go and question these people on, real things that, people should be concerned about. I mean, were there drills? Were there not? We have many eyewitnesses, people who were there at the event saying that they did.
But they didn't want to. They shut down the press conference when they got asked a pointed question like that. They just want fluff questions, and we can come across as being hard-hearted because we don't want to just focus on the victims and that sort of thing. But we're looking further down the road. It's not that we don't feel what's going on with the people who've lost their lives, many people who've been horribly mutilated from this. But we also understand where this is headed. Because we said it when it happened with 9/11, and we got things like the Patriot Act and the Department of Homeland Security, and we know what they've been building up for. And if you're another country, if you're Russia, and you see somebody building up arms on your border, pointing missiles at you, you're going to start getting paranoid about that, and you're going to start arming. And that's what the American people are doing. They see the government building up domestic arms. When they buy these hollow point bullets, that is not for the military. The military has their own armament. They're going into the public supply to get these things, and the military is prohibited by Geneva Convention from using hollow point bullets. And so when we see them getting billions of bullets, which are just over the top of anything that they would need, and we see them getting armored personnel carriers, thousands of them, we see them getting
fully automatic rifles.
Yeah, bulletproof boosts to put on the roadblocks and that sort of thing. All of this stuff, and it's like, what are they doing? Because this is a domestic organization, but at the same time, we see these military documents where they're talking about selective internment and getting Social Security numbers and getting other things. That is not for foreign wars. That is not for urban control in foreign areas. And when they have these military operations that they've been having increasingly frequently throughout the major U.S. cities, they're doing these as joint operations with police departments. Are they going to do operations in Iran with the Iranian police? I don't think so.
Exactly.
So these are about doing something domestically.
And people keep saying, you know, what's the big deal about having the troops on the streets? And, you know, like I've already said, we went to the Formula One racetrack here in Austin, and they had troops on the streets there, you know, running checkpoints and so forth, and, you know, people going into the racetrack. And it's an acclamation. People get used to seeing the troops at the Super Bowl, not just, you know, during the halftime game, but troops out there checking bags or, you know, running checkpoints or whatever it is. And people get so used to it when they go out to the streets of, you know, the city of Boston. Oh, there's a bomb. Well, the troops are already here. I'm not saying the troops were in on it, but the troops were all ready to go. And we've seen the pictures. I believe it was, okay, we're watching something on Infowars.com/listen. Okay, this is something that Alex was mentioning earlier today with Mancal. This is, wow. Okay, so we see a bunch of bodies, or those are
mannequins.
Mannequins, yes.
Those are the mannequins, okay.
So we see a bunch of mannequins in a truck driving around. I'm assuming that's in the city of Boston, correct,
Those are
guys?
mannequins that were shot.
Wow.
Used as target practice. I heard Alex talk about that on the radio. I did not see the clip, so I didn't.
Wow, yeah. That's shocking to me. That's my first time seeing that clip as well. I heard him mention it, but yeah, we just saw a truckload full of mannequins, if you're still listening on the radio, truckload of mannequins near the Boston event.
When the government starts commissioning targets of civilians, you know, American citizens, pregnant women, elderly people, kids, and commissioning targets of that, and call it no hesitation.
Right.
When we see them doing all this other stuff, it's like, we're not being paranoid. We're just looking at this and saying, you know, they're up to something. And we've seen them do other things.
And I don't see how you can say that somebody's being paranoid if you're watching on Infowars.com/listen or on PrisonPlanet.tv. You can see a target of a pregnant woman. This is a shooting target. Somebody is going to shoot at this. If we keep scrolling down, you'll see a picture of a little boy, of an old man, of an old woman, of a teenager and her daughter or sister, whoever it is. And this is what people are planning for. The government is planning to target these people.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's talk about something here that is not exactly about the bombing, but I think this is all related, and that is CISPA. You know, we look at the gun rights and various things. We see that CISPA is back and headed for a vote this week. That's the headline that I've got here, guys, if you want to search for that. Basically, this is something that is a cybersecurity measure is how it's being put out, okay? And in order to do that, they're going to enact certain surveillance and controls over the internet and over free speech. And it's sad that we see a constituency out there that wants to defend the Second Amendment, but they're not necessarily interested in internet freedom or free speech. And then we also see the people who might be interested in free speech and keeping the internet free that are absolutely opposed.
Yeah, you have to have all your freedoms.
That's right. We need the Second and the Fourth Amendment and the rest of the 10 Amendments.
And all of them.
And the Constitution. Those are put in there for a reason. And you see, and this is why we need to get rid of this left-right paradigm, and we need people to come together and understand the underlying issue here is liberty. Because they're coming after them and using the same justifications, the same reason they're saying that we need to lose internet freedom and we need to have no security in our person, places, and things. That we need to be able to be searched at any time, constantly archived. I mean, this is the exact opposite of what the founders want to say. In other words, because of technology, they want to argue that because of technology, we should not have the Second Amendment anymore because guns are too dangerous. We should not have the Fourth Amendment anymore because it's too easy for us to hide information from the government. Well,
I don't know how it's. I mean, they can check your phone and your whatever else. I mean, what is that argument?
To me, I look at this, and because of technology, it is even more important that we have. Okay, that's something going off.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's not ours. But because of this, I think it is even more important that we have Fourth Amendment protections, not less. And so, when the government can set up the Utah data center, when the government can record and listen to every phone conversation and archive it and save it to the point where they can data mine it for everything and make a suspect out of everybody. I mean, you have taken the Fourth Amendment, what the founders saw from the British troops that they were concerned about. You've taken that and put it on infinite steroids. And because they have that kind of technology, we need to press for the Fourth Amendment to be even stronger. So it needs to be the fundamental principles that are laid down there, but it doesn't change because of technology. And that's the argument that they're making. And we need to get people who are culturally left and people who are culturally right and people who like this amendment but not that amendment, they need to come together and understand that this is a government that is coming after us in every direction.
Exactly.
Every issue they're coming at us. And we need to stand together on liberty and on the Constitution and on the Bill of Rights and insist that technology only makes the government more dangerous, and we need to even more rigidly enforce the protections of the Constitution rather than give them up.
Exactly. And this is the Alex Jones Radio Show, and I'm Jakari Jackson here with David Knight if you're just tuning in. Now, we're talking about some of the things that are slipping under the radar as this situation in Boston continues to develop. The FBI is up there running their checks, trying to see, what new information they can find. But in the meantime, we want to talk about some things that aren't so much hitting the mainstream just because, of all the things going on in Boston. And, that's understandable. But we can't forget about CISPA. We can't forget about gun rights, not just domestic issues, international issues. But David Knight, you were continuing with your CISPA.
Yeah, we're going to say you need to call your representatives and say, I want you to vote against gun bans and I want you to vote against CISPA. Come across as a unified front and call your representatives, whether they're Democrat or Republican. Democrats are probably going to be sensitive and supportive of one issue more than Republicans and vice versa. But you as a voter need to call them up and say, I want you to vote against both of these bills.
And people don't understand how important it is to actually call, because we get a lot of people, they'll blog, they'll talk to their friends, they'll preach to the choir.
Yeah,
but you need to go and talk to your elected officials, and I'm not just blowing smoke. When Chucky Schumer compared private gun sellers to child pornographers, I called his office. I didn't get to talk to him. I talked to one of his interns, but I called in to make my voice known. And this is what it has to take. You have to call your representative. Lo and behold, show up. Show up at your city council meeting. Do what you have to do. Yell at them like Dan Badandi. Jump on the couch like you're Tom Cruise. Get these people to pay attention to you.
It does make a difference. I know that in the early days of homeschooling, they were going to pass some measures that were going to severely terminate it. And boy, I tell you, the homeschoolers got that network out there, and they gave them an earful, and they backed off. They really backed off. So that was an important lesson. But, Congress can't agree on some things. And they passed this one law, about a year ago. They passed the Stock Act.
Right. And I think we're about to wrap up. So
come back.
Yeah, just hang on to that thought, and we'll be right back here on the Alex Jones Show.
Introducing Pro One. All of your filtration in one system, portable, on the go. No more do you have 2 or 3 filters to just reduce sodium fluoride. You have a system that cuts out the sodium fluoride and up to 95% of hydrofluorosilicic acid. Advanced manufacturing technology combines silver-impregnated white ceramic with new Aquamedics advanced media for removal of fluoride and other heavy metals, all in one filter element. It is the only one that does it, and out of the gates, we have it discounted at 10% off with promo code WATER. This is the only system that in one unit helps reduce or remove pesticides, herbicides, chloramines, ammonia, and chlorine, hydrofluorosilicic acid, the most common form of fluoride not covered by other fluoride filter brands, and sodium hexafluorosilicate. Get your Pro Pure with the new Pro One filter today at InfoWarsStore.com or by calling 888-253-3139.
Since disaster can strike at any time, you always need to be prepared. And not just with an insurance policy. Superstorm Sandy left thousands of people starving and stranded for weeks. You need to be prepared with an emergency supply of food. Now through April 30th, save up to 25% on freeze-dried food during the Freeze Dry Guy Mix and Match number 10 can sale. Freeze-dried food packed in heavy-duty double-enameled number 10 cans. With over 99% of the oxygen removed, it has the longest shelf life of any food available. Over 25 years. Choose from entrees, meats, vegetables, fruits, and desserts. All made in the USA. Just add hot water, wait 10 minutes, and serve. And the taste, absolutely delicious. Free shipping to 48 states. Now through April 30th, save up to 25%. Visit freezedryguy.com. freezedryguy.com or call 866-404-3663. 866-404-3663. Act today. Don't miss out.
Devastating events like earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, or the threat of martial law have highlighted the need for Americans to prepare for emergencies. As a result, millions are stockpiling food, gold, and weapons. But how will these items help if you or one of your loved ones becomes ill? Supernatural Silver is the ultimate tool to prepare you for a medical emergency. Supernatural Silver is a natural antibiotic that is uniquely effective against bacteria, viruses, molds, and fungus, and is remarkable for wound care. Taken internally or used topically, it can help keep you safe from deadly pathogens. Supernatural Silver has over 500 different uses and a long-term shelf life, making it the #1 choice of preppers across the country. To find out how this amazing new technology can help you be prepared, go to supernaturalsilver.com. Use the promo code PREPARED for 20% off your entire order, and like us on Facebook.
And welcome back to the Alex Jones Radio Show. I'm Jakari Jackson, filling in along with David Knight. And we're going to be going for a little bit longer, I believe an extra hour of overdrive, but be sure to check out the InfoWars Nightly News tonight at 7 p.m. Central. Now, David Knight, we were talking about some of the things that are slipping through while the Boston investigation is ongoing. What else do you have?
Well, you know, we can get the two different parties to agree on some things. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that they agreed on very quickly was to gut the Stock Act. Now, that was an acronym. Stock was Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act. And that came up, if you remember, there was a report about a year ago that there was a lot of insider trading going on in Congress on stocks and that sort of thing. And they said, oh, there's no law against that. Mm-hmm. And people got pretty upset about that. So they passed that law. And that required that congressmen and about 28,000 aides that were associated with him had to publish anything that was a conflict of interest. And so what happened is, as we were looking the other way, the end of the week last week in the Senate on the 11th, it was introduced and passed in the Senate. Unanimous consent is the way they put it. So they don't keep a roll call vote. And so they just passed it very quickly. And in the House, they passed it in 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And said that they did it there essentially unanimously. So basically what they've done is gutted it because they no longer have to post that publicly. So whatever remains there, it really isn't useful for people to be able to investigate that, hold them accountable. So basically they've essentially gutted that while we were looking the other way.
And it's just more of what we've seen. We've seen, what was it last week? Bitcoin dropped, significantly. Yeah. We've seen gold and silver stocks drop as well. I mean, it's a lot of things going on behind the scenes while this massacre is going on or while the massacre is being investigated. And it's not just these things. Like we had a chance to talk to many of our listeners yesterday, and I would like to take some calls after we have Stewart Rhodes on. He's going to be joining us. He's going to be joining us in a few minutes. But people need to keep in mind that there are always things going on behind the scenes when these big events happen, and you need to keep in touch with your local legislators. You need to talk to people and find out what's going on in your area, because there may be something in your local area that you can go film, something that's going on that needs to have its story told, but people just don't know about it.
And they're very well aware of the news cycle. Mm-hmm. Okay, this stuff was done on Friday, and They know that they can pull all kinds of stuff on Friday and the weekends, and it's not going to get covered very much. And when they pull this in and do it in 30 seconds, that, and they also know, just as they know that they can do this stuff on Fridays and the weekends, when you got a big event like this, they can put all kinds of stuff under the radar. Whether it's a false flag or not, they're going to use that. Just like whether it's a false flag or not, Homeland Security is going to use it to increase its control over our life, to put agents everywhere. So that's something we all need to be on the lookout. Everybody, keep an eye out and watch Congress like a hawk.
Like a hawk. And speaking of looking out, we have a video. Now, this is a video that was sent to me via Facebook, and I'll just play it first, and then we'll comment on it in just 1 second. So here's the video.
News special report currently regarding 2 bombs that have gone off in Boston. Something that's a little interesting. I will close up here what looks to be some type of blood and gore, perhaps a body part or something like that. Now I want you to take a look at what happens here when this individual walks past this gore. And suddenly the blood is gone, and the gore is gone, and some type of a bizarre object has been left in its place. Draw your own conclusion.
Okay, so if you're not watching the video and if you're listening on the radio, we just saw a video. Oh, are we about to go to break? Okay. All right, well, we'll talk about that on the other side, but stay tuned. I think you're going to like the explanation of that. It's coming up after this break.
Thank you for listening to GCN. Visit GCNlive.com today.
Hello, I'm Alex Jones. Myself, my family, the Infowars.com team want to relay to you and your families that we are intensifying our efforts against the globalist on every front. Infowars.com is leading the fight against the technocrats. But we can't do that without your help. By getting the films, bumper stickers, and T-shirts at Infowars.com, you will wake up people in your area and support our operation as we move to the next level. We need your help to spread the word like never before. They wish to hide themselves during this tectonic battle between the forces of freedom and darkness. You are the response to the globalist technocrats and their program of global eugenics, dehumanization, and ultimate extermination. The war is here. It's an info war. The spirit of 1776 versus the mindset of 1984.
You're listening to GCN. Great Talk Radio starts here.
You got it. This transmission is coming to you.
Waging war on corruption.
All right, you are go.
It's Alex Jones coming to you live from the front lines of the InfoWar.
All right, and welcome back to the Alex Jones Radio Show. I'm not sure what hour of overdrive this is. We've been going for a little bit, considering that Alex was on earlier. Now, we have Stewart Rhodes of Oath Keepers going to join us in just 1 second, so I just want to quickly wrap up our point from the last video. If you're a new listener, we showed a video of one of the scenes at the Boston explosion, and the video we depicted showed a man walking across the sidewalk, and then what appeared to be blood and gore disappeared as he walked across the street. And there's a lot of speculation on that. You can see it right there on Infowars.com/listen. And there's a lot of speculation as to, was this some type of CG? Was it green screen? And we've been able to find out that what you see, the object right there, is a bloody rag that somebody actually picked up, just happened to do it at the same time this guy walks by. And you can see the rag is gone right there. So that's all it was. So you can put that to rest, because people were already hopping on it and, saying, what's going on? Is it some type of green screen or CG? And
it's something strange. But again, you look at that and it's like, okay, well, what would they have to gain by putting something out there like that?
Right.
Okay. And you don't want to get caught up in every kind of bizarre minutia. I mean, it's good to pay attention to details because a lot of times that can lead to something. But on the other hand, you want to keep on the bigger picture. And the bigger picture is that Chuck Hagel and other people are saying we need to have the military involved. We need to forget posse comitatus. We need to have people on the streets. And when I looked at USA Today today, it was just, it was like about 15, 20 different pictures all across the country of military on the street, police on the street, searching people.
It looked like a disaster movie with all those.
It was different cities. It wasn't in just Boston. And pictures of a guy, he's taking his wallet out and showing his ID to a soldier on the street. And it's like, this is straight out of the World War II Nazi movie.
People don't like to talk about the Nazis. They don't want to talk about the freedom papers here in the U.S. Where your papers at?
Yeah.
And we'll talk about more with this. Is Stewart Rhodes ready?
We got Stewart Rhodes.
Okay, well, we'll be joined by Stewart Rhodes, the head of Oath Keepers, in just 1 second.
We want to talk to him about that because, I mean, they're stepping this up. They're already announced their intention to have increased security at all sporting events.
Right.
And that's just an incrementalism. I mean, next it's going to be at every shopping mall, every
grocery store,
randomly stopping you and giving you the X-ray treatment on the streets. And so we got Stewart Rhodes on the phone now. Hey, Stewart, how you doing?
Doing fine. How are you doing?
Doing very well, sir. So, did you just arrive in Boston?
No, actually, I'm in Memphis, Tennessee. We're driving up from Memphis. We're bringing some folks who are speaking who cannot fly.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Stewart.
Cannot fly.
Okay.
Prefer not to.
Yeah, I understand, especially in these times. Now, Stewart, what was your first thought when you heard about this bombing yesterday?
Well, regardless of who did what, it's going to be used as another excuse and pretext to strip away our freedoms. And what you just said is exactly what I was thinking is going to happen, is they're going to try to airportize America. Make it so that at any sort of event like this, you have to go through scanners and body scanners and X-ray machines, and they'll let you know if you enter this area, you will be subject to search, and all your belongings will be subject to search. In other words, a Fourth Amendment free zone.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's going to come in the wake of this.
Now, Stewart, we've seen a lot of police and military out there. We heard from Dan Badani yesterday. He said military were checking people's bags, running checkpoints, and we understand the need for security. But, you know, is that a violation of Posse Comitatus? What do you think about police and military out there checking people's bags?
Well, I think it was the National Guard. As far as I know, it's probably the Massachusetts National Guard. So, you know, it's a gray area in the law. If they're doing it as part of a stability force under the command of the governor, then that's the responsibility of the state militia. But if they're doing it to enforce laws, then that's a potential violation of Posse Comitatus. So, you know, it's not as bad as having the standing army do it, but in the current environment with the nationalization of police and the you know the creation of Northcom, it's all kind of a cohesive whole anyway.
That's right.
It's not the same thing as your state militia.
And I guess what concerned me is that it wasn't in the area immediately surrounding the bombing, where you could imagine that they might put in increased National Guard and police to try to look at a suspect, because a lot of times if there's a fire, the arsonist will come back to the fire. So certainly they're going to do something at that site. But this is something that is happening, Stewart, all across the country. I mean, these are shots of people in Atlanta, police doing this to people in Atlanta, in California. All over the country, they're doing that. They're bragging on the radio that Art Acevedo here in Austin is saying, yeah, we're heightened alert and everything. They haven't started doing anything like that here, fortunately, yet. But they're doing this all across the country where there haven't been any attacks.
Well, just kind of like in the wake of the Newtown shooting, you know, you had people capitalizing on that across the country to put through their pet agenda. That's what I'm saying. I think they had a shopping list of things they wanted to do. Just like prior to 9/11, there were a list of things, that powers they wanted, and the next step they want to take. And then when they had their emergency, then they take the steps.
Yep.
And so, you know, I think you're spot on. You know, roving searches and scans and all that is what they're going to try to bring to small town America.
Now, Stewart, we've seen them already with pretty much no evidence blame right-wing groups, people who are concerned about their liberties. You know, how does somebody respond? How does a group respond to being blamed for that?
Being blamed for what?
For the bombing, they've already started to blame right-wing groups, people concerned about their liberties and things such as that. We've heard Chris Matthews and some other people say that.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Speculating?
Well, Peter Bergen as well on CNN and Salon. A lot of, you know, the usual suspects are out there claiming that the people who are constitutionalists and libertarians are the usual suspects.
Right. Well, this is like a Cold War. This is no propaganda machine, and they're going to go after their political enemies. Right. If it was a leftist, you'll never hear it again. You'll never hear about it again. So as soon as it turns out to be a leftist, they shut up. But until then, they do what they can to use it as a weapon of war against their political opponents.
Absolutely.
So the propaganda machine. It's like having the KGB in cahoots with Pravda, or like having the Nazi Party in cahoots with the papers they owned back then too in Nazi Germany. Same thing.
Now, Stewart, have you been able to have any contact with anybody on the scene?
No, I really haven't. I've been traveling, been speaking in Oregon and Washington State and Idaho, and now I'm in Memphis, Tennessee. So I really haven't had a chance to talk to our guys in Massachusetts yet. So I mean, it's a horrific event, but this is the problem: is that horrific events are always used, just like Newtown, to strip away freedom. It's the way it's been throughout history. set them up to unify the people against an internal enemy. It's just like 1984. You got to have an enemy.
That's right.
Exactly.
So, whether they did it themselves or whether they're taking advantage of it, this is the end result. The end result is they'll tell you the only answer is more freedom must be given up.
That's right. They're going to extend this out to a group. They're going to have some patsy or they're going to have somebody there, and they're going to extend it out to attack the group that they don't like. And I don't know if it'll happen in today's press conference, but Obama's having a press conference in 3 hours, I believe.
Yeah, which is more important, another war with another country or cracking down on domestic dissidents? It depends. That's how you're going to find out who they're going to come down on.
That's right.
Unless they have a clear person who actually did it, they're going to use it in whichever way they find most useful, either for foreign boogeyman or domestic boogeyman.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead, David.
All right. You're heading up to Boston, though, right? For the
I'm going to Lexington.
Right.
Lexington. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And you'll be there April 19th to celebrate the anniversary of Lexington and Concord?
That's right. We're going to be speaking on the green again. The Gun Rights Across America of Massachusetts has secured a permit to use the actual green on April 19th, which is the day of the battle.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to go back there and do an oath renewal ceremony and a rally. Inviting anybody who wants to go is more than welcome to come and join us.
Great. And I'm sure you'll be pointing it out that they didn't just have muskets, they also had cannon.
Well, sure. They had the infantry weapons of their day.
That's right.
And that's an important point, is that the Second Amendment is supposed to preserve the military capacity of the American people, and that means you should have the same capacity as a modern infantry unit. How else are you going to repel invasions or suppress insurrections or execute the laws of the Union, as the Constitution calls for the more should do?
Exactly. Now, Stewart, in these times, what would you suggest to somebody who was concerned about their Second Amendment rights? Should they, contact their senators, their congressmen? What action should somebody take?
To purge out anybody of any party who votes for even a fraction of gun control. I mean, this latest, or actually gun rights violation, this latest so-called compromise, is it Mackin and Tooney, two senators, Republican and Democrat, who took up this compromise? They all should be seen as pariahs. No matter which party they're in, no matter what their arguments are, you don't give up any more of your ground. They've given up too much already. Like I said before, you're supposed to have the full military capacity of an infantry unit. And from 1968, Americans could own recoilless rifles, 20-millimeter cannons, hand grenades, mortars, and the sky didn't fall. There was a mass chaos because, for the most part, most Americans are responsible. And we're supposed to be an armed populace, and so we should not give up that ground. And so a background check, which is really just closet registration, cloaked registration, is directly in violation of the Second Amendment.
That's right.
So we should not give up that ground at all, and anybody who votes for it, his name should be mud, and that's the end of their political career.
And
there's what it takes. You got to purge them out of office.
And there's at least 16 Republican senators who shut down Mike Lee and Rand Paul's attempt to filibuster and slow down things so that people could even read these amendments about registration, background check.
Same thing.
Yeah.
We should make examples of them.
And it's
their political hides up on the fence, and let them be an example to everybody else. But the problem is the rank and file of the GOP just showed the GOP old party hacks that it's safe to violate the Second Amendment. Romney did it as governor of Massachusetts. He signed into law the Massachusetts assault weapons ban, and he was rewarded with a nomination for president to run for the president for GOP.
And
they've already kind of shown these people they can get away with violating the Second Amendment and still carry on with their political careers.
Absolutely.
It's very difficult now to get them to do the right thing because you've already rewarded them for doing the wrong thing. And Romney's not the only one. You got Peter King in New York, who's an outspoken advocate for Feinstein's bill and for anything else that comes down the pike anti-liberty.
That's
and
right.
He gets reelected again and again.
And you mentioned Peter King.
You have to change the GOP faithful out there, rank and file, have got to stop doing this. They've got to stop voting for lesser of two evils.
And you mentioned Peter King, and he's also one of these people who wants to get into every war if possible. He's rabid supporter of the NDAA, just like McCain, just like Lindsey Graham, just like Richard Burr in North Carolina. I mean, these are what I call the NDAA wing of the Republican Party. They really need to be thrown out by Republicans. I mean,
the Republican Party's going to die. It'll deserve to die. The Republican Party party, it's interesting. They want to blame the Ron Paul Republicans for their defeat, in the last election cycle for president. And what they really should be doing is blaming the neocons, because the neocons have stepped so far outside the Constitution that we just won't vote for them anymore.
That's right.
Don't blame us.
That's
blame
right.
the guys who are breaking their oath and destroying the Constitution. That's who's destroying the party too.
And we have to understand that these neocons are not content just to have their foreign wars. They're now bringing it home. They're conducting war against our civil liberties.
I mean, they all voted for the Military Commissions Act. They all voted for SOPA. They all voted for drones over our skies.
Yes.
Everything you can think of, the Patriot Act, starting off with that. Everything that's come since then, they voted for. Every single piece of it.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I remember it was just a few weeks ago, I saw John McCain. He says, I have no problem with drones. I just have a problem with Obama controlling them. That's a paraphrase of something I heard him say on Fox News. Now, Stewart, we're talking about what people can do in their local areas. I'm sure there are many elected officials, people in law enforcement and so on who want safer streets, but they're not exactly sure what they can do. They're trying to say, do we need to get rid of the guns? Should we keep the guns? Do we need more checkpoints? What would you suggest to somebody like that?
Well, that they understand the wisdom of the founders was that the American people themselves are their own guardians. It's not a professional lawyer class or professional police class who's supposed to be wandering around policing our streets. It's supposed to be us. We are the posse. We are the militia. So they need to respect that and revitalize, get back to that concept. That's how you stop terrorist acts. That's how you stop shooters, is the people themselves, with their own security. And that's constitutional homeland security, as Dr. Evan Vieira points out in his book. That was titled that same thing. But I encourage folks to, use the gun issue as a litmus test to find out whether your sheriff or your police chief or town council and county commissioners are the Patriots or Redcoats. Use that as a litmus test. It's a very clear one right now. But NDA is another one, of course. But the gun issue right now is so in focus and so on point that they will not stand up for your right to bear arms and understand that bedrock principle of the people themselves being their own security. If they don't get that, they don't get anything else. And the militia is a core institution of our republic, like the jury is. The two go hand in hand. They don't respect the jury, or they don't respect the militia, they got to go.
Absolutely.
The litmus test, the same thing. Purge them out of office. Either they're too dumb to understand it, or they understand it and they're opposed to it, which makes them traitors. Either way, they got to go.
We've covered this massive purchase by DHS of ammunition. The 1.6 or now quite a bit more than that, 1.6 billion bullets. And it appears to me that this is essentially trying to accomplish gun control by non-legislative means. And I'm encouraged by the fact that, there's now 15 congressmen who are asking DHS for answers about this. And the very first guy who started asking DHS, actually it started in a press conference that he had, or a constituent conference where somebody in his district asked him the question. And we could see him kind of ruminating it on the stage and everything. And then he sent out a letter to after that conference. So that was something that was brought up to him by one of his constituents.
Right. Good example of how to do it. One important thing to do is when you go to these meetings like that, make it clear to them that you're not some isolated, gadfly. That you bring friends with you. Bring a coalition of groups in your community. Come together on key issues like NDAA or the gun issue. And let them know that you're not going to go away. You're not a flash in the pan. You're going to be there every town meeting. You're going to be there always because you're part of their constituency. It's an important message to send to them. And this guy did the right thing. He educated his representative, and that representative did the right thing and turned around and started asking questions.
That's right.
That's how it's supposed to work.
That's right. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's great advice, Stewart.
Okay, once again, we are joined by Stewart Rhodes of Oath Keepers. We definitely appreciate your time. What are your final thoughts, Stewart?
That the people of this country really need to get back to their roots. We really need to get back. We're running out of time to fix this before the economic collapse happens, which is going to be catastrophic. I think Americans need to really get serious about preparing, and especially about community. The isolated prepper model is not going to save our country. It'll just keep you living, breathing a little bit longer, but then in the end, you'll still either fall to a domestic dictatorship or to a foreign invader. So you have to get squared away as a community. You've got to get back to the bedrock principles of you being the militia, you being the security force of your community, being ready to take care of yourself and each other.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you, Stewart.
Thank you.
All right, be safe out there. Okay, Now we're going to go to a video right now. We have one. It's called "Mass Arrest and Gun Confiscation Has Begun." I see, Anderson. Is that some breaking news on all American Airlines flights grounded? Okay, so we have a glitch is being blamed for a computer reservation system. Some breaking news out of CNN. Okay, I do believe Stewart Rhodes is off air. So if you guys have that video ready, just roll it whenever you're ready. So it's mass arrest and gun confiscation has begun. Okay, it looks like we're having a little technical difficulties.
Yep.
Okay, so it was encouraging to talk to Stewart there, don't you think, David?
Absolutely. And what he said about getting together with a group, that is very important. And we've seen people do that, get together on Planet InfoWars. Saw them do it back in my former hometown of Raleigh, get together and confront the city council on fluoridation. And, there's so many issues you can do that with. But right now, this is a vital issue.
Exactly.
How is Congress going to react to this increasing militarization of the police and using the military as police? You know?
Yeah, not just that. They have, the military out there checking people's bags, the National Guard's out there checking people's bags. And it's something that's very discouraging to see. And, I don't like to see that.
That was the hallmark of tyranny when I was growing up. The Nazi movies where they stop people in France on the street. Your identity papers, please. That was like a stereotype thing. And you just get this chill in your spine, they're going to check their identity. And when you looked at Red Dawn that just came out this last fall, what did they have? They set up concrete barriers and checkpoints, and they're going through people's identity papers. I mean, It is the classic touch point of tyranny. And we're seeing that being rolled out now in the name of security. And I just want to say one thing. If you think the government can keep you safe, okay, look at the war on drugs. Okay,
that's a good point.
The war on terror, that was the state-of-the-art way to take away people's rights and freedoms according to the Constitution and deny them due process. And yet, this is an article, Drugs Inside Prison Walls, and it's a couple of years old. And they're talking about how there were over 1,000 drug incidents in the California prisons alone, just one state, and they had 44 inmates die over 2 years. Okay, well, there's several hundred that die in federal prisons every year from drug overdoses.
Exactly. If they can't keep them out of the prisons.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, how do you expect them to keep them out the streets? They can't keep them out the prisons.
If your calculus about everything is this going to make me safer? And if this is going to make me safer, I'll give up my liberty. What you are doing is you're subjecting yourself to live in a prison planet. That's why we call it prison planet, because if you're going to sell yourself away for the idea that they can keep you safe, and just look at what they've done. If people can get overdoses, get drugs inside of prisons, enough to overdose, and you look at what happened yesterday, even at the bombing, right on the finish line, where you've got the most people, the most cameras, the most security, and they're going through and with dogs and everything else saying, this is not a drill, or this is a drill, don't worry about it. Even with all of that happening, you still have the bomb go off. They cannot keep you safe. You're making a fool's bargain if you're going to give up your freedoms for that vain promise of security.
And that's all it is a promise. And I like what Stewart Rhodes was saying. He said, go confront these people as a group. Because just imagine had we had 5 other people like Dan Badandi, who was willing to go out there and call these people out. Hey, were there dogs? Were there drills run earlier today? If just 5 other people would have said something, it would have been much bigger. Maybe we'd have got some answers. Maybe something they would have retracted later. Oh, I didn't mean to say that, but we may have got some answers.
Oh, absolutely. That's a key question. That's a key question, because that fits the patterns of drills that we've seen in the past with false flags. And so that was a key question. The fact that they didn't want to answer it is a key issue as well. And we've got eyewitnesses. Now they're denying that there were drills, but they're in direct contradiction to a lot of eyewitness statements. But of course, the media, USA Today, other mainstream media says, well, the media hasn't said that, and law enforcement hasn't said it, so it didn't happen.
Yeah, we haven't graced you with our spin on it. We didn't say burn that mother effer down, so therefore it was not burned down.
Yeah.
So we're going to transition. We do have that video ready, I do believe. This is Mass Arrest and Gun Confiscation Has Begun.
I want you to listen to me very, very carefully. because we are all in grave danger. A dire warning for every man, woman, and child, not just in the U.S., but worldwide. I have studied the 20th century, and I've studied tyrannies that came before it. And the exact pattern followed in Nazi Germany, Soviet Russia, Communist China, the list goes on and on. The exact pattern that was followed in those nations is now being established here. Do you think in Nazi Germany, in the first 6, 7 years of the Nazis, that it was in the news that oppressive bad things were happening or that people were disappearing? No. Do you think from the time that Lenin was in power and decades later Joseph Stalin, do you think it was in the Russian news that the government was being oppressive and sending people to gulags and taking their children for minor offenses? No. The state-controlled and state-run media was promoting it as a good thing. Now, we've talked a lot about how millions of veterans are getting letters saying you have to turn your firearms in. No judge, no jury, no psychological evaluation, no nothing, turn your guns in. Others are being raided without warrants. Their guns are being confiscated. They're being put in psychiatric facilities and are being billed for it, and then being told you won't be released unless you sign papers agreeing that you're mentally ill. I've interviewed them. You've seen it in your local news. It is a purge that's happening.
The hospital, my primary care physician called to have a wellness check placed on me, and the local police perform a wellness check. Well, the local police came up, and there was nothing wrong with me. I had no, there was no anxiety. I wasn't combative. I basically, but I wasn't with anybody, so I had no witnesses, and they didn't have a warrant, and they, through intimidation, forcefully commandeered my vehicle and entered my home, searched and seized my weapons, and then, carted me away in an ambulance to psychiatric evaluation, which I was held for 72 hours.
And Homeland Security says veterans, returning veterans, are the #1 terror threat, when statistically they have one of the lowest crime rates. This is a group being demonized. You've seen where Illinois has tried to put people in jail for life for filming or taping police in public, something completely protected under the First Amendment.
75 years behind bars. A prison sentence that long is rarely handed down, and it's usually just for murderers or rapists. But a local man faces 75 years in prison for a nonviolent crime. What he's accused of doing is something many people have done, but most don't realize it's actually illegal.
It's a felony if you're taping.
You guys are public
and recording.
A dozen states are using eavesdropping and wiretapping laws to arrest people who record audio of law enforcement without their permission.
I'm not shutting it off. Officer, well, you going to jail.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new case where a family reportedly went to a anti-government rally, and so the police raided them over it and found marijuana. And so, because they allegedly had marijuana with their children were taken by the government. Now, the family got their children back at gunpoint, allegedly, and have fled. And the CNN headline doesn't even say it's the parents. They just say that anti-government people have taken children from a home, and there's an Amber Alert.
These signs are up right now. An Amber Alert has been issued by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Police believe Chase and Cole Haken are with their parents, Joshua and Sharon Haken, who police are calling armed and dangerous.
Then they talked to the neighbors in the local newspaper there in Florida, and they said they were such a nice family, such sweet people. We don't know what happened to them. Well, they have the normal mammal instinct to protect their children.
The boys were taken from their grandmother's house in Lake Magdalene. That is in Hillsborough County. According to investigators, the couple lost custody of the two boys after an anti-government rally in Louisiana.
Right now, this family is, quote, on the run, but there's another chapter to all of this.
They are waiting for a judge to sign off on a search warrant before going inside. Once they do, and hopefully soon, they're going to be finding some clues, they hope, about where Haken and, more importantly, his children, where they might be.
The local newscasts go and show an Infowars.com bumper sticker when they talk about anti-government
to try to associate people that realize we have an occupational government with collaborators running it, of foreign banks that have taken over. Trying to associate those of us that are real Americans and are aware of what's happening with terrorism or kidnapping children. Anti-government people steal kids, kidnap kids out of home. Don't say it's their parents. By the way, these parents are both engineers with no criminal records in an upper middle class area.
Police across the state searching for 2 young boys.
Officials issued an Amber Alert yesterday. They believe the children were kidnapped by their own father.
The police were targeting people that went to a Tea Party rally, this is all on record, and supposedly found them with marijuana. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to take your children. Think of the ultimate crime of that from good families over marijuana.
We're also learning some new details about the family. The father, Joshua Hagmann, was arrested a year ago in Louisiana on drug charges.
Amber Alert search continues for 2 boys abducted from grandmother's home by anti-government parents. And the headline shouldn't be anti-government people grab kids out of home. It should be authoritarian government kidnaps children over petty pot charge and parents fight back. This is how they're going to disappear everybody from marijuana or being anti-government or filming police in public. This is how tyrannies work. In the first phases, they just start arresting people and throwing the book at them because they love liberty. Later then, they start arresting people en masse, but only after they have their national ID cards and their cashless society. And that's what's now going into place. Homeland Security is the foreign army. It is the 5th branch of the U.S. military under foreign globalist control, openly saying veterans, conservatives, libertarians, gun owners, Tea Party people in the Feders are terrorists. Well, you know what? We're not terrorists. The globalists are the ones funding al-Qaeda worldwide in Libya and Syria. They're the ones using al-Qaeda to menace us, to then set up a police state and take our rights. And they're now claiming, don't worry about al-Qaeda, worry about the American people. You're seeing an authoritarian criminal takeover. They're going to push us and push us and push us until we stand up against them, and then they're going to call us terrorists. And then they're going to blow up federal buildings and say we did it, to try to get the general public in a cowardly fashion to go along with it. And I want to tell the cowardly public something. Giving into this tyranny ensures they're going to take all your private pension funds, your public pension funds, and your bank accounts. That's now all being announced. And so go ahead and serve it. You're going to bring in our destruction. Your cowardice, your sheep-like behavior invited every wolf on the planet to come here to feed on the joke that America's turned into. I want America to pull up, to stop trusting government, and to get in the face of these bureaucrats and to take action against them politically before it turns into a physical shooting war. And if you don't like that, you're not an American, because that's what this country was founded on. Now back to InfoWars Nightly News.
Actually, back to the Alex Jones radio show. We are doing Overdrive here in the studio with David Knight. Now, we heard in that piece that Alex just did, he was talking about the parents who took their children and fled to Cuba. Now, David Knight, you have children. What do you think about this notion that these parents abducted their own children?
Well, that was just an amazing piece, I think, of misjustice there. That, you know, there was a week ago last Saturday, you and I went to this anti-Second Amendment rally that was here in Austin. And just prior to that, they had moms for medical marijuana and you know.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah, and I talked to a lady there that was a registered nurse, and we talked about the different medical uses of marijuana, and it has quite a few. But I asked her about this, and she said, because the reports are that they terminated the parental rights of this family because of a possession of a very small amount of marijuana. And when the police busted the parents as they were traveling on vacation, they released the father after 2 weeks. So it obviously was not a significant amount of marijuana.
Right.
But Child Protective Services there in Louisiana hung on to the kids for very many months. And I think that's what these parents had time to plan to try to get them to Cuba where they thought they would be safe. But, you know, they talked about, oh, yeah, this child was kidnapped by his own father. And then when they came back, they said the kids didn't even know that they'd been kidnapped. They thought they had just taken a vacation, you know, on a boat, because it's not very far in Florida to go by boat to Cuba. You know, they didn't endanger them. And it's just such a sad thing to see lives destroyed by this. And over half of the people imprisoned in this country in the war on drugs are there because of marijuana. And we see the public waking up to this, at least a large sector of the public. And I think really the cutting edge of people trying to get their liberties back are on two issues. And that is on the war on drugs, where we're seeing drug legalization, especially marijuana legalization, the end to prohibition, essentially, and the fight against further prohibitions on guns. And actually, the gun people need to get their stuff together and start rolling back some of the prohibitions that we've got on guns already. Because we have to understand how the war on drugs has been used. We have to understand how the war on terror has been used against us. And we have to understand how it's going to be used against us if they're successful in getting gun prohibition. And we're going to have to understand how much more dangerous our streets are going to be if we have gun prohibition, because people started shooting each other on the streets of Chicago because of alcohol prohibition. They were shooting each other. Al Capone and others were shooting with each other with automatic weapons.
Right.
And it was amazing, as you heard, when we went to that rally, the police chief here in Austin, Acevedo, was saying that the reason gun crime is so high in Chicago is because we have easy access here in Texas and other states like that to guns, and yet we should have that kind of crime rate.
Yeah, using that same kind of logic, why aren't we shooting each other? You know, they call it Chirac now, Chicago. Why aren't we shooting people in Chirac numbers here in Texas? And actually, on that same point, I have this article here. Mexican drug cartel money laundering trial begins in Texas. Now, this is a Mexican drug cartel kingpin who is on trial today here in the city of Austin. And it says he allegedly ran a money laundering operation that stretched from Chicago to Venezuela. So if we get rid of the guns, we're not getting rid of the reason for the crime. Many of the crimes in Chicago are drug and gang related. So removing the guns from that situation does not stop the fact that guys like this are moving boatloads of cash and other ill-gotten gains into cities like Chicago. You're not getting rid of the problem. You're just getting rid of the instrument that they commit the crime with. Just as if, it's a horrible situation. Let's say like a domestic dispute. If a guy hits somebody with a hammer, you're more likely to be killed by a hammer than with a assault weapon. If somebody hits his girlfriend with a hammer, they don't blame the hammer.
Absolutely.
They take the guy to jail.
Absolutely. And you see people like Piers Morgan, they love to wave the thousands of people shot by guns, but they don't look at the nature of the gunshots. I mean, that includes people that are shot by the police as well as people that are shot.
Self-defense situations.
Self-defense situations. But as the police chief of Chicago said when they asked him why they were having so much crime there, he gave a very different answer than the police chief of Austin. The police chief of Chicago, where it's actually happening, said that 80% of the shootings in Chicago were because of drug war, the drug gangs essentially shooting at each other there. And that was related by a former prosecutor who is now very active in law enforcement against prohibition. A lot of former prosecutors, that's LEAP, you guys can look that up, it's leap.cc. A lot of former prosecutors, a lot of former police officers and current prosecutors and police officers who see that it is not doing anything to stop drug use. As a matter of fact, it's had just the opposite effect, as we saw with alcohol prohibition. You can certainly make a case that alcohol is evil and that it's bad for people's health. It causes them to have car wrecks or whatever. But it isn't something that is going to be stopped by prohibition. We've already tried that, and we realized it was a failure. Yet we repeat that, and we put it on steroids for the war on drugs. And when they do this for guns, you're going to see gun violence go through the ceiling.
Yeah, that's always my thought when we talk about prohibition. We have the current drug prohibition, which we call the war on drugs. We had, of course, alcohol prohibition, where violent crime spiked overnight. And you're just outlawing alcohol, something that somebody can make in their basement. Now, what's going to happen when you outlaw the things that they commit their violence with? Their weapon of choice just because they had at the time, with the Tommy gun or whatever else they had. I mean, if it had to be Molotov cocktails, I mean, they're still going to find some way to commit their violence, regardless of what tools they have.
Absolutely. And what you also saw with both alcohol and with drugs, as you see, every form of drug has increased in potency. And you've seen all kinds of new drugs come in because of this thriving criminal
black market.
Exactly.
These guys get creative. I mean, they didn't have ecstasy, back in 1920 or.
And you saw the same thing happen during alcohol prohibition. The levels of alcohol content soared through alcohol prohibition. And so you see even things like marijuana They go in and the criminal black market, they increase the potency of the THC that's inside the marijuana. But as someone who doesn't use drugs, I don't want to see my freedoms taken away. I don't want to have to pay for the incarceration for mandatory minimums for people in prison. I don't want to see my society, the legal structure and the due process of society destroyed to try to keep somebody off of drugs. It's absolutely insane, and we can't afford it. It's bankrupting us, but it's a power trip for the government, and it's a power trip for the people who run the prisons, many of them private. It's a power trip for the prison guards and the police, and they're all benefiting from this, and that's exactly what these former prosecutors and policemen are telling us. That.
And speaking of the jails and prisons, I used to work at a jail. Right before I came here to work for InfoWars, I worked at the Tulsa County Jail. Well, technically, I worked for the Tulsa County Courthouse, but I had an office in the jail. And I'd see people come in every day for your alcohol offenses and for, first-time possession of marijuana, a very small amount, like just enough to get arrested for, I guess. And I would think, I'm not a drug user myself. I don't even drink. I mean, our own crew can attest to that. But I'd see people come in, a guy come in stone drunk, was drunk driving down the street, almost killed the cops who arrested him, because he was driving so violently, as opposed to a guy who comes in completely sober, possibly with a little baggie of weed in his pocket. But, on his second offense, they're trying to throw the book at him.
And because of these mandatory minimums. And I've heard a lot of people calling for mandatory minimums on gun legislation that they want out there too. They want mandatory minimums for this offense and mandatory minimums for that. It's just going to fill up the prisons. And when they started doing that, when Reagan started doing that with his zero tolerance, and that was one of the things that changed. He went after the end user as opposed to the suppliers. When they started doing that, they started letting violent criminals out of the prisons because they had mandatory minimums for all these drug offenders, and people who were there for rape and for murder were being let loose and paroled early because they had to keep these nonviolent marijuana possession offenders in the prisons. It was absolutely insane. But, when we're talking about things like gun control, people have always said, it's not about controlling guns. It's about controlling people. And the same thing is true when you're talking about registration. It's not about registering guns. It's about registering people. And we do not want to be a part. We do not want the government keeping national registries and that kind of information on us. We need to start rolling this back. We need to start with the guns, and then the gun owners need to link arms with a lot of the people that are more at home on the left or in the Democrat Party, link arms with them and stop CISPA. And they need to roll this back, and they need to put domestic controls back on the CIA and the NSA and the FBI and stop what's going on at the Utah data center. I mean, we need to go on the offensive, and we need to start rolling back some of these things and basically tying them down, as Jefferson said, with the chains of the Constitution. We need to say, you know what, guys, you swore allegiance to this, and we're going to hold you to it, or we're going to take you to trial.
Right.
Basically for treason and for breaking your oath.
And that's exactly what people need to do. And people need to understand that so many people are at home, cleaning their guns and storing up whatever else for the end times. But you can do something today if you would just put down your gun and pick up the phone or write an email. I've encountered so many people there with a mindset like, yeah, I agree with, there's something going on in the world today. There's something wrong, but I don't want to contact my congressman because I don't want them to watch me. I don't want to be put on the list. Like, well, hold on, I thought you just said we're kooky for saying there's a list, but now when you're about to do something, there's a list now.
Yeah. You think that somehow you're not going to be noticed. It's kind of the same mentality that people had when they were picked up by the Nazis and taken to a concentration camp. Well, I'll go along with them quietly. I don't want to push back. I'll just let them tie my hands behind my back and line me up at this ditch because maybe they'll miss me with that bullet.
Like they won't try again.
They'll notice just how harmless I am, and they'll let me go. No, they're not. And we need to understand that these guys are not about limiting anything. They want to take off all limits. They consider as dangerous anybody who wants to put a limitation on them. That's why they talk about people who talk about the Constitution as being dangerous, because people who understand the Constitution are dangerous to their agenda.
And then they always wave out these nuts, I'm not saying all sovereign citizens are bad, but I saw this special report that was on 60 Minutes a few years ago talking about sovereign citizens, people who, don't pay taxes and so forth. And this one particular case, of all the sovereign citizens in the world, or let's just say in the U.S., they had this one case of a father and son who encountered police in a traffic stop, and they killed the police. They hopped out with their with their guns, and they got in a shootout with the police. And that's the image that they want to push to you, that if anybody talks about the Constitution, there's somebody who drives around with a fully loaded 100-round magazine at all times. And even if you do, that's not illegal. But they want you to think that these people are just going to snap and they're violent and, they hate everybody. And that's not true. These are people who hate tyranny and they love freedom. They want liberty. And the same things that people, cut this out of the Constitution and cut that out of the Constitution, that's been protecting you too.
That's right.
People don't understand that. And it's not all about guns. Your free speech, your right to reasonable search and seizure, all these things protect you. These are things, checks on the government, not on the individual.
And don't people feel it's strange that you have the same government that is coming after this freedom and that freedom and the other freedom all at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time that we're supposed to have a sequester where they don't have any money, and we've got a government that is thoroughly bankrupt and going into debt, and yet they're buying decades worth of ammunition, the most expensive kind of ammunition, what would be equivalent to decades worth of ammunition if they were fighting the Iraq War at its peak. They would be able, these quantities of ammunition that they bought would take them for 24 years. It's just absolutely amazing that they would go in and buy this kind of stuff at that price, and you have to wonder what they're up to.
What are they up to? Because they're moving more towards the weaponized drones and things such as this, where the soldiers don't have to be on the field. And so why would they go out and buy all these rounds, billion rounds of bullets? And there's a lot of speculation that they're just trying to dry up the consumer market.
That's what
because every time, I go to the gun show or go to the gun store, and actually we have a video we're going to throw to in just 1 second, the shelves are bare.
Absolutely.
Besides shotgun shells, there's not too much on there. Your popular rounds, your 9mm, your 223s, those are gone.
If they can't get their legislative agenda through, then they can just basically make sure that we can't get any ammunition to put in our guns.
And that's a lot of the argument I hear, because I hear people like, I'm pro-gun, I'm pro-Second Amendment. I don't want to take away anybody's assault weapon, fully automatic, and they don't care what you have. But they say, I think we should tax bullets. I think we should regulate bullets. I think you can only have X number of bullets in your home. You can only buy X number at a time, whereas you can go buy as much alcohol as you want. You can go buy as much stuff at the grocery store to make a bomb that you want. And that's no problem.
And you've also got the question of which agencies are going to be able to get weapons. At the Austin event that we were talking about before, there were so many things that were said there. And one of the things that was said by the police chief here in Austin was, of course, that he has no trouble getting bullets, but he was also attacking constitutional sheriffs. And in this report that we've got coming up, you can see that there are law enforcement agencies, selected law enforcement, that are having a great deal of trouble getting ammunition. But the Austin police chief is going to Washington and meeting with Joe Biden and with Homeland Security and helping them with their agenda, and he's not having any trouble.
No trouble at all.
So, is that going to be the way that's going to shake down, that the public is going to be starved for ammunition, and certain law enforcement agencies that aren't playing ball with them, especially perhaps maybe sheriffs who stand up and say, I'm going to defend the Constitution, maybe they're going to have trouble getting ammunition as well.
Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out. But right now, let's go to the special report.
I was in an academy about a month ago buying ammo, and you have to go to the front register to get one box of 223, 308, or 40 or 9, all the government stuff. And I was told by the guys behind the counter, well, trucks come in, there's guys waiting. Sometimes it's the police. We try to help them out. You found one article out of East Texas where the gun shop said they give cops preferential treatment.
The Tennessee Highway Patrol couldn't get ammunition. The lead story was some police department where they're putting off their qualification because they couldn't get sufficient ammunition. So I asked Art Acevedo if the Austin Police Department was having any trouble getting ammunition. Here's what he said. One quick question. Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
No, actually, no.
So when we heard that, we went out and we looked around Austin to see if we could buy any ammunition from sporting goods stores. And we
Slim pickings. We did some hidden camera stuff. I believe we all went out. I went to one of the academies here in Austin.
And how many boxes are you going to buy?
In the black one. Just because of what's been going on with the regulations, it's just been with the distribution channel, as soon as they can send it to us, it's been kind of touch and go. Like, I know we're not getting any ammunition on tonight's truck.
The truck comes in at 4 a.m.
And everything.
We open at 8. The ammo's always out here. If you're not one of the first 20 or 30 people here, you're probably not going to get it.
Okay. And the guy behind the cashier girl, he said, well, you can buy 2 if you have somebody else buy 1. But the cashier girl is telling me, no, this is our last box.
And how many boxes are you going to buy?
And not enough last one.
Yeah. Definitely is bullet rationing.
Do they line up outside?
Every day since December.
Wow. So
today there was probably 25 people.
People start lining up at 4 or whatever?
They start at 4 for the AR-15s.
Is it worth coming back to get, or are you getting much? Or?
I mean, when we do, it has been like 8 or 10 cases.
You're talking about boxes, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just the individual boxes. So it's very little.
Oh, okay.
We have one guy, he's here every morning and he changes clothes. And thinks we don't recognize him. He changes clothes so he can buy another box.
And they get here at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Got to get online probably about 6:30. It's got to be first, second, and third online.
Have you seen the police coming in here and getting ammo?
Okay.
Yeah,
But
just
they're only
individual.
limited to one box.
Yeah.
Or even police.
Okay.
They can't come in and buy 20 boxes.
Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
No, actually, no. Tell me, how do I get 2, 2, 3 more than just 1 box? And he goes, well, we were selling it right out of the truck to whoever got there first. We try to help the police out first. So I think Acevedo, maybe he's getting them from the feds, Homeland Security. I mean,
He's certainly got connections.
Tuesday, Chief Acevedo tweeted a picture of himself in the West Wing of the White House. He's meeting with Vice President Joe Biden, along with other law enforcement officials, to push for legislation.
Are you having any trouble getting ammunition?
No, actually, no.
Okay. He's up all week with talking to Biden.
And he's not just standing behind him. He's on the news with the vice president.
Yeah, and he's very confident. He said, no, I have no problems getting ammunition.
El Diablo.
We've seen the articles in other organizations, police organizations, where they're having trouble getting ammunition.
The public and even many law enforcement organizations are experiencing shortages and rationing. Homeland Security's orders for over 1.6 billion bullets is coming out of the same manufacturers that would supply the public and law enforcement. Is Homeland Security creating a shortage of ammunition? Is buying up the supply of ammo a way of doing gun control without having to pass laws?
All right, and I do believe we may actually get some answers as to why Homeland Security is buying so much ammunition soon. Was it a senator who got a meeting with the Department of Homeland Security?
He's got one scheduled, but we'll see what they say. They may postpone this in light of...
Right. We'll postpone it forever. Now, David, you just saw something on the Drudge Report.
Yeah, the top of the Drudge Report has a link there right now. It says we need more cameras. And if you go to the article, it's from Real Clear Politics. And we've got that up on the screen right now. And it's, of all people, one of the ones we were just talking about, Representative Peter King from New York, one of the usual suspects. And he's calling for more cameras. Jakari, you think we could get more cameras on our streets than they had at the finish line of the Boston Marathon?
Well, I think about those camera nests they have in London, and how it was one of our videos here at the Info Award where Alex is asking the guy, hey, do you notice those cameras up there? I can't remember which video it was, but he says, do you notice those cameras up there? And the guy's like, oh, I don't even notice them. I just get used to them. And it makes me think, just like you said, at the finish line, how many hundreds, thousands in that small, confined area?
Yes.
Not just news cameras, but personal cameras, iPhone cameras. I mean, there's a lot of cameras there.
They just had one of the other articles on the Drudge link was that the second victim that's just been ID'd, and she went to the finish line so she could take pictures at the. Everybody at the finish line is there essentially so they can take pictures. Now, that is not a deterrence to somebody who wants to do a bomb, the presence of cameras. And we saw all the security agents there. We saw the bomb squad there. We saw the bomb sniffing dogs. That was not anything that helped either. We cannot give up our privacy, our security, our liberty to these people to entrust them with these things. They're not going to be able to provide on what they deliver as far as security. More cameras is not the solution. But, of course, it's exactly what you would expect from somebody like Peter King, a Republican who hates every civil liberty that he's ever seen and who loves every war that he's ever seen. And he wants to make war on American citizens. Make no doubt about it. He's right in there with McCain and Lindsey Graham and Feinstein and the rest of these people. But, there's certainly some reprehensible Republicans, and Republicans need to be a party that respects the just rules of war. They need to respect individual civil liberties. And if they did, they could become the majority party.
Exactly. Now, we just had up a second ago, maybe we can put that back on the screen for our viewers at Infowars.com/listen. I do believe that is the second victim that has been identified. Of course, the young lady who lost her life right there. And of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to her family. Because many people were injured, and, you know, we get on here and we rant and rave, and, you know, we want to talk about the video footage or the lack thereof, and if there are dogs there, were there drills, were there X, Y, and Z. But we don't want to forget that people did lose their lives, and even the people who didn't. People who were not physically scarred, but maybe mentally, emotionally scarred from these type of events. We definitely want to acknowledge those people and their families and wish them the best.
Tragic, that 8-year-old child. And tragic, the people that have lost limbs there, many of them multiple limbs. But we cannot lose track. There are a lot of people who have died to give us our liberties.
Exactly.
Died willingly, gone to war, gone into battle, fought for these things. We cannot disgrace their memory, and it doesn't help these people who become victims of this senseless crime to allow the government to use it to take away our freedoms.
Exactly.
We cannot allow that. We have to look at the larger picture. And if it sounds cold-hearted, we have to look at the long-range picture. And that's what we're trying to do here at InfoWars. And, you know, when we talk about false flags, and when Alex talks about, in a video that we were running earlier where he was talking about the Hagmann family, he was saying they're going to do a bomb in a building somewhere, and they're going to blame it on the Patriot movement and everything. We're saying this because we want them to know that we know what their strategy is. And if enough people would wake up to what a false flag attack
and call them on it,
then you basically take that tool out of their toolkit, and they can't use that on people. And that's ultimately what we want to see. We want to see lives saved. And, you know, more people have been killed by their governments in democide than in any other way. And one of the ways that you can make sure that that is absolutely going to happen in America is if you give the government a monopoly on technology and a monopoly on weapons.
Exactly.
That's a very, very insane thing to do. And that's why we've got to fight CISPA, and we've got to fight this attack on the Second Amendment. We have to fight all the attacks on our basic fundamental liberties. They want to change the entire structure of American society. They want to eviscerate the Constitution and our personal liberties.
Exactly. And, you know, I know we talk a lot about, or we've been talking about the Boston situation lately, but we cannot forget that there are many other things going on. Like you said, CISPA, things with food, your health, Monsanto, Protection Act, all that stuff is very important. So while we do focus on this, please be aware there are other issues, and there are things that you can do. You can reach out to your local officials, your national officials, and just let them know. Now, talking about Peter King and his notion that we need more cameras, I might even be up to support Mr. King in his campaign if he would demand that we got more surveillance footage of the Pentagon on 9/11. I would like to see more surveillance footage on that, because I remember watching one of the big news networks, and they were talking about how some people actually had their footage confiscated from them at the race in Boston because you know, the FBI, whoever needs that footage. And my concern is, if all these tapes disappear, you know, are we going to have another Pentagon situation where, for all the photographic evidence that we could have had, we have one camera angle of still images? And thus far, even today, I haven't seen too many different camera angles of what happened in Boston.
Like Peter King, who are calling for all these surveillance cameras on us and everything, they're the very first ones to try to criminalize it if you take pictures of the police in a public situation. And court after court after court has ruled that if the police are doing their job in public, then it is the right of the citizens to watch and to record what they're doing, and it is a check on them. It is something that puts them on different behavior. That's why we had the opt-out and film campaign
with the TSA,
because it absolutely changes the behavior of the TSA or any law enforcement official if you're videotaping them. It makes them uncomfortable, and they should be uncomfortable if they're doing something that they know they shouldn't be doing. But these types of people, like Peter King, are the very first ones to say that citizens lose their rights to tape this stuff. And, you know, government is unique. No matter how much no matter what causes the problem, if they're spending money like drunken sailors and
on hookers for the Secret Service,
or they're spending us into oblivion with a national debt, the answer of it is to let's go further into debt.
Yeah.
You know, and when they come
it's never let's stop taking these multi-million-dollar vacations and say we can't have tours of the White House. You know, kids have their bake sales all year long, sell whatever else, you know, to get the funds to go out to Washington. And whoops, kids, we can't have you. And we just had Alex Jones walk in.
Hey, Alex.
And I've been teasing you guys on the microphone. Hey, you guys want to take an hour of phone calls and take a break?
Yes. Are the phone lines ready?
Absolutely. Let me give the number out for everybody out there. It's 877-789-JACARI. No. 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-2539. You guys are kicking butt. You're even worse than I am, never going to calls. Yeah, we need more cameras. Peter King looks like a wax museum piece or something. But you guys kick butt. We're going to open the phones up and keep covering all the news, and we'll have it all boiled down at 7 o'clock for the official InfoWars Nightly News. You guys have got another hour coming up, and we'll go to Restream for a couple hours from the daytime show, and then we'll come back. So continue, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. So we are...
Phone calls are coming in.
Phone calls are coming in, and we will take them as they arrive.
Coming your way.
All right. So give us a call, and we will talk to you just shortly. But in the meantime, David, if you guys are ready on the clips, I'm not sure if you are or not. Can we play the second Dan Bidandi clip? This is the one InfoWars reporter asked question on Boston Marathon bomb, and just let me know when you have that queued up and ready to go. So just in case if you're just joining us, one of our reporters in the Northeast, Dan Bidandi, was one of the few reporters to go out and ask a real question at these press conferences, because most people are asking, would you think the citizens of Boston are safe and X, Y, and Z? And I'm pretty sure they're shook up. You know, I'm sure the National Guard and whoever is trying to grasp hold of the situation. But Dan Bidandi went out and asked some real questions, and here's a clip of that.
Hey guys, Leanne McAdoo here at the Austin, Texas InfoWars News Center. Our East Coast reporter Dan Bidandi is on the scene, and he was able to get in this question at the news conference.
We are looking at all of that right now. That's one of the investigative steps that we're taking.
They said they were doing drills this morning for the same exact thing that happened on BostonGlobe.com. Now, were you guys given any warning ahead of time of this taking place?
As I said earlier, there was no specific intelligence. We certainly increase posture around a big event like this. All of those things happened in preparation for this event, but there was no specific intelligence that anything was going to happen.
Now, we've got that story on our Infowars.com website, and you can check it out, follow up with more.
Absolutely, folks. It's all breaking there, and a live feed is at Infowars.com/listen. A live video feed is there for everyone with Jakari Jackson, David Knight, myself, and the rest of the crew, Rob Dew, John Bound, the entire crew here, Adon Salazar, Kurt Nimmo, they're all there right now covering all of this, and Leanne McAdoo is also on top of it as well. So this is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen, because so many of these past events have been false flags. We've got to study this and see if it is, because they want to have this total rollout of the police state, an excuse to carry that out. Leanne, what else are you working on?
Well, I've got some stories coming up about the drone strikes. Obama had just flat out lied about how many people had been struck with the drones. Maybe that's why we got this, to distract people. So,
all right, great job, dude. What else are you working on?
Well, I'm going to try to follow up and see what happened with my brother-in-law, who was actually running in the marathon.
For the Army.
For the Army.
And he's in intelligence. Tell folks what happened with him.
Right, and apparently he got pulled out early of the race. They said he was dehydrated. So I'm trying to get a hold of him right now. I've been throwing texts back and forth.
You got to go to the hospital. They came to him.
Right. They pulled him out of the race, sent him to the hospital, said he was dehydrated. And
wasn't that nice? In fact, Leanne, search engine real quick. Mayor Willie Brown got warning not to fly on 9/11.
Right.
It's the second link, San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah, Condoleezza Rice actually warned and gave him a phone call, personal phone call, which he said he didn't make much, didn't think much of it then. You know, when the Secretary of the National Security calls you and tells you not to fly, I guess it's not a big deal, you know. So there you go. And now we also have reports of the U of M coach, the cross-country coach, said that
they had loudspeakers. Yeah, that's up on Infowars.com.
Right.
They had loudspeakers on there openly announcing, hey, it's just a drill, don't worry about the dogs. And then you can also go to, again, Yeah, that's a saved version of it. Willie Brown got low-key warning not to travel, but if you actually go back, and good job finding that live here on the fly, we're basically taping this live. There it is, San Francisco Chronicle. Boom! Willie Brown got low-key early warning about
All right, and you can
travel.
catch the rest of that report on Infowars.com. Now, David, you said you had a comment about Dan?
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Business Insider pointed out that they thought that Dan Bidandi was an obnoxious troll in there, right? But Dan's got a pretty thick skin.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't bother him. It doesn't bother us when people call us names. And you know what came out of that question is the fact that now you can Google false flag, and you see a lot more about false flag. And you know what? People can throw stones at us. They can call us names, but we want people to understand that false flag is a technique that our government and other governments have used over and over and over again, especially in the 20th century, especially with these terrorist attacks. We've seen it at 9/11. We saw it at 7/7 bombings, where people are doing a drill at exactly the same time, exactly the same place, in exactly the same way. They can't tell if it's a drill or if it's a real event. People need to understand what the MO of governments are when they manipulate people. And you know what? Call us whatever you want. You can call us trolls. You can call us obnoxious. We're gonna be there just like Dan, and we're gonna speak.
Why don't they call us real?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's what it is. You guys don't have to have an InfoWars T-shirt or whatever else. Just go to these meetings. It doesn't necessarily have to be in Boston. If God forbid, the next thing happens, just go out there, get in front of a microphone, ask a real question. That's all you have to do, and then now it becomes a talking point. Even if they talk negative about you, at least they're addressing the situation. 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. We will go to our calls now. We're going to try to set a record in the info war. We're going to see how many calls we can take in 1 hour. I'm sure it's not going to be hard to beat Alex, but we'll see what we can do here. We'll start with Ramon in Florida.
What's going on, Jakar and Dave? How you guys doing today?
Real good, real good.
What you got?
All right, man. I got a few things I want to touch on real quick. Me and Alex, we smoked for the first time, I believe it was March 28th, and I told him that they were going to stage a false flag. I don't know if this is a false flag, but we all can see that they're going to use it against us. So what I'm saying to the listeners is try to get everybody on the same page and noticing the patterns that they're pushing. The fact that they're doing drills the same day of all these attacks. If that's the case, the government doesn't need to do any more drills ever again, because that's the prime time for people to attack. And if they're not smart enough to figure that out, and we figured it out, there's a problem with our government. And secondly, a lot of the times on InfoWars and other, alternative news sources, we tend to look at the negative. But I got a positive for us.
Okay.
There's, on Saturday the 20th, there's going to be a lot of libertarians grouping up in New York City for the Anarchy and NYC event. If anybody's going to be in the area, please try to bring your family and support it. We're all liberty-minded. We're all on the same page. We're trying to defeat the globalist New World Order, whatever you want to call it. We're trying to support everybody who is for humanity. So if you're interested, please Google it, check it out, and co-support the liberty and humanity and everything that's about love and peace and unity. And I'm glad to see Sha'Carri Jackson on, InfoWars and doing this thing, because a lot of people down here in Miami, they used to criticize Alex for not having more black and Hispanic. Well, those same people now are listeners, man. So you got to keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to keep supporting the real.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that, Ramon. It's not just, I definitely appreciate him saying that, but it's not all about, race or sex or whatever else. It's about people who care about liberty and want to get that message out. That was a good call. That's an example of the kind of call we need to have. Have your points lined up. We'll go now to Q in California.
Q, are you there?
Did he hang up? Oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, first-time caller. I was calling to see if any of you had heard anything about this just being a false flag, because this is the time of year these things usually happen. This is the time of the occult high holy holidays that usually start around the 19th of April and go until the 1st of May.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that, things such as May Day and, a lot of things go on. As far as, I'm concerned, I'm definitely suspect that it could be a false flag. I don't have any definitive information. I definitely think it is suspect that they were running drills around the same time. But as far as me, I'm still waiting for more information to come available.
Yeah, and given that you had someone on the show earlier today saying that there is more to come, or the intel is telling them that there is more to come, it would lead me to believe that this is considering there's so many things that have happened, everything from the volcanic explosion in Iceland around this time, the birth of Adolf Hitler, terrorist groups attacking around this day, the Oklahoma City bombing, as people have already mentioned.
Waco.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. And they always do some sort of explosion around the 19th. It's always having to do with fire because of the worship of Baal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, as we reported yesterday, the Bohemian Grove thing, you've got a very high official with Fox News, Andrew Knight, telling Colin Powell that he needs to get to former Prime Minister Tony Blair and tell him he needs to get his priorities together and get to both.
Yeah, if you don't come out here and dress up like a woman and worship this out, your priorities aren't straight. Definitely appreciate your call. We're going to move on now to Damon in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Damon, go ahead.
I wanted to point out a couple of things. Does anybody recognize the similarity between the Obama and Osama name?
But yeah, Obama, Osama, they rhyme.
Right. Well, what I'm getting at is, before I was even awake back in 2008, just listening to both of the names, Obama, Osama, the only difference is a BS, which is a bunch of BS. Bin Laden, and Biden, and all you have to do is drop the N-L-A and tie the names tie together, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Okay. With this false flag thing, is L.A. going to be a big target?
Well, we see them. I'm sorry, were you asking a question about the city of L.A.?
Yes, because of what's been going on with North Korea. You know, they've actually called out L.A. You know, I'm kind of nervous. I'm sorry, but I'll slow down.
No, that's fine. I don't know. You know, there's been conflicting reports about what the range of North Korean missiles are, as well as there's a lot of doubt about their accuracies. And so when you see that map where they had L.A., New York, and Austin, of all places, that was the three cities they had on there. It's like, Austin, how did we get on the map? But
well, the reason I'm saying is because the names, I think sometimes if they're hiding stuff and if they're doing stuff and they're hiding it in plain sight, these names they were just too similar. And then Obama gets the credit for taking out Osama. You see what I'm saying? And these things are kind of tying together. And I've been listening to Alex for a couple of years now, and it just kind of makes sense what's going on. You know, they have to tell you in the movies, the television programs for the kids. They got to let you know in advance before they do these things.
Oh yeah,
just
absolutely.
Like the Family Guy. The Family Guy is erased off of Hulu now.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they not only to back that up, I had not heard that they took it off of Hulu, but they took down our.
It's taken off.
They took down our video that Paul Joseph Watson commented on it.
I've seen that.
Yeah, we had 14, 15.
Yeah, I want to say something. I want to say something about that Family Guy video. We get a lot of comments on the InfoWars website saying that video was spliced together by Paul Joseph Watson. No, he took the clip from the original video in the later edition of the video. Then they split the two scenes apart. But in the video that was on Infowars.com, I think it's taken off now. It's that was a continuous scene that was not spliced by Infowars or Paul Joseph Watson.
I agree. What I'm getting at is I watched it a couple weeks ago, and I had mentioned to my neighbors something was fixing to happen because you watched that video and you watched the Cleveland Brown show, which they dropped 2 episodes the same night on the 17th, and you watched the Cleveland Brown show, and it makes reference to L.A. You know, he wants to be a Dodger.
Do you know the name of that episode? Do you know the name of that episode?
You know, I don't. It's on the 17th. I got it down there, and I don't want to go in front of the computer because I got you guys blasting downstairs. But what I'm getting at, these things tie together. If you go back about a year ago when the Sandy hurricane hit, Family Guy, American Dad, Cleveland show, they all coincide together on the same night, and they all made like cameos on each other's show, and it was all a big hurricane throughout the whole movie. And here it is, not even a week or 2 later, or a month or whatever it is, we had the big Sandy hurricane.
Well, you know what, bro? We can go back to the caller in a minute, but I'm out here actually doing research and stuff for Coast to Coast AM tonight, and also for the nightly news and everything. Here, just enjoying hearing the guys cover all this info, but also very, very upset that the real perpetrators will probably get away with what they've done and also get away with blaming liberty lovers who are their enemies because they're a bunch of authoritarian criminals. But yeah, when Watson showed me that this morning from somebody else's site, I don't watch Family Guy, so I didn't get that they took the 2 scenes about terrorism and put them together. But it is the marathon. It is people, you know, him running them over with blood all over the street, and then the cell phone detonating 2 bombs. So I kind of misunderstood that till near the end of the show. Don Salazar pointed it out to me, and I never got to playing it on the radio or TV show today. But, you know, it's not just that alone. It's the lone gunman where specifically the government runs a war game drill to blame Afghanistan and uses an airline terrorism drill to cover up the real operation they're running. And, maybe later you can play the Family Guy thing and then play, 5 minutes of that 10-minute clip from the Lone Gunman X-Files, spinoff, what do they call it, a pilot. I mean, they shared quite a few episodes of it. But then Dean Hagmann called and said, hi, I want to come to your house in a couple of days. I'm driving to Texas. And I called around, found out it was Dean Hagmann, the star of the show. And he shows up and says, by the way, the CIA planted stories like that on us. And so you have to understand, the globalists are Luciferians, whether you believe in Lucifer or not. They believe telling you what they're going to do up front gives them power. And in basic criminology, criminals also like to brag, and once psychopaths don't get caught, they famously, taunt the police and send in these type of messages and things. I never got to that today, and I wish I would have, because, you just say, oh, here's the Family Guy alone. It means nothing. It's hundreds of them. I mean, there are literally hundreds of cases. You're like, well, there's a lot of media. No. Not where it gets it absolutely specifically, down to what's going on. They are throwing it in our face. Now, some would say people probably saw the Family Guy last month, and whoever bombed it might have got the idea from this, or maybe even subliminally. Now, that I could actually buy at a certain level. Some of it's staged, but a lot of it is, I mean, I've talked about this 1,000 times, but anytime somebody would climb to the Empire State Building or World Trade Center and jump off before they put up the safety screens, the police knew, the station cops there immediately, because all of a sudden 3 or 4 more copycats would go, that's a good idea. I want to kill myself. I'll just do that. And it's kind of like one lemming jumps off the cliff, then more jump off. Or you ever see a bunch of birds out in the field? One bird flies, and then 2 fly, and they all fly. It's kind of that herd instinct, and we've got that in us too, kind of a mass psychology. And so they just show mass shootings, mass death, mass killing. It's like death education in schools, teaching kids not to commit suicide that started in 1990, exploded the amount of suicide. Because 10-year-old girls are not thinking about how to tie a shoelace around their neck and hang themselves in this bathroom stall. But if you tell them enough of them to do it, oh, you mean I just don't throw a fit, or I don't just, go home and eat a bunch of cake when I'm bummed out over a boyfriend or something? Oh, you mean I hang myself? Yeah. Like the DARE program made drug use go up. Here's the marijuana. Here's how you smoke it. Makes you feel real good, kid. Look, the psychologists know what they're doing. And that's the point. They get off on screwing up innocent people. So, oh, look, they even got me on the camera out there. I didn't even know that. I forgot you guys have that camera. So that's basically it. And so perhaps after you finish up with these calls, you can play those clips.
Yeah.
And that's it. Over and out, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we appreciate your call, Damon. Now, before we go to our next call, if the guys can get that clip queued up so we can play that and then move on to our next call. But that's definitely a good point by Alex, because let's take the case of 9/11. 9/11 was in several TV shows. You can go on YouTube and just type in 9/11 in media or something along those lines. You'll get a clip of The Simpsons, or you'll get a clip from The Matrix, where I believe Neo's birthday was on 9/11. I mean, in the laundry, it's a laundry list. No exaggeration. There's plenty of clips. So we have the clips. So let's play that Family Guy clip right now.
I'm Bob Costas, here with Boston Marathon winner Peter Griffin. Peter, how did you do it?
Damn phone's busted. Maybe I dialed wrong.
A radio listener, you can always watch on Infowars.com/listen. What that was Peter Griffin, the main character in the Family Guy show. He drove his car in the Boston Marathon, some kind of joke. And anyway, later on, they show that he won the Boston Marathon by using his phone to make a bomb go off.
And of course, he's a Tea Party type.
Yeah, Tea Party guy.
Teaming up with an Arab who's a terrorist, right? And the name of the episode was Turban
Cowboys.
Yeah.
So there you go. And that's just one more to add to the long list of weird things that happen in media and then happen in real life. So we'll move now to Bill in California. Hello, Bill. Is Bill there?
Your sanity is appreciated.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear you now.
Okay. Today's subject is the Second Amendment, and the first part of which is the well-regulated militia. You may not know it, but you have a citizens militia in Texas. It's called the Texas Guard. I'm from California. We had our own state military reserves. I think what you saw at the Kite Festival was actually Texas Guard. And there's some questions you should ask. One is, do they have a head count limit? We had a head count limit of 1,600 statewide.
You're talking about the Guard in California?
Yeah, that's California.
Okay, and just, sir, just so I can inform our viewers, he's referring to the Austin Kite Festival. Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. You can't hardly tell us from the military since we buy our clothes at the same store. But you can usually tell because we're older and we don't pack weapons and we try to be helpful. So please have one of your researchers dig into this. The militia has been the backbone of our country, and it's always local, and it's always directly responsible to the local people. So a little digging and would help us all.
I agree. Now, are you saying that the Texas Guard is that the National Guard that you're talking about, or is that something different?
No.
Okay.
The Texas Guard reports only to the governor and the state military department, and they may not be federalized. They serve without pay. They do use the state-owned equipment like the armories, but
very, very similar to in Switzerland, we talked to a guy from Protel, which is essentially the Swiss version of the NRA, and that's essentially what they do. They have people who go on a regular basis, just like people do in the National Guard. A big difference, though, is that the weapons are not locked up in an armory. They're taken home by the individual militia members. And if you go back and you look at before the Second Amendment, if you go back and look at Article 1, Section 8, you see that there was never an intention to have a standing army. That was, if we read the writings of the founders, they saw that as anathema. That was something they wanted to avoid at all costs. And when they talk about a militia, it was their understanding that would be the yeomanry from 16 to 60. And that everyone would have access to military weapons, which is basically what we saw throughout the 19th century. It was really only in the 20th century that it started getting more narrowly constricted. But according to the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, the Congress, as part of the regulating or training the militia, they are supposed to assist in that and provide weapons, provide training, provide organization. But it is something that is to be decentralized and under the command of the various states, and that the federal army could not be funded for more than 2 years at a time. And we got away from that in a big way after World War II, and I think that when Eisenhower made his military-industrial complex speech, he was very concerned about that. He was an Army guy, and he had been in a situation where they had a corps of officers, but they did not have a permanent standing army. He knew we were entering into a very new, fundamentally transforming, different relationship here. He was very concerned about that, and he saw the potential problems that we're now seeing come to fruition, and that is a military-industrial complex that is driven by money and is doing things. Now we see DARPA creating robot soldiers, doing research on all kinds of automated robot soldiers. So they're taking this, not only centralizing control, but centralizing control away from even humans.
Exactly. Definitely appreciate your call, Bill. Again, the number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. And we'll move on now to Jay in Texas.
Hey, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Good. Thanks for everything you guys are doing. I just wanted to kind of mention something that might not seem exactly related, but I think it's important to mention. Yesterday, after the bombings hit the media and you guys were talking about it, I lost cell phone service for about 40 minutes here in Houston. I could not make a single call, and I don't know what that's attributed to. Maybe the networks were busy or whatever, but it introduced a problem. In my house, we have kind of a little household emergency kind of scenario where we need to communicate and kind of, go get the kid at school and do those kinds of things. And we were unable to really achieve anything for almost an hour. So for folks that, kind of have plans and things to do when there is an emergency, whether it's man-made or natural, I would suggest maybe factoring in some default situations in case you can't communicate and there's no way to talk.
Great idea.
Yeah. Second point, my wife was born in a totalitarian communist country, and she was telling me last night, and I found it interesting that, as she basically, her opinion is that the world's kind of turning on us as the United States. The world doesn't need us anymore, and as the U.S. starts to lose its grip internationally and in all those faraway places, she thinks they're going to really come down on us here at home to maintain their system, their continuity. And it's just kind of, I feel that. I don't know if you guys do, but I feel the oppression coming, and so anyway, I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
A blood on the water scenario. That's a very good point. You need to not have as part of your emergency plans a dependency on phone and computer networks, because we see in every disaster, even going back to 9/11, that sort of thing, those always get overloaded.
Exactly, because people prepare. There's a few people that do prepare. Not everybody does, but they get the water and they get food and they get blankets and batteries and other things. But being able to communicate is definitely an important thing. I'm not exactly sure if that's directly related, but we also had a gentleman call in yesterday, I believe it was from Idaho, said he experienced a similar problem. So if nothing else, it's just a good beta test for you to, or for all our viewers, just to run through these types of scenarios.
And understand that it's not just regionally constricted. Here's something that happens in Massachusetts, and it affects people in Idaho and in Texas.
Okay, we'll move on now to James in Missouri.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? I'm going to be trying to be quick and to the point here. There's a picture going around on the internet. It's comparing two separate Fox News reports. The report on the left is a report of the Sandy Hook principal who died trying to save the children. And on the right, it is the same picture, and the headline is Donna was at the marathon and close to the blast or something like that.
Do you know the exact headline, sir? Or a website, or where are you getting this information?
Well, I saw it when there's a trend on Twitter, Sandy Hook, and I saw it from a picture posted there. And then when I started tweeting it out, I started to get responses back to me saying, "Oh, I watched that report live." They were talking to her, or they were talking to the principal's sister who was running at the marathon. But then I also had people respond to those responses and saying that, and said that they and claimed that they looked up the familial records, and the principal, and I don't want to start talking about her name or anything. I don't know what the etiquette is on that. And then they claimed that the principal did not have a sister named Donna.
Named that. Okay. Well, we'll see what we can find on our end. You said you don't know the exact headlines?
I'm not sure exactly how to describe it, because I'm on my phone right now, and I only get Twitter on my phone.
I understand.
But I did send a tweet to Real Alex Jones. It was a while ago, and I'm sure you guys get a bunch of mentions.
Yeah, about what time do you think it was? About what time do you think it was?
It was probably a couple hours ago.
So maybe about, it's 4:30 here, so maybe about 2:30?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, we'll look into that on our end. Thank you for your call, sir.
All right. And my name is James, and that's also reflected in my Twitter handle, so just remember that.
James. Okay, James on the Real Alex Jones.
You can also send things to InfoWars Show Tips.
Yes.
As well.
Okay, thanks, James. We'll move on now to Ryan in Arizona.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going good.
So, one quick mention I wanted to make was Matt Drudge has a 90-day press interview. If Alex also watched that video, just put in Matt Drudge in YouTube. It shows exactly why the press won't let people defend themselves, because Matt Drudge basically just shuts these people down with, him being just Matt Drudge. That was just kind of a side point, but I wanted to talk about the foot soldiers for the New World Order, and I call them spirit breakers. Their whole point is basically to kind of tear or rip the soul. Once that happens to somebody, they have a lifelong journey of pain because they're missing something out of their life. Now, I'm not Christian, but I am spiritual. And I think that that this whole push for taking away our civil liberties is eventually going to result in the shock troopers of the spirit breakers, which is the TSA and Homeland Security, to kind of take their full force and really tear apart the spiritual world. That's what's going to happen if these people get their way. And that's what they want. They know the spirit exists, and they want to tear the spirit so that you are in this utter confusion and hatred and pain.
Right. And you bring up a very good point, because you said you're not even necessarily I guess you would call yourself an agnostic.
I call myself spiritualist. I mean,
okay, spiritual. But regardless, you don't identify with any particular faith, but yet you can still feel something in your spirit. You know, it goes beyond just the physical, that, you know, we are battling against spiritual forces. Because regardless, if you believe in not, and I'm not saying you yourself, but anybody out there listening, we see people out there worshiping owls and death and all kinds of other ill things.
Well, he mentioned the TSA. I mean, let's understand the fact that this is nothing but security theater. And the whole purpose of the TSA at the airport is to take away your freedom, not just your freedom, but your dignity. Okay, they're coming after your dignity. They're treating you like animals. They're telling you that without any justification, we can go and touch you in any part of your body using the same glove and everything. You know, you are their slave. They're going to put their hands on you. They're going to touch you as they wish. That is the thing that destroys, that grates, no matter what you believe, that grates against your fundamental human dignity, to be treated like an animal like that. And that's what the TSA is about, and that's what they're going to move out of the airports and onto the streets, into the malls, into the sporting events. That's been the plan all along. They were never the Airport Security Administration. They were always Transportation Security Administration. They always had a much larger scope in mind.
We appreciate your call, sir. We'll move on now to Mark in Oregon.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Hello, Shikari and Rob. Thanks for all your great work. And I've called you today basically with what I think is the most important call that anybody could make from, derived from my perspective on, you know, many years of observing the evil deeds of the evildoers. The false flag is where they actually show themselves. Now, they show themselves with incontrovertible evidence of their guilt, once this evidence would be just traced back a short ways in the latest Batman movie, where you have the map scene and where you have the dark red circle, and everything else on the map is blurred. And inside the dark red circle is Sandy Hook.
Can you guys pull up the Batman article with the Sandy Hook maps? Go ahead, sir.
And also within the circle, the only other thing readable in the circle is Strike Zone 1, which is directionally, in reality, it's directionally from Sandy Hook and location-wise where the elementary school is. So what you have here is an item which is the actual key and the solution to bringing the dirty laundry of the globalist out into the public arena, associating this guilt basically with the other dirty laundry that can easily be shown in other events, being the aftermath of the actual initial exposure. They've exposed themselves.
Exactly, sir, because you remember when this information came out, there was another location on the map. It may have been the location you were alluding to, and police actually, police and administrators evacuated a school. That was another place on that map. So, you know, regardless, you know, people say it's just conspiracy theory. It's just something from a movie. I mean, police took that threat serious enough, you know, threat, if you want to call it that, serious enough to evacuate a school.
Absolutely.
To be a false flag expose done by you and the other broadcasters in the alternative media to turn it into an engine of publicity which will cause the main mass false media, so to speak, and it's not even the mass media anymore. That's the alternative media. And there needs to be a blitz upon that red circle and what's contained within, trace it back to the very close relationship, as well as can be proven, between the CIA and perhaps other intelligence agencies of this country and the Hollywood film industry. Here we have one of the biggest budget, biggest selling movies, biggest publicity given to it of the year, at least. Every Batman movie is. And you have this given away right in the movie, and they're so blatant that they think they can get away with that, but they won't get away with it if we just go back a short way, a little over 3 months. We pick this up, we put it out into, with everything that we've got, into the public consciousness.
Okay, and you get...
And also this director who did Batman: The Dark Knight,
Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, Chris Nolan. His next film is going to be about the singularity. So, yeah, he's right on script. I mean, he's an excellent director, and it's probably why they tapped him for this. So thank you for calling and pointing that out.
Yeah, and the thing about that, what the caller said, you know, we need to do more reports on. We have done reports about that. Can you guys actually pull up that article that we did about the Batman maps and just throw it on the screen so we can tell our viewers the name of that? And it's not just about us doing it here at InfoWars. If more people would do it, I mean, plenty of people have covered that same topic on YouTube, and people are covering the topic of the Family Guy episode and many other things. So it's not just about us doing the information here. We also need people to get it out to the mass.
Do your own reports. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we're sponsoring the
Paul Revere
contest. We want to help people get their game up and communicate better because, you know, this is the sort of thing you're not going to see the media talk about this.
Yeah, and since we have a second while we are looking up that article, David, just tell us a little about the Paul Revere contest. We have till April 30th.
That's right, coming up. So today's we're still got another couple of weeks. So some people are putting some final touches on this, but it's still not too late to get involved, especially if you could do something collaboratively with people. It can be anything from 3 minutes to 2 hours. And there's not a lot of requirements except that you upload it to YouTube and one other online video site. But there's a few requirements there. So look at Infowars.com/contest. But it is a huge prize. It's $100,000.
And that's just first place, yeah.
Yeah, first place is $100,000. Second place is $10,000. Third place is $5,000. Anything is up for grabs. It can be a music video, comedy, drama, documentary, any of that kind of stuff. So definitely take a look at that. And we're also, just as you and I got here as part of a reporter contest, you won the contest, you got hired, I got hired even though I didn't win the contest. It's not just going to be people who win the contest that we're going to be looking at, but we're doing a talent search because Alex wants to do a lot more documentaries because they are so effective at waking people up. When we go in here and we talk about what's breaking news, we don't have the time to go back and fill in all the details about all the different false flags or whatever. So when we have a documentary, he can fill that out, and that's really what wakes people up. The news shows keep people informed, and they can wake people up. But the key thing to wake them up is a documentary or some long format story. And if you take something that's a fictional narrative, you can really get to somebody's heart. You can make them understand because they can identify with somebody there. That's what the left uses so effectively is they'll have a shooting like Sandy Hook or they'll have a bombing like what happened yesterday, and they'll focus on the personal stories and get us so focused on the personal stories that we're willing to just turn over any rights and any freedoms to them because in the vain hope that maybe if we give up our freedoms, we can keep something like that from ever happening again. That's what you hear all the time from them, and that's why they focus on the personal stories.
Exactly. So Operation Paul Revere, you have to April 30th.
April 30th. And it's going to take us another couple of months to go through all the entries. And we're, because of everything that's happening with this bombing.
Yeah, we're a little short-staffed right now.
To people that have submitted entries. So if you've submitted an entry and you haven't heard back from us, don't panic. We'll get back to you and acknowledge it. And we'll let you know so that you got time to correct any minor things. A lot of times people have issues with the way they name it. That's something that's easily corrected. So, but look at the instructions. There's not a lot there. There's an FAQ at Infowars.com/contest.
Okay. And the number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. And we did see the Batman article. Can we put that back up just so we can tell people the title of it? Okay, confirmed. Section of Gotham renamed Sandy Hook in latest Batman release. So there you go. Get that one out to your friends. And we'll move on to our next caller, who is Alex in Chicago.
Hey, can you hear me? This is Alex from Chirac.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, you call from Chirac. You're on. You made your way onto Prison Planet. You're in the rant section now.
Yeah,
Forever immortal in the rant section. Go ahead, sir.
I was just wondering, I don't know if you've seen my video submission to the Paul Revere contest, but I'm into symbolism. So when something like this Boston tragedy occurs, I always look at the footage that they put out there on the news and repeat over and over, just nonstop, similar to what happened with September 11th. Now, I noticed at the end, at the finish line, I don't know if you guys noticed the flag setup. Did you see that?
Somebody mentioned that yesterday, but tell us your outlook on it.
Well, they had on one side of the finish line, opposite of where the explosion occurred, they had the grandstands, like those metal stands where everyone could be sat down, where there was an area for Sandy Hook related family members, and there was big American flags there. And then on the other side of the street, where the explosion occurred, they had all those international flags. And I just thought that was kind of interesting how they would set that up. And
in your opinion, does that have any type of significance as far as any evidence is concerned?
Well, I mean, if you're portraying certain imagery to the international community and to other countries, if with all this talk already about, what happened with the Family Guy stuff and false flags attacks, they really don't have any loudspeaker besides the actual, subliminal stuff they put out there, that can only be caught afterwards. And then at that time, it's only just happenstance. I don't know if you follow me.
Yeah, I think I got an idea. But if did you said you made a video about that? Where can we find that?
No, I didn't make a video about that. I made a video more so revolving around symbolism and such.
Oh, okay.
Using brainwash techniques and stuff, and I sent that to you, to your
Operation Paul Revere. Okay, we'll definitely look at it and
be on
good luck in the contest. We'll move on now to Bryce in Missouri.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Doing well.
Awesome, man. Well, you guys had a caller yesterday that called in and said something about, you guys should maybe do a little bit of an article about things that you can judge.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit.
I'm sorry. Listen, things are going on in my city right now, and I'm noticing, but I don't know how to go about doing things to confront them about it. And a guy called in yesterday about that same kind of concern, and I wanted to just point out a couple of things that's going on in my city right now. They just passed a 1.1% use tax that passed by a 1.08% difference. And then right next to that article, there was an article about a new DWI task force that's going to be implemented this month. It's going to be set up in random areas all over the city. And
What city are you in, sir? Do you mind telling us that?
St. Joseph, Missouri.
Okay.
And the sheriff here raised $20,000 to help push along this plan because it was going to go for more policing. Now, out of 58,000 registered voters, only 7,000, under 7,000, showed up to vote. We're paying for our own roadside checkpoint conditioning machine, pretty much. Along with that, the last 2 weeks, they put in over $100 million in ridiculous projects. A $65 million downtown casino and event center. They're putting out a $35 million agro expo center in the Mitchell Woods complex here in town with a $4.9 million road connecting to the highway.
That sounds very familiar to a lot of people in a lot of different areas. I think a lot of people all over the country can identify with that, see that same type of thing happening. And when we talked to Stewart Rhodes earlier, he was saying, get down to the city council, get to your congressman, but don't go alone. Find somebody else that can go with you. Go as a group and let them know that you're going to be coming back over and over and over again. One way to find people is to go to Planet InfoWars and try to link up with like-minded people there. But one way or the other, you need to find some people in your area that share your same concerns and get together and present a unified front. And, just go down and confront them. Go down to City Hall and talk to them. It's about the only thing that you can do at this point.
Yeah, and I hope they don't mind me letting the cat out the bag on this one, but the new edition of the InfoWars magazine was supposed to be about activism and things you could do, all the things that our callers keep calling and asking us about, but we had to do some revisions because of the bombing, and we had to have some new articles on that. So hopefully we can still get that activism issue done. And when it does come out, I definitely encourage everybody to get it. And it'll give you some good tips on that. But you can do things like Dan Badani does, like Luke Radowski does. We Are Change, all kinds of different groups. Just go out and get your camera.
We Are Change group, that's another way to get involved.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways. Or just, start making your own videos and try to get people to coalesce around you.
Mm-hmm. All right, definitely appreciate your call, sir. We're going to move on now to Brendan in Wisconsin.
Hey, guys. I called in yesterday, and originally what I was going to talk about was Alex wanted people to comment on the Mark Dice video, and I thought he did a great job emulating the NPR voice. And I called in 3 years ago saying, hey, we got to kind of reach out to some of these NPR heads. I live in Madison, Wisconsin. It's a fairly liberal enclave, I guess. Mm-hmm. And my point was going to be that I'd woken up yesterday morning with a churning knot in my stomach thinking that a false flag was imminent that day and yesterday. And so I called in to reiterate some of my plans for preempting that narrative. And one of those ideas was to, like Dan Badani was Johnny on the spot, which was a great job. And then also to try and figure out a way to get either left-minded people or whatever out to the range, get your friends who might be curious about going shooting, take them out with a certified instructor, get women to the range, because that's 50% of the voting block right there. So if you demystify, I was anti-gun, so if you demystify the whole notion of going to the range, I think that people can really preempt that whole narrative of guns being scary.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And it's not just women. I have, male friends who, view guns as these big, scary things, and they definitely can be dangerous in the wrong hands. But just like you said, I've taken friends out to the range and very safe, we have certified instructors there, and it can definitely be a productive time. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to move on now to our next call in Minnesota. This is Debbie. Debbie in Minnesota.
Hello there.
Hi.
Hi. I was calling in with some information that I found really strange. I was out of town Friday, but we got a robocall, and my husband saved it, and we have an audio of it. And it was from our sheriff's office, and they said that all residents and businesses were receiving this call, and that we should call into the Code Red community notification enrollment page that they were implementing, Operation Code Red.
I'm sorry, Deb, you said Code Red what?
It's Code Red community notification enrollment page. That we were instructed as all residents, all businesses of Itasca County, we're in northern Minnesota, to go to our county website. And they said, click under departments and click under sheriff, and you will find this web page that they wanted everybody to, it said it allows residences and businesses to supply your own contact information. Mm-hmm. And it says not only will this ensure a more accurate database, but it will allow residents and businesses to add unlisted numbers, cell numbers, secondary numbers. And it instructed us also to tell everyone we know to go to this page so everybody could add their numbers and, provide your own information and even do it for people who didn't have access to a computer.
So basically they want you to do a new census, not only for yourself, but for your neighbor who may not want to do it.
We'd like to know a little bit more about you for our files, right? Cuckoo.
Absolutely. And I found it strange that I listened to this on Sunday when I got home because my husband, just had the sense to keep it on it was on our answering machine. It was, a robocall. And I thought it was strange Sunday before all of the events happened in Boston, and then I found it very strange after that. But it says on this, it's through the Smart Justice Initiatives, the National Association of Counties, and that is where this comes from. They're worried about keeping us safe. And I looked up the information on this website, and it's more about, it seems like incarceration, keeping, dangerous people off the streets than what they say here about weather alerts. But it says, please take a moment to fill in the appropriate information so we can notify local emergency response teams in the event of emergency situations or critical community alerts. It said examples include evacuation notices, bioterrorism alerts, boil water notices, and missing child reports.
I'm curious, Debbie, does it ask for your number of children or if you have any firearms or anything like that?
On the page, I don't see that. You have to actually sign in and create an account with a password. So I didn't do it, and we did my husband notified his family not to give any information, that do not respond to this, because thanks to you and Alex and everybody there, we have been awake, and it was actually our 16-year-old son who kind of keyed us in on Alex, and we have been listening and trying to wake people up everywhere. But I just found this very strange. It's never happened before, and the timing was just like, uncanny.
Well, there's all kinds of metamorphosis that's happening in the law enforcement community. I mean, we have these fusion centers, and they were talking quite a bit about the fusion centers, quite a bit more about them in the wake of this bombing than they have in the past. So, and they have an insatiable appetite about information about you. They could never know enough about you. They always want just a little bit more information for their files, as they said in the song, right? So, and that's what the Utah Data Center is about. But government at every level is constantly trying to get information on you and prying into areas that really are none of their business. And that's why we need to go back to things like CISPA and other things to fight those, because we need to have privacy, and we need to make sure that privacy is not viewed with suspicion. When, they think that they have a right to know everything about us. And if we push back at all against that notion, then
they act like you're strange, because it comes from the Emergency Communications Network, and they operate under the guise of weather warning. The call before the storm is what they say, that they try to connect it mostly to weather, but it's about these other issues. And when they said bioterrorism alerts, I thought, this is very strange. But it made sure they said, oh, this is not an emergency. Do not call 911 to report this call. It's not an emergency. And then it gave us an alternate number to contact our county emergency manager.
Well, thanks for reporting that. Yeah, why don't you stay on the line, and maybe our producers can get that message from you. So just stay on the line, and we'll move on to our next caller. We'll move on now to Jesse in Louisiana. Hello, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Ann Parish
where the Richard family went to church. And there's a vigil that was supposed to be in this church tonight. They've moved it to a local park because we believe the crowd of locals will be larger than can fit in to St. Anne Parish here. Martin Richard was described as an avid Little League player. He has an older brother who goes to a different charter school, in the neighborhood as well. And you mentioned the young victim. That's what most horrifies the people of Boston, that such senseless violence to begin with has taken a young life here, and there is mourning in this town. You mentioned his mother, Denise. She was a state employee.
789 Alex, that is 877-789-2539, and we'll try to blast through these last few calls. We'll go to Luke in Texas.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Very well.
I just wanted to drop something real quick on you, give a quick shout out to AJ fighting a good fight. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting is that the people they're saying that are showing up at these gun stores purchasing ammunition right off the trucks. Mm-hmm. That seems like a very unusual thing for a normal citizen to do. Have we thought that might be DHS people going in and trying to procure as much ammunition as they can and not allowing them to get into the stores?
Well, I don't know if that's DHS. I can just tell you about our experience here in Austin. Alex was told that police coming by straight off the truck. I never personally witnessed that. I do believe Alex when he says that. Well, our experience when we went to the store was they were limiting the boxes of ammunition for your everyday civilians. I could only buy one box of rounds. Is that a possibility? I definitely believe it is. What do you think, David?
Well, we were told over and over again. We went to several different stores throughout the area, and we had several different reporters going out and doing this, and everybody was pretty much telling us you're limited to one box of a caliber. Mm-hmm. Some of them would let you take 3 boxes, but it'd be 3 different calibers of ammunition. But most of them were saying, our trucks get in at this time in the morning, and the first 3 people in line or the first 10 people in line, if they get 3 boxes of ammunition or 10 boxes of ammunition, they're going to have it. And so they were saying the trucks come in at 4 in the morning or 6 in the morning. And we heard as we were, going through the store taking pictures of the empty shelves, we heard customers talking about the fact that, hey, I went to this store up in such and such a place, and I got there at 6:30 in the morning, and I got a box of ammunition. I mean, it's that type of thing. So everybody is lining up early in the morning to get any ammunition. They might be scalping it. They might be DHS. Who knows? But it really is a shortage, and DHS is definitely behind this ammunition shortage, in my opinion, because the military makes their own ammunition.
Right.
And the military doesn't make hollow point because that's against Geneva Convention. And so DHS coming into the market with their 2 billion bullets, they're taking that out of the market for everybody else.
Exactly. I'm sorry we have to jump. We're going to go now to Bruce in Canada. Hello, Bruce.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Hey, how are you guys?
Very well.
Hey, that's good. Do you remember last week, grandson of the ADL, Adam Gadon, he came out and he gave his stance on gun control, and he said what a wonderful opportunity he had at sporting events. I mean, I'm sure you can pull this up.
Yeah,
it was just last week, and so I think it's an important thing to call for or to recognize, because, I mean, this happened on Patriots Day, and this could be Al-Qaeda linking up with the Tea Party or some crazy hullabaloo like that.
I seriously doubt
that's an important angle here. Let's look at that, right?
Well, I seriously doubt that. I think you couldn't find two more disparate.
I think he's being sarcastic. You're being sarcastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's being sarcastic.
Right. You have reported on this, and this is an important thing. I think you might want to, cover.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Remember that? I mean, you can pull the YouTube video up. It's not hard.
Good point. I didn't catch your sarcasm.
Okay, can you give us the headline?
I love you guys. This is awesome. I mean, I just called in and I just got right on the air, and that's great.
Yeah, can you give us the title of that YouTube video you were referring to?
Yeah. So just do a Google search for Adam Gadon, Gadhan, stance on U.S. gun control.
Okay, thank you for your call, sir. We have to jump quick. We'll go to
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Julio in Illinois.
Julio, are you there?
Hello, Julio.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. We only have a few minutes left. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was recording yesterday the local ABC affiliate out in Boston, ABC 5, and one of their reporters, I have him on video several times saying the head of FEMA, which would be Craig Fugate, was in Boston, Massachusetts yesterday. He didn't specifically say he was at the Boston Marathon, but he did say the head of FEMA, Craig Fugate, was in Boston yesterday, as well as I believe it was the Northeast head of emergency management in Boston. They were all there, and then it's just interesting that we hear stories about a drill, and of course they denied a drill. But again, why would that? You know, what is the reasoning for the head of FEMA to be in Boston? Secondly. Well, the man on the roof. I'm sure you guys have seen photos of that.
Yeah.
That's very intriguing. I would say maybe that's the security personnel, but I'm sure they're going to try to brush that under the surface. And it's just so fascinating to see how quickly corporate media creates the narrative. I was watching Wolf Blitzer very closely yesterday, and numerous times he kept saying, "Oh, let's not forget first reports most of the time are always false." And then minutes later, they throw the domestic terrorism card. Now, last summer, I was at Oak Creek, Wisconsin, covering the Sikh temple shooting, and I was able to interview the U.S. District Attorney of Wisconsin, James Santelli, and he admitted to me that they have no credible knowledge to link the Sikh temple shooting to domestic terror. They just like to label things right away. And he thinks the media does a terrible job, or actually, in a sense, a good job of labeling things and creating the narrative. So this is just
okay. Can you wrap up in the next 30 seconds, sir? Make your point.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's no information out there to base anything off of it being terrorism or domestic terror. It's just corporate media, again, creating the narrative.
Okay, absolutely. Yes, definitely appreciate you calling. All the callers, I'm pretty sure we beat Alex. I think we went to about 14, 15 calls in an hour, so I call that good. Definitely appreciate everybody listening in on Infowars.com/listen. Be sure to watch the Infowars Nightly News tonight with Rob Dew. I believe we'll be popping in as well, and maybe some surprises. I don't know. Alex likes to show up places. So we'll see you next time.
Supply.com. Call 866-229-0927.
We are hurting down here and we need help immediately.
Before it's time to survive, it's time to prepare. MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
You're listening to GZN, the Genesis Communications Radio Network. Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want answers? Well, so does he. He's Alex Jones on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
It is 11 a.m. Central Standard Time on the 16th day of April.